Aye, aye, aye. Hello, guys. How is everybody? How are we doing tonight? Hello, Sheree. Hello, Stranded. Good to see both you. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, definitely going through it. I'll get into that later. Just like wiped out. But the important part is able to figure out what's wrong with me, everything else. And yeah, like I said, we'll get into that. Really wish I had some fun, crazy ass news, but news has been quiet. There are things going on. Not gonna lie, most of the stuff tonight will probably be me talking about different movies I ended up watching. I watched that Color Me Kubrick that Six suggested. I saw the new John Wick ballerina movie. I watched Sinners with Michael B. Jordan. And then I watched one that I can't believe I was able to find it, but they were talking about it on, I guess, Candace Owens. I don't know what the deal is, but she's got like Ian Carroll filling in for her on her stuff. And he was talking about this movie called BB Files. So I went and watched that. Some interesting stuff to go through. Kind of a quiet one, kind of a weird week. No ABL doing his live because he was on Tim Pool. Shout out to ABL. Congratulations. I know that was a big goal of his. Although having to resubscribe to Tim Pool just for the moment and then unsubscribing immediately after the episode was definitely something. What's up, Steve? How are you, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. Smash the like. Do all that fun stuff. But yeah, watching Tim Pool with ABL on there reminded me why I don't watch Tim Pool anymore, and why I hate it when the whole thing is ABL is a very polite person. You can tell on his show he can get kind of full of himself, but the reality is, if he's in somebody else's house as a guest, he acts like a guest. And unfortunately, with Tim Pool, you have to be aggressive if you want to have your voice heard. So to me, that was part of the problem. I'm not going to lie at all. Because ABL was too polite. Like he would only interject here or there and couldn't catch that flow of, okay, I need to make my voice heard. Spirit of 76. I know that movie for some reason. What? Um, Spirit of 76. God, that sounds familiar. It's like there's an old movie called Fandango that somebody tried to get me with one time. And I was just like, oh no, that's got Kevin Costner in it. That was an older movie. We actually watched that a lot. Spirit of 76. It's familiar. Yeah, the chat was excited to have him. You're not wrong, Steve. And I was actually, I'm not going to lie at all. I was very happy for ABL because he's wanted to go on there for a while. He said so. Like, we almost had it set up and then I don't know what happened. So the fact he got on there was great. I mean, he kind of fooled me because had he said, yeah, I'm going to West Virginia or something, we would have known right away it was Timcast. But he said he was going out to California, I want to say. And it was just like, yeah, dude, Tim Pool is not filming in California. What the hell? So I'm sure he's doing somebody else's podcast too. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. ABL did shout out chat. Like, like I said, I'm critical of ABL, but I really like the dude as a person. It's the best way I can describe him. Like, I don't like some of his takes, and you'll hear me say, that's just my personal opinion. But as far as a person goes, I do think ABL is a stand up guy. He pisses me off at times, but I do think he is a stand-up man. Um, what's going on, Eugene? How are you? Liking that instrumental number 14? That was definitely more upbeat, definitely a tropical feel to it. And it definitely had some hopeful vibes, which is a good thing, man. It sounds like you might be snapping out of stuff yourself. Yeah, well, like I said, Steve, or like I was saying, ABL was kind of he. ABL, I think, if you have him in your house, he would be a good house guest, even if he wasn't happy to be there. He's going to pretend to be and everything. Like he's polite, and that's not a bad thing. That's definitely not a negative thing. That's a good thing. I know when Gary from Nerdrotic was on Tim Pool, it was kind of the same deal. Like they were talking politics and stuff, and like Gary's all about nerd culture, so it was weird. Yeah, I think he only had like one point in time where he really got to interject or talk. And then I can't remember who I was watching. It was like, yeah, when I was on Tim Pool, the thing is you have to pick your moments. Like you'll realize like Tim Pool stops talking and he's looking at you, and that's when you're supposed to respond immediately and fast. Yeah, I mean Eugene's new song, that was cool. And then SC Wolverines put up a short. He actually got a video of an eagle flying over a lake, and it was actually pretty cool. That was definitely cool. Shout out to him. But yeah, it's normally I'd sit here and go through all this kind of crazy news that happened. Not much has gone on, so I guess that's kind of cool because that'll make me start painting faster. And then talking about movies that I watch, stuff like this. But he, like China and Trump apparently have come to a trade deal, and all it really needs is Xi and Trump to sign it. Basically, like everything's been hammered out. They just have to sit down and sign it. So we'll see. Um, see what else is going on. The riots in LA. That's been a whole big mess. And honestly, the Dems are looking like really, really bad for it. Like they are. That's awesome, Steve. That's actually an awesome t shirt. But the LA riots, everybody keeps going, well, they're not as bad as the Rodney King riots, the BLM riots, and everything else. And it's kind of like, well, yeah, because Trump sent the National Guard immediately. So they cut it down faster than if we waited for the governor and the mayor to react. Like the country actually cut down, like, in my opinion, I think Trump didn't fuel any fire. If anything, he cut down that bullshit fast. The only problem is that, and I knew this was coming. I even think I said it last stream. By the way, how's my voice coming through? Because it feels kind of, or it sounds kind of tinny in my headset for some reason. But yeah, into BLM2 Electric Boogaloo. So that's just it. They're trying. I'm not going to lie. They're trying where the whole thing is what's supposed to happen or supposed to be coming here soon is this weekend. I think it's Saturday. Wait, let me see. What are we at? 12th. So tomorrow would be 13th. Yeah. So Saturday. What's supposed to happen is that it's supposed to spread across the country to New York, to Minnesota, all over the different places because it's apparently the Army's birthday on Saturday, Donald Trump's birthday on Saturday, and Trump's doing some kind of big march in Washington, D.C., where he's going to be displaying tanks and like all this kind of crap. But there's been a whole blaster put out where people are going to start protesting on Saturday, and they're calling it No King's Day. That's what they're going to be protesting. Like, Donald Trump is a king or some bullshit like this, to a point where I even looked it up for my area. And I told my wife, I was like, yeah, we're going shopping tomorrow and getting it all done instead of on Saturday because this spot, this spot, and this spot, and they're like scheduled protests. Now, granted, where I'm at, it's not going to get violent because if it does, we're a constitutional carry state. People will not put up with that shit. Like somebody starts smashing up a store or something, they're getting shot. Like, and not by a rubber bullet or some kind of like, less lethal device or tased or anything. No, they're getting shot. So people don't screw around like that down here that often. Not that it can't happen, but it doesn't happen. And yes, that's 100% correct, Stranded. That the reason why the National Guard was even deployed was because they were setting cars on fire and being assholes. So, Trump saw it and was just like, yeah, I'm not reliving the summer of love. Like, we're nipping this in the bud. And they've done a pretty good job. I mean, I've watched coverage almost every night for at least an hour of people, different streams of people that are actually in the crowds, actually there on the ground, a lot of marching, a lot of protesting that's actually peaceful. But then you do have these pockets where people are testing the cops or setting stuff on fire or doing dumb shit. But it seems like they're getting taken down like as fast as they do it too. Where 2020, people were just rampaging and nobody was stopping them. Everybody was just like, oh, just let them burn the shit down. This time it seems like they're actually doing stuff to stop them. Yeah, and I mean, you're right, Steve. A lot of it's about the activist class of whatever. There are people that are actually out there legitimately gently protesting. You know what I mean? Or holding their sign and just screaming their slogan and just being annoying, but not doing damage. It's the ones that are like, "Hey, let's call this remote cab to our location and set that bitch on fire." Those are the people, or let's light a Molotov and throw it at police. Shit like that. That's got to get quelled immediately. Hey, Devin, how are you? Would you like some popcorn? Good to see you. And yeah, you're not wrong, Sheree. Newsom is so the whole thing is Newsom's trying to play politics with it, and he's boxed in right now. Like he's screwed any which way he goes. Like and I'm not gonna lie, anytime I watch a press conference from that guy, you can see how slimy he is. Like he's smirking the entire time. Like he'll say, "We got to save our democracy." Like he'll giggle while he's saying democracy because he knows what he's saying is absolute bullshit. And he's being exposed as a scumbag, in my opinion. Steve, I did see. So Christy Nome was holding a press conference earlier today on illegal immigration and all that. And there was a senator, a junior senator from California, decided that he was going to show up in pretty much street clothes and try and run in and ambush her on stage and all this. He got about 10 steps into that room, the sheriffs and all that. And like he's screaming, I think his name's Alex Padilla. I'm a senator, all this kind of crap. Dude, those cops drug him out in the hall, put him on his knees and put him in cuffs. Like just cuffed him, got him the hell out of there. Like you can't just show up. That was all political theater. That was just some bullshit. You didn't show up wearing any, in a suit with your senator badge. Like even Fetterman, like some senators are recognizable, right? So like Lindsey Graham walked in there, you would know. Ted Cruz walked in there, you would know. Um, who else? Who else do we got? Give me a couple like Kristen Gillibrand. Just throw out your senator of choice. John Fetterman came walking in there. You would know John Fetterman. He didn't even need a suit. He could be in his his basketball shorts and hoodie or whatever. He came walking in. You'd be like, oh, it's John Fetterman, right? This guy, nobody knows who the hell this guy is. Nobody really gives a shit about him. And he got like escorted out immediately. It was hysterical. There you go. Cory Booker from New Jersey or Bernie Sanders from, is he Vermont? Bernie Sanders? But you would know who they are on site. Like you'd be like, oh, okay, I've seen you on TV. You're that asshole from TV. Yeah, and well, that's just it. They're not going to do anything to stop the riots. That's kind of the whole point why Donald Trump had to act. You're not wrong. Both the mayor, I mean, we're talking about the mayor that it's like, oh, by the way, there could be massive fires. So anyway, I'm going to book my trip to Ghana right now and get the hell out of here while everything burns to the earth. Or Gavin Newsom, years prior being told by Trump, like, look, this California wildfire shit, all you got to do is this. And he doesn't listen. But then we'll blame Trump for it. Like everything's Trump's fault. It's not all Trump's fault. I have no problem at all blaming Donald Trump for what Donald Trump does and doesn't do. And this wasn't his fault. Another big news story was Elon Musk apparently tweeted out, hey, look, I'm sorry. I went a little too far last week with my mouth on Twitter. And, I'm sorry, Charlie Murphy. I was having too much fun. Like just one of those kind of deals. And apparently, I guess he went and met with Trump and like basically kissed his ass in the ring and everything's supposedly better there. I don't know. How does which part end, Steve? How do the riots end? How does all this kind of bullshit end? I mean, I have opinions on it. I can't tell you definitively like how all this ends. I didn't hear about Burbank being evacuated, but that's very interesting news, Stranded. Okay. So my opinion, are we talking about like these riots going on anytime you got somebody like a Trump in office? Is that what you mean? Like, are you talking about how this particular situation winds down and gets dispersed and broken up? Like, be a little bit more specific for me, Stevie. Hello, Anunnaki the One. Good to see you, man. Okay, so the overall, I mean, I guess I can address both. The bigger thing is like the activism and all that. I think that Trump is kind of on the right track with it because what they're starting to do is, as a matter of fact, I had written something about that down. Let me see what I wrote down. And like honestly, guys, I wrote everything that I got to say today on a little piece of fucking toss out paper because I didn't even write it in a notebook. I'll get into why later. Um, but yeah, let's see. There was a man delivering face shields, and he works for Teamsters for a Democratic union. And they caught him. He was delivering face shields to people that were rioting, like a whole big old truckload. What they need to do is, in my opinion, if they really want to quell these riots from going forward and all this, they need to start looking at the non governmental organizations, the NGOs that are funding everything behind it. Because obviously there's some kind of funding. There's a reason why the same signs, same slogans, same bullshit starts popping up in different cities and inspiring these rioters to go a certain way. Think back in the day, you have different movements throughout the U.S. that were bad. The KKK being one of them, right? All use the same slogans, all use the same symbols, everything else. You had the Black Panthers, the militarized Black Panthers, not just the generalized movement, but the actual Black Panthers. Same thing. Same slogans, same hand gestures, same all that. Funded, right? Nowadays, this movement against Trump, it's being funded, and I'm not going to go to the normal route of, oh, it's all George Soros funding and all this kind of shit. It's actually a whole bunch of different people that are very pro-Democrat that want power and money that they get by having their political influences, paying for political influence, basically. You have to find those people and you have to charge them with mounting an insurrection or trying to overthrow the government in one shape or form. A coup d'etat, if you want to call it that. But you find those people and you put them in jail, you bring them up on charges, and honestly, you use the same damn lawfare that they used against Trump to eliminate him. You don't have to take them out violently and like beat the shit out of them on the front lawn or anything. Although that would be funny if it happened. But if you can prove it, and then like just, let's say the people that were funding the BLM riot, they caught those people and then gave the business owners some kind of reprieve, knowing that these people had supplied everything like bricks and all this kind of shit going on, right? Umbrellas, whole 9 yards. These people that are paying for this kind of chaos, getting them and like making them suable by the average person. Like, hey, my business burned down. My business was doing $500,000 a year. I'm going to sue you for 10 years of my business being down. You're being sued for $5 million. And then being able to nail them out in court for that, even if they're a billionaire, enough people, you can chunk them down where they have no money left and make them just a common person again. Hey, Paul, how are y'all? Good to see you, my friend. Make sure you're smashing like buttons and such. So that's just it, Anunnaki. That isn't, it's not going to help. I mean, you'd have to shoot American citizens. That's how you clean it up. You know, the big thing is to take the money out of it, because the reason why I think the riots aren't as bad, not only did Trump act right away and send in National Guard and some Marines, I think that people are actually having to go to work now, where during 2020, everything was shut down because of the pandemic. Nobody had shit to do. Couldn't go to work. You were getting a check from the government anyway, so you could spend all night, you know, causing trouble and stirring up shit. But now you have to go to work in the morning. You got to pay the bills. There is no forgiveness. There is no extra check coming. So there's not going to be as many people rioting. I mean, not all of them are traitors. And yeah, a lot of it is broken immigration. Yeah, some of it is, but I'm telling you now, if you're watching the riots themselves, it's not like it's a whole bunch of illegal people out there rioting. It's a lot of white rich people. And I don't mean white rich like, oh, well, I'm a fancy older gentleman that has a lot of money. No, it's like a young kid that his parents have money and he's spoiled rotten and can get away with this shit because he doesn't have to work. Steve, I think a lot of people would do what Anunnaki was saying. Um, but I also think there's a lot more that you think would do something that wouldn't. Not going to lie. Because here's the thing, you got protests going on. Where are the counter protests? Where are the people that are marching out behind the cops and standing in solidarity with the cops like, hey, man, we're here to help you defend this city? You're not seeing people side with the cops. You're seeing them against the cops and the cops doing their thing, military doing their thing, National Guard doing their thing. But you're not seeing people move in lockstep with signs that say, you know, go home. Illegal immigration is still illegal, you know, stuff like this. You're not seeing it. And I'm not going to lie, for me, it's always follow the money. I always look for the con in the money. That's just my nature. Just how I've always seen things is a lot of times it comes down to who is funding this shit because it's funded. Yes. And see, like Stranded's on the same page as I am. A lot of these people are getting paid to go out there and stir up shit. Now, I'm not saying they're getting paid to throw Molotovs. I'm saying that they're paid to stand there with a sign, march down the street. Like somebody says, hey, I'll give you $100 if you go out there for the night, hold this sign and just keep yelling this over and over again. And by the way, we're going to film you while you do it. There's a lot of people that are like, fucking $100 to do that bullshit. I'm on it. I'm on it like a fat kid on a cupcake, just all over it. And Steve, we're talking Texas there. Texas is a different animal than California. California, you got to realize, especially like LA County and stuff, one of the most liberal places in all the US. Same thing with like Manhattan in New York. Very, very, very liberal. That's awful, Eugene. I'm sorry to hear about your kitty. That's anytime you lose a pet, it's a fucking tragedy, man. I'm 100% with you on that one. Well, that's just it. Like I said, Texas is one of those states where they tolerate things to an extent, but only to that extent. And once you step over that line, they're going to smack you back into place. I'm pretty sure South Carolina is like that too. That's why I'm not real overly worried about people going nuts or rioting down here. Because if they do, there's a good chance you're going to see a body count. I'm not going to lie, because there are strict laws down here where as long as you're within your rights and somebody comes onto your property and starts doing some foolishness and you followed Carolina code to the T, they won't even arrest you and take you in. They'll give you a handshake and cart the body off. That's the way it works here. It's like the Wild West. And that's just it, Stranded. If the Trump administration does the smart, okay, so Trump's doing kind of an intelligent thing here as far as like legal end of stuff goes. If he can declare these people insurrectionists, right, which is what they try to do with the January 6th shit, was declare everybody insurrectionists, does away with habeas corpus at that point because you're a treasonous bastard to the United States and its cause. Habeas corpus is your rights to stand trial, all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of, I guess, why they're doing the No King's Day in a way. But at the same point in time, he can mass lock up these protesters in like 5 years minimum, and like not like, oh, I'll be out in 2 on good behavior. Like, no, 5 years is 5 fucking years, and you're just going right in the hole. Rednecks and hoodlums having pew pews, Eugene. That's a good thing, though. Like, guarantee they probably like talk about their guns with each other. Like, you're gonna have, you're probably not gonna have all that much shooting going on, because when everybody's got a gun and they're all on full display, you got a lot less chance, because that person with their gun pulling out pulling out that gun to use it on somebody, and the other person, has a gun, but so do the 10 people behind them. A lot of times people are more respectful, or have learned that weapon, what it can actually do, versus somebody who's like, oh, look, I got a gun, I can shoot, bow, bow, bow. Um, so why? Because, okay, so he can heal fast, Eugene, right? Eugene, Anunnaki. Wolverine can heal super, super quick. It doesn't mean that when he gets injured, it doesn't fucking hurt. Okay. So let's say somebody shoots him in the shoulder. He still feels that gunshot. Okay. Yes, he heals through it or whatever. It doesn't mean that it's not like, ow, that friggin' hurts. So you would want to wear armor and all that to at least deflect some of that damage, so you're not like banged up even for that half second. Because, all right, let's say you get shot in the knee. Now, granted, depending on which version of Wolverine, he could be the adamantium laced bone Wolverine, where that bullet just is going to blow through the meat and deflect off the bone. But let's say he doesn't have that adamantium on his skeleton, like later iterations of Wolverine. You shoot Wolverine in the knee, you shatter his kneecap with that bullet, it's going to heal, and it's going to start healing almost immediately. The thing is, now he can't move that leg. He's disabled for a good, 30 seconds to a minute before his knee starts healing up. And he's going to feel the pain the entire time. So if you got armor there, well, it deflected that bullet or stopped that bullet. So it's just a little bit of a bruise versus like a shattered kneecap that's blown out everywhere. It's going to heal a lot faster and be able to keep fighting. So that's why he's got to wear armor. This nation needs to heal. Actually, that's just it. This nation just needs to keep being this nation. Because this stuff, this little infighting stuff, is nothing compared to one of the other news articles that really does have me fucking nervous. And that is that Pete Hegseth has issued an order to anybody stationed in the Middle East that the dependents are to start shipping out immediately. They're evacuating people out of everywhere. The reason why is because it's looking like, even though Sunday there's supposed to be another talk between Iran and Steve Witkoff, negotiating for the nuclear deals or whatever, that shit's looking like it's going south. Israel is set up has already informed the U.S. that they are set to go in and prepped to go hit Iran in its in the centrifuges and all that kind of stuff, go in on a full bombing campaign. Now, Israel can't launch that shit on its own. It needs the U.S.'s support. They can't pull it off on their own. But the fact that Pete Hegseth is moving those dependent families out, anybody who's military, I wish Duke Raoul was in here right now because he'd be adding to it. And he'd be able to tell you guys, just like I'm telling you guys, when they start moving dependents out of military bases that are overseas and shit like that, that means there is an imminent attack or threat. And it's not good. Hey, Forever, how are you, man? Good to see you. Yeah, and it does suck. What's up, Danny Boss? How are you? I see you too there, bruv. Um, but yeah, so that's all, man. The Iran thing is actually very volatile. Russia and Ukraine has been, as far as news coverage goes, kind of quiet. The last I saw, Russia kind of gave them a massive attack, and then everything's been quiet on that front because all the news coverage has been riots and this jackass senator going in and trying to interrupt a press conference, or the DNC threw that guy David Hogg out, got rid of him. He was the vice chair. They pulled a whole DEI bullshit, he wasn't DEI enough basically to stay in his position, so they removed him. But the big thing is, the real reason they removed him wasn't because of DEI or anything. They used that as an excuse. The reason they removed him was David Hogg was calling for older Democrats like Pelosi, stuff like this, people like this, to be primaried in the 2026 midterms. He was calling for younger blood in there and everything else. They didn't like that, so they found a way around it, and they got him the fuck out, which tells me that Democrats are going to continue to lose because they're going to stay on the same old message and do the same old things. And maybe that's a blessing. I would rather see a strong Republican Party, a strong Democrat Party, let the best ideas win. That's my ideal of how this shit should go, but that's not how this is going to happen. Right. What's going on, David? How are you, Gov? Yes. Yes, Danny. He did. He actually did apologize to Trump. Well, make sure the whole thing with the feral kitten, my advice for that is get it to the vet as soon as you can. Get it all its shots. Make sure it doesn't have feline leukemia or AIDS. Now, I'm going to tell you the unfortunate part. If it does, they're going to probably take the animal and put it down unless you really fight them on it or come up with a good argument as to why. But you want to get it neutered, get it its rabies shots, everything else, and then just love on that little kitty and make it yours. I don't know if I would go to a their BFFs. I think Trump's keeping them at an arm's distance, and I don't know that Trump accepted the apology. I just know Elon Musk was like, "Yeah, last week I went too far on some of my tweets," and then apparently talked to Trump. Now, in my opinion, the Elon trap wasn't the best one. The best trap has been Gavin Newsom because he can't win now. Because let's say he goes, thankfully there's not all this destruction because of the National Guard being there. Well, no, you already sided with the illegals, so now you're turning your back on them. And then if you keep on the side of the illegals, the average voter doesn't want shit to do with you because it's like, yo, man, we should come first before the illegals. So Gavin Newsom can't win. He can't win in this situation. It's a well laid trap. Make sure you guys are smashing a like, saying hi, guys. How are you? About it being my tinfoil hat theory, Stranded. Is that the one you're talking about, where the two of them did it just so that Elon could get in the good graces of the Dems? Because now the Dems are saying, like, I can't believe he folded so fast and shit like this. So it apparently worked if that was the plan. Who, Elon Musk or Gavin Newsom? Gavin Newsom was voted in. As a matter of fact, he won a recall election. Donald Trump was voted in, but Elon Musk was never voted in. He was a personal advisor to the president and put in charge of Doge, which Donald Trump started. But technically, it's an outside government position that does oversight. So yes, you would be correct, Anunnaki. He was never voted in. Oh no, Gavin was voted in. He was actually voted. So was Mayor Karen Bask or Bask, fucking Bass. Yeah, Gavin Newsom. They did a recall on him even, and then all the Californians had to vote again, and Larry Elder ran against him, and Gavin Newsom was, everybody thought he was going to get ousted, and he won. He won the recall vote on him. So Gavin Newsom is technically elected. Believe it or not, you can look up the stats. It's all there. It's legal. Doesn't matter if you like him, if you hate him, or whatever. He was duly elected. I mean, if I could prove they were all fake ballots, I would. Honestly, I can't. So until I can see empirical proof, one way or the other, he was elected. It's the same thing with Joe Biden. I don't believe that he got. I can't remember what it was. Some ridiculous amount of votes that no president in the history, including Barack Obama, didn't get. I think a lot of that was bunk. I think there was definitely some fuckery going on there. I can't prove it. I can have opinions on it and beliefs on it, but I can't prove it. I can't say, oh, it was all rigged or whatever. I could see where they did hit jobs in the media and they lied about things and skewed things. Okay, but the American people bought it and believed it. That's a shame. Yeah, I mean, I trust me, I can say there's fuckery. Was it enough to overturn an election? I don't know. And Tennessee, you've got to remember this. The Deep South was all Democrat at one point in time. The South was dominated by the Democrats. That's why you'll hear people say a lot of times that the parties switched, Republican and Democrat, right? Because the Democrats did have a hold in everything, but they switched. They switched to an extent. And I mean, I'm going to start painting them again. I got to take them apart, as a matter of fact, because we got all that's left really is the head, the hands, and then touch up on the body and legs. And Wolvie's done. Yeah, and there you go, Stranded. Like that, I have a lot of problems. Okay, so when you send out ballots and the way they did everything, yes, could you have rigged it? Yes, you could. To be honest with you, it's been 5 years now since that entire vote. So it doesn't really fucking matter because Biden's already been president. What are you going to go back and call him illegitimate president? He was that anyway. Just look at the auto pen fucking scandal going on. Wolvie's not. He's not done yet. He's got some. He's got some parts to paint. I'll be interested in seeing a new Wolverine game, Danny. That could be interesting. I haven't heard anything about it though. What's up, Bagum? You're gonna Bagum. I'm actually gonna be referring to you in a little bit. Not gonna lie, because of something you told me with Black Panther in one of the movies I'm gonna cover. It's something you told me, and because you had told me this certain thing back when you and I discussed Black Panther, I was able to watch this movie and go, yeah, okay, this shit wasn't made for me, but I can appreciate this movie because even though it wasn't made for me, it was a good movie. Make sure you guys are smashing the like button. Superman hype reel, or I'm gonna say, in my opinion, from what I've seen and what I've heard, it's gonna be better than Fantastic Four, but it's still not gonna be a great movie. It's gonna be a popcorn flick. Like go get a thing of popcorn, waste 2 hours of your day and just turn off your brain, which we all need sometimes. The comic book Anunnaki, the one, you are not wrong. The comic book Wolverine can whoop the ever loving Christ out of the one that they've shown on screen. Big time. Yep, shout out to Beans. She ain't here yet. She's probably like on, job number 6 out of 7 for the day. She's got to go over to job 7 and then she'll be on, I'm sure. ABL. Dude, it'd be awesome if ABL's watching the show. I'd be pissed off at him though, because at least chime in the chat and just be like, do your Nigerian accent for us, ABL, and then, peace out or whatever. But yeah, so it's been a whole week it's been since Sunday since I've seen you guys. And it's been a long week for me, and I can get into it, and I will get into it. I even put it right there in the description, depression or whatever, and explain to you guys my take on it, the whole 9 yards. But I watched movies. And I'll start out with the one since I know Bagham's lurking, so I can get into that and just get that one done. But I watched a movie called Sinners, and it was done by Ryan Coogler, who did both Black Panther films. I believe he did the Creed films too, right? So he definitely likes working with Michael B. Jordan. It was a good movie, in my opinion. I thought it was a fun movie, good popcorn flick. It was post World War One in the South black version of From Dusk Till Dawn is technically what it was. Thought there were some great ideas to it, but it goes from like kind of like a gangster film to a vampire film, and then ends at a kind of like a gangster film. But I can definitely tell you, like, it was cool because they used lore from the Deep South. They definitely had the Klan in there. It was definitely, so going back to what I was saying about Bagum D. Bagum D was like, man, my favorite movie out of all the MCU was probably Black Panther. He's like, it's definitely up there. And I said, I didn't think it was that good of a movie. Like, I thought it was a decent movie. It was a good movie compared to the shit they're making now. It's really a good movie. But I was like, I couldn't really get into it. And Bagum said to me, he was like, dude, it really wasn't made for you. You know? He's like, it was more made for guys like D who could see, like, look, that is a character specifically built for my demographic. And when he said it to me, I had to look at it. He goes, now, if you look at it through that lens, what do you think? And I was like, you know what? I understand now. I can see why you would say, because it really is. I don't even think about it that way, but D's right. And it was the same kind of thing with this movie. Like, I think that if you're black and you go see the movie, you're going to enjoy it way more than the white person going to see this movie, because it is more about black history than it is anything to do with white people. And that's fine. The movie was still good. Well, Danny, the whole thing is, the thing is, when you go down, okay, so no lie in the South, that's a real thing in America. That shit isn't like, don't even try to deny it. As a matter of fact, that was one of the times that a president actually authorized the National Guard, was because the Klan was acting up in the South, and the president of the United States at the time sent the National Guard down there to quell them because they were fucking going off the chain. Kind of like the riots going on in LA, stuff like that with the National Guard. Same thing. So the Klan is a very real thing and a very real threat. And I'm not going to lie and tell you that they're not still out there. There are still factions of them out there. Now, they're not as big as they used to be or as important at all or any of that stuff. And they've pretty much gone the way of the dodo. They're very rare, but it doesn't mean they don't still exist. Yes, Devin. It was like, so because they go into hoodoo in the movie. They go into, like the one person figures out that they're vampires and all this and how to fight them and what they can and can't do, because they go by the old Gullah lore. And like where I'm at in South Carolina, Gullah is a huge thing. Like they're actual descendants from slaves that were brought here from Africa. And it's part of their Americana history. So it was cool the way they did it. Like the whole premise behind it is they're basically by this barn. It's a pair of brothers named Smokes and Stacks. And it's Michael B. Jordan doing a dual role as twins. And they buy a barn and set up a juke joint in it. No, I understand, Danny. I understand. But like in this case, it actually works in the story, in the context of the story. Like it really, really did. Yes, Paul, you're right. In Alabama, they have been like same thing with South Carolina. They've been wiped out, but don't. The whole thing is, here's the good thing, Paul. You don't interact with people like that. I don't interact with people like that. But that's like, don't think that they're not still out there. There are still sets out there and you don't know because you're not like that. So that shit is like so underground that you don't even know about it. That's the fucked up part. Actually, the vampires, like, so you could also use the vampires as a metaphor too, because technically what they were trying to do is steal the one dude's music so that they could summon the other vampires because it touched the soul and was going to draw the vampires to him. Like I said, it's an interesting movie, a crazy concept, but it all worked for some reason, and it was a lot of fun. Now, UK has a different thing. They have immigration is more than slavery. And I believe that is correct. I think England was one of the first places to completely abolish slavery. It was either England or France. And they're more right now. Their big cultural thing is accepting, well, refugees. We'll call them, but immigrants from other places in the Middle East. Paul, you're not wrong. I mean, if you break down racism to a technical definition, it means that you're against anybody that it has a racial difference than yours. So you're not wrong. But yeah, I definitely enjoyed Sinners. I thought it was a fun film. Definitely didn't feel like I wasted my time watching it. But like I said, it wasn't made for me. But then again, I also really enjoy Desperado, and Desperado technically is made for largely a Mexican audience, not even just a Latino one, but an actual specific Mexican audience. But I really love Desperado too. Well, that's just it, Danny. We have to be taught about it somehow, because otherwise, how would you know about it? Like I was taught about all kinds of different stuff, like Chinese slaves building the railroads, or Irish slaves when they first came, Italian slaves. Slavery, as long as man has existed, they've wanted to exploit somebody weaker than them to do the hard work for them. It's the way I look at it. And I still say it's all wrong. Like, it's disgusting to me and abhorrent, but that's my opinion on it. Yeah, Quentin Tarantino is a very talented writer and director. I think he's got one movie left, and then Quentin Tarantino hangs it up, though. I think he's got one last film. Yeah, I agree, Danny. I think we should be taught about all of it and why it's wrong. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. Um, I don't think you're wrong there. I think everybody should know. Like, it, shit, go to your Bible, dude. The Egyptians enslaved the Jews to build the pyramids according to the old texts and everything else, right? And they were also slaves in the Bible, correct? That was the whole thing with Moses and Pharaoh. American History X is a great movie, fucked up movie, but a great movie. I mean, so American history is an interesting thing on its in and of itself. Anunnaki. It really has to be interesting to somebody that isn't American learning American history, and how we basically were like, yo, we're tired of sending money to some motherfucker overseas, so we're just going to break free from you and govern ourselves and come up with our own rules. And then looking back now, especially as an older dude, like 50 years old, pushing 50, and going like, a lot of these guys were in their fucking 20s when they pulled this shit. Man, that takes some balls. We can't even get a kid to put down the Xbox controller to go take the trash out nowadays, let alone like go and fight and take over a country and decide its rules for it. That's insane. And yeah, you're not wrong, Paul. Having a Slavic background, I understand. But like even the Vikings back in the day, like they even showed that shit on that A&E show Vikings. They had slaves. Like they would go and conquer different places and then take people as their slaves back to the homeland with them. Like you go back to the beginning of man, there was somebody who had a lot of strength who conquered somebody else and was like, "Yeah, you are now going to serve my ass." Yeah. Shit, you go to ancient Greece. We'll throw it back to Greece. What do you think the gladiators were that fought in coliseums and shit? Do you think they were just volunteers like, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to be a pro wrestler when I grow up," or "I want to go fight in an arena"? No, they were usually slaves, some nomadic tribe or somebody who owed a giant debt and had to pay it back. And so they went into servitude, and that was one of the ways they could pay it back was signing up to a basically like the equivalent of a gym nowadays and fighting for their master in an arena and killing other people and then getting glory for their master. And that would shave time off them, give them rewards. Exactly, Danny. Are you not entertained? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Stranded, you're not wrong because just look at something like Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, right? Or Denisovans, like the different branches you have of humanity back then. And if you really break that shit down, you're telling me that somebody that basically had the strength, like a quarter of the strength of a gorilla, versus the average Homo sapien back then, they didn't have the ability to like like just beat them to a pulp if they didn't do what they were told. I mean, if you really want to get down to it, you could definitely say that we're all, if you work a Joe job and they pay you a rate, you're a wage slave. You're just getting paid for it and stuff like that. Are you a slave to the government? Well, they do take taxes off your ass. So you can kind of say we're all still slaves in one way or another to a financial master. I mean, it really depends. But then again, okay, you don't pay the electric bill, they shut off your electricity. You got to go live off the land or whatever, you can't afford the food bill. Well, then you've got to hunt. So technically, could you live on your own? Could you just buy a piece of land somewhere out in the middle of the woods, hunt, generate your own electricity, hydroelectrically, all this kind of stuff? Yes, you could. Would you have all the modern conveniences? No, you couldn't. Could you say you're free? Yeah, I guess you kind of could. Still got to pay taxes on the land, though, don't you? Well, everything's making somebody else money. Um, Hell, even CEOs of companies and all that, you're still making somebody else money because then there's stockholders, right? So you've got to, if you don't keep the stockholders happy, what happens? You get fired. So technically, yeah, there isn't freedom. Isn't always just free. Well, that's just it, Steve. Again, if I go and let's say I earn enough, I raise my own cattle, I buy my land or whatever, I can sell enough excess from the products I produce and I can pay the taxes. Okay. But everything else on that land, the water I get from the ground, from the well. I have my own purifier that I set up. I generate my own electricity hydroelectrically by solar panels, whatever. Right? So I have electricity. I definitely have a food source if I have cattle, even if I just raise some chickens on the side. You can homestead, you can live off the land, you can grow your own crops, you can do all that. The thing is, you're not going to have like fancy internet to sit here and listen to stuff. You're not going to have air conditioning when it's hot. You're not going to have all these modern conveniences. So technically, your freedom is being given away at that point to a comfortable environment and a better life. Illegal immigrants, yes. To an extent, yes. I guess you could kind of consider that shit slavery. I don't know though, because there are things like specifically in California. You guys understand what the big fuck up is with California. California makes like $86 billion or generates like an $86 billion GDP every year, and they're coming up with a shortfall of somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 40 billion dollars. Why is that? Well, because every illegal that comes in is getting free health care but not paying into the system, for example. Like that's just one small thing of it. But it's shit like that. Are they slaves? Well, you can technically get food services, you can get SNAP, all that stuff. Now, Trump's big, beautiful bill will rewrite those SNAP laws even in California, where they can't get that anymore. I agree, Anunnaki. I think that should be illegal. But then again, I mean, look, if we're really going to break it down, look at the Amish. It's as simple as that. You want to talk about the freest people probably right now? It's the Amish. Be good, Danny Boss. We'll talk to you soon, bruv. But yeah, it's insanity. I'm just saying that, the whole way we got off track here was because I was talking about the movie centers and it was a good movie. Like it was a fun movie. Um, I wouldn't rush to the theater to see it. I would definitely wait till that shit comes out on like a streaming service, Netflix, Hulu, whatever. Check it out. Definitely a fun watch. Um, just take it for what it is and enjoy the ride. The Amish are top tier. They definitely figured it out. So the next movie I watched from John Wick, Ballerina. I liked it. I didn't think it was bad. I didn't think it was a terrible movie. It was a decent action flick. Not as much exposition as you would get in a John Wick film where they kind of break down how the Continental works, any of this kind of stuff. I had issues with it. Um, they definitely didn't marry Sue like the main character. The main character is a girl named Eve, and they didn't marry Sue her because when they start out and she's training or whatever, she gets the shit beat out of her. She loses quite a bit. Like even her first mission, they show her first mission and she kind of botches it a lot while she's doing it. And one of the important parts in there, and it's true when you really break it down, because, okay, a woman fighting a man, the man stronger than her going to whip her ass, right? No matter how skilled or trained she is. So she has to learn in her training because she keeps fighting this one guy and the guy's like beating her ass. And finally, the instructor, who is a woman, says, look, your problem is you're going at this head on. She's like, you need to fight, and for a better term, fight like a girl. She's like, cheat, be dirty. You don't stop trying to stand up and punch it out with them. Like, actually go hardcore. So what does she do? Nut shots the guy, like goes for the eyes, like starts fighting all greasy, and then she starts winning. And yeah, they the way they did it, because she's basically going after this clan or whatever, but that was one of the things I liked. It was like you've got to fight in a different way than John Wick fights, for example, right? And of course, John Wick top tier, and everybody who has seen the preview for the movie knows that John Wick's in it for a little bit, and he is in it for just a little bit. But I'm going to tell you now, she tries throwing down with John Wick, and John Wick hands her ass. Like, she tries fighting dirty with him, everything else, and it's just like he whoops the ever-loving Christ out of her. Like, without a problem. Like, not even batting an eyelash. Like, he could have killed her like 10 times and stops before he kills her each time. So it was good because they didn't make her a Mary Sue. They didn't have her where, she was the greatest ever right off the rip or any of this, and she can beat the crap out of John Wick. No, John Wick handed her ass, right? What I didn't like about the movie, they didn't have enough damage to her. So when you watch a John Wick film, like you watch Keanu Reeves will be fighting like 4 guys or whatever, and they'll land punches on him. Anywhere he's punched, the next scene, you'll see the bruise on his face. Like, he's always beat up, right? Always bleeding, always. She gets maybe a cut over her eye at one point after getting like waylaid. As a matter of fact, now I'm thinking about it, there's a part where a guy swings a meat cleaver at her in her back, like comes up behind her, catches her off guard, and catches her in the back with this meat cleaver, and it just cuts her clothes. It doesn't even hit her, but when he first swings it, she registers it like she got hit with it. So it's like, but there's no blood, nothing else. It was mainly just to show that she's part of the one clan with her tattoo. So it was good, but my only complaint about it was that they didn't show enough physical damage to the character. Like, you shouldn't have fresh makeup on after getting your ass kicked by 4 guys and not having any recovery time. Yes, exactly, Anunnaki. They didn't make Snow woke into 7 pronouns, right? They didn't make it where she was the greatest and all this kind of stuff. They made her kind of flawed. They still did it where she was kind of a top tier assassin. One of my other major complaints with it is, and this is kind of a spoiler, but not really, I guess. It is a spoiler. But the whole thing is, one of the major rules with John Wick, especially John Wick 2, was the whole ending of John Wick 2 was what? You cannot conduct business on continental grounds. Period. End of sentence. You conduct business on continental grounds, you become excommunicado. They will hunt you down and they will fuck you up. Right? And they'll keep hunting you and fucking you up until they get you. This happens in John Wick 2. Well, the bad guys in this movie are trying to get to one guy who's hiding in the Continental. She breaks into the room to go after him because she wants information about something. And I'm being vague on purpose. But they put a $2 million bounty on this guy's head, like the bad guys. They upped the bounty to $4 million. And then these 2 hitmen that are sitting in like the bar are like, oh shit, they upped it to $4 million. Let's go in and go get them. And go busting into the place where the dude's at, trying to take him out. And it was just like, okay, stop. Why did the high table not say at that point, because these guys aren't assassins, like the bad guys in this film they're a cult that's outside of the high table. And it's like, okay, how come if they decided that it was okay to break the Continental's rules, why wouldn't they send the whole force like they did in John Wick 3 at this cult and just wipe them out for breaking Continental rules and defying the high table? Like they're okay. They establish in the movie that the Colt and the High Table don't interact and respect each other and stay out of each other's way. But if the Colt breaks the Continental's rules, they're breaking the High Table's rules. So therefore, logically, they should be like, oh, that won't stand, and just go and wipe the Colt out. But they didn't do that shit. So for me, it was like that was one of my other problems. Logically, I know the rules of the John Wick universe. You guys kind of broke the rules, and then you're just like, you know what? It's not a big deal. It's just this one time that you went in and shot like part of the Continental all to shit. Another issue I had was anybody who's watched the John Wick films, you know how it gets into close combat. Sometimes it, like the close quarters combat can be cool, everything else. The chick, Keanu Reeves, when he does it as John Wick, you can picture that it like you're watching him and you can tell like he trained his ass off. So the gun feels like an extension of his arm. Whenever he grabs a gun or whatever, right? Like shotgun, whatever weapon he has, it feels like an extension of him. It doesn't feel like it's choreographed. It feels like, it feels like a fight, chaotic, everything else. This felt more choreographed. Like the girl didn't feel like she was completely comfortable, like she trained, but she didn't train to that extent where everything was fluid and smooth. And like that chaos felt more like scripted than it did actually in the moment happening. Wait, so Israel went and hit Iran? Is that what we're saying here? Street Beat Steve is on the case with breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. So Israel has hit Iran. No, they didn't. See, that's just it, Anunnaki. They didn't do that, which was good. That's why the movie's like decent. If they had tried to do that, they would have failed, making Janet Wick. But yeah, they definitely they left it open for a sequel, and if she's going to be the new John Wick, it's not going to work. Like the franchise will not work. But if they bring back Keanu Reeves, have him train somebody else up or some shit like that, they could keep the franchise going. But it was a good little offshoot in the world of John Wick. Well, what's crazy, Steve, if they went and hit him and they said they did it in coordination with US, they have the nuke talks were supposed to resume on Sunday. So that's now off the table and all bets are off and we'll see what happens. But this could also be the beginning, boys and girls, and let's not wish it into existence. I called the one stream WW3 with a question mark, World War III. This might be the opening salvo. It could be really bad. I don't know. I'm grabbing my tablet now so I can look up the news story. The first Matrix film was the only great film, Anunnaki. When they moved to by the time they hit the third movie and went to a Christ allegory for Neo, that's when they fucked that movie up completely. Like it was unsalvageable. Civil War and World War III. Well, that's just it. At that point in time, that could get interesting because I'm telling you now, part of everybody talking about a civil war is this. And I've said this before, I think, on this channel. The real ones, the ones that are like, yep, that's it, are the ones that can actually do the real violence. Like the whole thing is, right now you've got a bunch of soy boy pussycats out there throwing Molotovs and thinking they're tough and everything else. They're not ready for guys that are like, like Mr. Paul there in the chat, who's like, I hunt my own food and I do this and I do that. And like I don't miss when I fire my gun. They're not ready for those guys going, it's a shame I got to put you down, but may Jesus go with you, and start actually capping back at them. Or, one guy like me who just goes ham and like, okay, get your fucking hands up. What? And starts like beating the hell out of people. They're not ready for that. So that civil war is going to end real, real quick when the real ones step up and get involved and have had enough. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and then you said that best though. You said an alleged, and there you go, alleged time traveler. Nobody's ever been able to convince me that they've actually traveled through time. There's always some kind of mistake, and they always blame it on, well, you don't understand, the timeline shifted. I'm looking it up now, Steve, to see what I can see with this Iran strike stuff. Israel strikes Iran's nuclear facilities, braces for potential retaliation. So that is happening right now. Good old Street Beat Steve keeping us apprised of a situation. They waited till I went live so we could break this news right here. The Matrix trilogy was flawed. The first one was great. They could have done, I could have taken that story in like 6 different ways that they didn't. And there's stuff in the original Matrix that actually doesn't make sense in and of itself. Like the machines were smart enough where they could conquer humanity, turn them into batteries, but they couldn't figure a way to fire a solar a solar panel into the atmosphere through the cloud cover with a giant cord that just let them harvest the sun's energy from outer space, or created a plasma bridge or any of this stuff, right? Sorry. One would be a lot more difficult to do than the other. It does end with them starting a war, but in a lot of cases, it ends with them losing that war that they started. And I mean, look, yeah, yeah, this is crazy. Israel launches sweeping strike on Iran. Explosions heard in capital of Tehran. Which is crazy because I was about to get into the BB files too. Like that, man, man. Let me tell you what. If you can find this movie, and it's on, I think it was on YouTube. They had it on Hulu. They took it down. I don't know if they put it back up. But the BB files was a fucked up thing. Fucked up. Like they go through, because I didn't know. I knew BB was accused of corruption, but I didn't know for what. And they go through, like, the police actually showing leaked police footage from their interrogation of Bibi Netanyahu, all the people involved in it and everything else. They go into his ministers that he put into power, like all kinds of stuff. Like it's a crazy film. Well, Steve, I'm glad we got experts predicting things, because I'm not a fucking expert. I just go with what my eyes see and what, you know, I'm hearing, things like this. And then I try to logically assess it and break it down and give you guys what I'm seeing, and then let you guys form your own opinions and decide for yourselves. Yes, stranded. Well, that's just it. They're playing political chess. The only thing is, will it backfire? Yes, it will. But it was what I was saying with that news story. When you start moving the dependence of your military out from bases in a certain location, that's because you're waiting for a retaliatory strike on a strike you're about to implement. So they're probably waiting for the Iranian bombs to start falling on different embassies or different bases that we have over there. And they're going to get people's families out of the way and safe. Now, I will tell you, Iran is much better armed and much better equipped than Iraq was back in the day. Tell me if I'm telling lies, Anunnaki, because you were over there. You would be able to tell me best. I'm not going to lie. But I believe the Iranians, it's like 3 times the amount of firepower that the Iraqis had. Anunnaki, yes, you are 100% correct too. You're talking about Bibi Netanyahu's wife, Sarah. Yes, that is 100% correct. Billionaires fund this stuff because they have money invested into weapons manufacturers. So here's one of those things. Why do you think we give stuff to Ukraine and all these other places? Right? We have all these arms and armaments, but why would we get rid of them? Right? They're perfectly well because we've developed a new generation of war weapon. So if we're going to invest in that and upgrade our arsenal, you might as well make money off that old arsenal and sell it to other people or give it to, like Ukraine, for example, because then it's not going to waste. It's not a waste of money in their eyes. They're recouping some of that cost. Yeah. And well, billionaires are funding that stuff here at home because, again, it buys them their political power. And buying political power, if you got somebody who can change a law that you need changed so that you can make, you might cough up $20 million, we'll say, but if you can make $1 billion off of it, that's a hell of a return on investment just by having the right person in your pocket. Okay, there you go, Anunnaki. That's what I needed to hear right there. So you're saying that they don't have like more modernized weapons, like for example, they're still firing Scud missiles. You know what I mean? Instead of something like the caliber missile that Russia would use. Oh yeah, that's like a second or third generation fighter, the F-14 Tomcat. That in modern day shit will shoot it down unless Tom Cruise is piloting it. Unless the Iranian military has Tom Cruise at the helm, then we're safe. Yes, you're not wrong, Stranded. You're talking about the Iran Contra scandal with Oliver North and under Ronald Reagan, where we were selling the arms to him. Yes, you're right, because he wasn't putting money in his pocket. Because then he could have just bribed people and shut them the fuck up and didn't do it that way. Because like I said, when I look at everything in this world, I compare it to organized crime or like governments in particular. I always compare them to like organized crime or a long con. Like for me, it's always about either the long con, but follow a criminal and nobody gets upset. You start following a money trail, man, everybody fucking starts looking into you and wants a piece of your ass. Why is that? Well, because that's what it's usually about is the money. Let me see. Israel launches sweet. Here you go. Justin from Fox News and Street Beat Steve. Israel launches sweeping strike on Iran while Trump administration seeks diplomatic solution. Netanyahu says fight is not with the Iranian people, fight is with the Iran's dictatorship. IDF have launched a sweeping strike on Iran following months of attempted and seemingly failed nuclear negotiations between the Trump administration and Tehran. But according to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the U.S. was not involved in the strikes. Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran, Rubio said in a statement Thursday night. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believed this action was necessary for its self-defense, he added. In remarks following the strike, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed, we targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Our fight is not with the people of Iran. Our fight is with the Iran's dictatorship, he added. According to an IDF spokesman, the strike has been dubbed Operation Rising Lion and came after Jerusalem had collected high-quality intel that suggested Iran is closer than ever to developing a nuke. An IDF spokesman told reporters, we have no choice but to act against these existential threats to the state of Israel. Fox News' Trey Yanks reported that Israel carried out strikes in Iran, adding that explosions were heard in the capital of Tehran. A state of emergency has been declared across Israel as the country braces for an Iranian response. Strikes came after Israel first threatened to go after Iran's nuclear facilities in early November, following a series of back-and-forth missile attacks between April and October last year. Direct engagement between Israel and Iran began after Tehran in April 2024 levied its first ever direct strikes against Israeli territory. Israel responded less than a week later and destroyed part of Iran's S-300 long-range air defense system. On October 1st, Iran levied a ballistic missile strike on Israel, to which Jerusalem responded with a series of hits on October 26th that targeted military facilities and missile storage locations. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu later confirmed that Israel's October strike partially degraded part of Iran's nuclear program, and international concerns remain heightened that the security threat could escalate in the region. So some hope that President Donald Trump's administration would be able to make headway in nuclear negotiations where the Biden administration and others in the international community could not. Negotiations between Washington and Tehran, mediated by Oman, resumed in Muscat on April 12th, and Trump repeatedly called on Netanyahu not to hit Tehran and to let negotiations proceed. Following the first round of talks, Middle East Special Envoy Steve Witkoff told Fox News that the U.S. was looking to limit Iran's uranium enrichment to 3.67%, a level generally used for civil nuclear energy needs. Under the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, which Trump pulled out of in 2018, Iran committed to maintaining no more than this level of enrichment until 2031, though it has been found to have repeatedly violated this agreement. But the next day, on April 15th, Witkoff backtracked his comments and said in a statement that Iran must stop and eliminate its entire nuclear enrichment and weaponization program. 4 days later, the U.S. entered its second round of nuclear talks in Rome on April 19th, before a third round was held in Muscat on April 26th. Both sides expressed optimism following talks. Details of the negotiations were not released, but reports suggested the discussions largely focused on limiting Iran's nuclear program in exchange for sanction relief. Talks appeared to take a turn after the U.S. hit Iran with another round of sanctions in late April, which resulted in the postponement of the previously scheduled May 3rd talks. Fourth round of talks began to show signs of strain when Iran described the negotiations as difficult but useful, and Iran's foreign minister Abbas, I don't even know what the hell his last name is, but Abbas, made clear that Washington's zero enrichment demand was a non-negotiable. Oman's Foreign Minister Badr al-Busadi reported that some but not conclusive progress was made following the fifth round of talks held in Rome. By early June, Trump and Iranian leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei had repeatedly made clear they both would refuse to bend when it comes to the issue of enrichment, but a sixth round of talks was still set for June 15th in Oman. It is unclear if those talks will continue following the Israeli strike. So that's where we're at. So obviously, America knew that Israel was going to hit them. Marco Rubio said that Israel struck them directly and without American assistance. So if we did have involvement in it, the only involvement is that we knew that Israel was going to hit them. Outside of that, it doesn't look like we aided them in hitting them at this point. Now, those facts could change, but you guys just heard what I read, gave you a whole breakdown. That's where we're at with things. And yeah, so the whole thing is fucking. I might as well talk about it. The BB files, right? So I see this shit because I guess Ian Carroll's filling in for Candace Owens, and he's talking about this movie or starts to talk about it. And I'm like, why the fuck am I going to listen to this guy talk about it? I'll go find the movie. So I went and found the movie. I watched it, and it broke down how Bibi Netanyahu, a lot of the stuff he's doing is to keep himself out of jail because he keeps pushing back. The corruption trial is still ongoing for him because there is corruption, and they kind of have evidence stacked against them for corruption, for taking bribes, stuff like this. And the only way to keep him out of jail is if there's a war on. So that's why the war in Gaza wasn't wrapped up, things like this. And it was actually a blessing that kind of happened as far as Netanyahu's concerned. But yeah, if he starts this shit with Iran, now he's definitely going to be like, yo, you guys got to keep postponing this trial because, you know, we're at war with Iran. This ain't good. It's not good at all. I feel a little better. I'm not going to lie. That it wasn't like, yes, Trump gave the okay and the go ahead and sent in bombers along with Israel. But yeah, I'm telling you now, this is not looking good. This is definitely not looking good. So Trump at this point, he can say, yes, we knew about the strike. We didn't aid them in it, right? We didn't send in bombers with them and all this kind of stuff. And maybe that'll play. That might play because that is that kind of like lying by omission. Well, yeah, I just didn't tell you this part of it. Well, that's lying by omission, right? It could be like that. But this shit is not good, guys. Like, not good at all in any kind of way. If Iran has developed or enriched their nuclear supply, maybe they didn't get it, but if they have it close enough to weaponized materials, like I said, I always separate the people from the government. And the people at the top of government, Ayatollah Khamenei in particular, definitely a religious ideologue. He may just use that shit right on Israel. And Israel may or may not fire back, probably will fire back. Stranded, are you talking about Netanyahu? Or are you talking about Ayatollah Khamenei Trump tried to stop Netanyahu a whole bunch, but at the same point in time, Trump can only do so much. He doesn't, we don't control Israel. They're their own animal. Oh no. See, like, don't do that either, Anunnaki, because this, like I said, you can't. Trump didn't go in and go bombing people. The thing is, what happens from here? Okay. And what I mean by that is, does he say, Netanyahu, we're in the middle of negotiations and stuff like that. We are suspending aid to your country and finances and refilling your dome and all this shit if you're going to go start in wars. Let's see what Trump does. Let's see what his reaction is. No, Iran did retaliate with missiles, though, Steve. Well, that's just it. The whole thing is, so that BB files, they go into the two guys he brought on as ministers. And I'm not going to lie, I've seen people that were super, I don't even want to say racist. They were like Charles Manson in their eyes, where they had a cause they were fighting for and they really believed it was just, and they would kill anybody who got in their way. I've met a couple people like this. The one minister is like that about the Palestinians, right? And he was the finance minister, and I can't remember his name. And then there's this other dude, he's a fat guy with glasses that became like, I want to say national security minister of national security or something for Israel. And when the one prime minister got assassinated, he like supposedly went up to the dude's car, or right before he got assassinated, went up to the guy's car and tore the emblem. If it was like a Cadillac, he tore the Cadillac emblem off the car and was showing it to the news. And he was younger in this video. And he was saying, look, I just want to prove that anybody can touch our prime minister at any time if he doesn't straighten up with the way shit is. And then the prime minister got killed like 3 days later or something. There you go, Steve. You got it in one. They're like these hardcore ideologues that believe that all that area belongs to Israel and the Greater Israel Project and all that kind of stuff. And like the people hate them. Like apparently the Israeli people actually hate these people. And supposedly like even Netanyahu wouldn't have even talked to them 3 years before he put them in power. But all this shit happened where they started investigating Netanyahu for corruption. Netanyahu started doing this shit where he was fucking with the Israeli Supreme Court, kind of trying to take the heat off himself because the Supreme Court was going to find him guilty. Now, granted, this is all alleged and this is all in a documentary or whatever, but this is just what I saw and I'm repeating it. Let's get that out of the way. I don't know if we're 100% sure on either end of things, but really the way I've been researching things and looking at things kind of does make sense. And he put these people in power because he could then control everything. Like they go into how Bibi basically went to Qatar, got $2 billion sent to Hamas to keep them funded because he believed that he could control Hamas and all this stuff. And the Qataris were brilliant because they made Bibi Netanyahu send that request to them in writing because they knew he was going to lie later on about it. Sure enough, he tried to lie about it, and the Qataris released the documentation that he had signed saying, yes, please give Hamas $2 billion. Yeah, I wouldn't. American leftists don't know jack nor shit when it comes to Iran. So they're not going to be able to even figure this fucking bullshit out. Like, I'm not going to lie. Like, you're not going to see that because one of the big things is Democrat leadership is all for Israel going and fighting this war. It's a lot of the Republicans that are against it. So I don't see them using it as a rally cry for anything. I mean, they might scream Orange Man bad, but they always scream Orange Man bad, so that's no big change. I'm just looking at this shit is a whole lot of not good. We really need to see if we can't find a way to peace and just call it a day. And then double down and pull Israel back and be like, look, knock it off, or we're not sending you this, we're not sending you that, we're not sending you the other thing. You want to go fuck with Gaza and you're doing that shit over there, that's fine. We're not funding this. He's an angry orange. Yes. Yes, that is one hell of a crime, being orange in America. All right. I'm sitting here fucking slacking. Haven't painted anything. We're already an hour and 40 minutes in. Typical GAM. The last movie I saw was a movie called Color Me Kubrick, which came out, and I want to say it was like it was either 2005 or 2015. I don't know. John Malkovich is in it. He plays a con man who pretends he's John Kubrick and suckers a whole bunch of people. It was actually kind of a fun watch. It was a weird watch, but it was fun. It was funny to see John Malkovich fake different accents, stuff like that. That one was a fun one. Oh no, Anunnaki! I'm getting a Wolvie right now. Don't you worry yourself, sir. Um, I'm just a little blown away because I literally started off the show talking about that kind of stuff. About, from what I'm seeing, they told all the dependents and all that, and there might be a strike coming soon. And sure enough, Street Beat Steve is just out of nowhere. Yeah, man, fucking they just attacked him. Like, well, shit. I hate it when I'm fucking right, guys. Yeah, you're not wrong there either, Stranded. Like, Trump is so rich that he could probably had the flown or son just flown to him. So I don't understand that either. All right, so let's see. According to this shit, I don't see where the stripe line is on this. I'm not going to lie. This inset is yellow. It looks like this backing strip here is going to be, so this is blue. Okay. I might not want to start with blue either. I might want to start with yellow. I'm going to start with yellow. Yeah, these are the pluses of having an X account. Well, I'll tell you what, you can monitor X for me, brother, and I appreciate you. You're always here anyway. I will not be getting into that toxic stew that is X. Like, I've seen some hysterical things, and there are some great reporting that comes out of there, but I tend to stay away from toxic shit like that. I just don't want the stink on my soul. Like, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, I made an account once because I had to for some video game was giving away something, but only if you linked it to your X account. And I did that. And I saw a couple posts and I was just done. I was like, yeah, no, I can't do this. There's just too much bullshit flying around on here. Too many people with different opinions that want to be relevant and they're not. Okay, so we have, this is going to be yellow here. This little inset here is the yellow part of this. Just kind of marking it out. Hola, mister. So, yeah, I mean, did you drop in for Steve's news coverage about the attacks going on in Iran right now there, Mr.? Pretty crazy. Crazy, crazy. Insanity happening. Regarding ladders, I'm completely clueless about it too, mister. So you're not alone. You're in decent company with that one because I have no clue either. I've not heard anything about ladders. I have not heard anything about ladders. Um, yeah. So I think I told you guys. I figure I gotta approach this one kind of gentle, and that's legit my wife's words echoing in my head because the way I have a tendency to discuss this subject, I sound like an asshole, and I apologize to you guys. Um, no, according to my wife, I'm an asshole about most things, but this one in particular. So I noticed when I got done streaming Sunday, I woke up Saturday and I was really dragging ass. Like, or woke up Saturday, woke up Monday and I was really like, didn't get out of bed. Was kind of laid in bed, very laissez faire. Kept wanting to get up, order parts for the lawnmower, stuff like this. Didn't really move. Moved a little bit. Um, but definitely like I had no energy. Like my body just didn't have energy. Like couldn't will myself out of bed. And that was all Monday. All Tuesday was kind of the same deal. Didn't move. And then it came to yesterday, and my wife comes in and looks at me. It's like 4:30 in the afternoon. And she goes, "You all right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fucking all right." Like snapped at her. She said, "You're not all right." "What do you mean I'm not all right?" She goes, "Think, idiot. Think. What's the date?" "I don't know. It's fucking Wednesday. What the fuck do I care?" Like all grumpy and pissed and everything else. She said, "Every time, this time of year, you get this way. You lay there, all your energy goes away." She goes, "You don't realize today is the day your best friend died." And I thought I had to think about it. And then I realized I was like, I got no energy. I've been lethargic. I haven't been moving and all this other stuff. And then, I thought I said to my wife, "I'm depressed, aren't I?" She said, "You tell me, are you depressed?" I said, "Yeah, I think I am." Said, "I don't understand. I don't have a reason to be depressed." I was like, the last stream I did is probably one of the biggest streams I've ever done. I had a lot of good talks, a lot of good times, laughs, everything else. I have a pretty good life. I got an awesome wife. I've got all this stuff going. Why would I be depressed? What the fuck do I have to be depressed about? My wife turned around. She said, "Well, one, your best friend died, and you mourn him all the time, but you never remember the date. Two, it's close to your birthday and you're getting older, and you're lamenting it, and you don't even realize you're lamenting that you can't do what you did when you were younger. You're not that fire pissing, you know, barbed wire eating son of a bitch that you used to be. You've gotten older, your steps slowed down a little bit and everything else. It's just like, and it's weighing on you, and I can tell." Yeah, sure, I weed. Yeah. Well, the actual Guiding or spelling for Guido is Gweedo. And we used to joke that you take the first letter and the last letter, it's go weed, right? Um, but yeah, so, and that's fine, you know, like I love the guy, I miss him and all that. But then I started to realize I could tell you when his birthday is. I couldn't tell you what day he passed away on. And that's because I look at the happy end of things and all this. But then it started me down this road of thinking like depression, right? Like it was actually manifesting in me physically, not just mentally, physically. Like I didn't want to play video games. I didn't want to do anything, which is why I watched so many fucking movies over the past couple days. Um, because it was just on in the background while the brain's running on its own. Um, but I was thinking about it a lot because the way I've always viewed depression, me personally, and the reason why I even snapped at my wife and was so angry is because I've always viewed it as a form of weakness, right? I've always looked at you like if you get depressed, you're weak. You're weak, you're weak, you're weak. And some people need help with it and some people need to talk it out and all that. Not me, not old GAM. I fucking shoot me in the fucking face and I'll spit the bullet out at you, you know, like thinking I'm tougher than everything else. Fact of the matter is, the reason why I got mad is because I'm realizing that that weakness exists in me and it just exists in every human being. Um, some people need professional help with it. Some people can talk it out with a spouse, a friend, whatever. But if you're feeling like you can't handle it, seek professional help. And also, you have to recognize when you're depressed, why you're depressed, before you can even work on it. It may not, it's not easy, but it's also not weakness either, guys. It's not. It's just part of the human condition. I'm wrong. I've had to realize how wrong I am, that everybody gets depressed at some point in time. But don't lay there and don't just bleed out. Do something about it, you know? So even firing up the stream tonight was difficult for me. I'm not going to lie to you guys at all. Because there wasn't, up until, you know, now fucking Israel's bombing Iran. Well, that kind of changes things, makes the news a little bit more spicy. But I was like, there's not even major news topics to cover, really. Like nothing seriously crazy or anything like this. But at the same point in time, I I had to stream, regardless of how I'm feeling. Like I need to get on this fucking microphone. I need to run my mouth and I need to paint things. Because maybe you guys, some of you guys are suffering from depression too. And this is the place where we can all just bullshit and have fun. Maybe alleviate some of that depression for everybody. And yes, you are not wrong either, mister. Now, BetterHelp, I don't know if they actually help or not. I've heard bad things about them actually, but that's just me. No, but that won't be my sponsor. And you're right, Steve. You're right. Um, whether we like it or not, right? It's not just you can be the strongest person in the world. Doesn't mean you can't get depressed. It's not weakness. Yeah, well, you're not wrong either, Mister. The donating to charity stuff like that, and like you said, anonymous, right? Because reality is, if you're doing it for brownie points with something, then not really worth it. But that's one of the things. Like, that's one of those brutal things. Is that my kids, when they were younger, they worked with kids that had cancer, for example. Anytime they started acting like spoiled brats, my wife would make them go work with children that had cancer so they could see what, you know, oh, you think that you're better or that, you know, you're not appreciating what you have in this world. Let me show you somebody who has a lot less than you and no hope. And, you know, go spend time with them. And then you come back here and you pull that shit with me. Worked every time. Yeah, I mean, with me, um, what I found and what I've come to like for my conclusions when it comes to my depression or whatever, the way I deal with it. Now, I'm not saying like I said before, and I'll say this again: seek a professional if it comes down to it, because I'm definitely not qualified to be a professional when it comes to anything outside of running like internet wires. Um, and even then, I'm a slipshot with it. I'm a slacker. But the way I handle mine, I look at it logically and try breaking it down. Like, why are you feeling this way? What can you do to change it? You know, um, and when I look at stuff like, yes, okay, my friend passed away, but then I've also, and this is true. Like, if anybody, it'd be D who could tell you about this. I flipped out not long ago, and the reason why is because I was watching. Okay, so the cats, the mama cats in total have had 21 kittens. There is one kitten remaining. The other 20 I have buried. Actually, that's not true. 16 of my I buried. Four of them are MIA, and because I see the mama cat all the time and no kittens with her, I'm pretty sure they're somewhere, but they are definitely not still in this world. So, it's shit like that, watching young life get extinguished. And then, as my wife said, I watch so much fucking news all the time, guys. And I watch some really, really depressing shit when it comes to humanity and the way we treat each other, that she's like, it's not good for your psyche. Like, that's gonna fuck with you too. And but just so you know, it doesn't matter how strong you are, how tough you are, how well your life is balanced. Do not feel weak because you're depressed, but do take steps to try and alleviate it. Do things that talk to other people. And some of these suggestions are great, like helping other people. Sometimes maybe volunteering at a soup kitchen, whatever. Knowing that you added something into somebody's different life. That's one of those things, Eugene. You said something to me. You said, "Hey, I think it was on the gaming stream. You were like, hey, Gam, thanks. You gave me a little bit of inspiration, blah, blah, blah." Guess what, Eugene? Your song gave me a little bit of inspiration because you could put something out that was upbeat and hopeful. And I needed it right about then. So thank you, dude. You know something? What's really fucked up with you, what you just said, Anunnaki? If I was a superhero, that is probably who I would be. I would be Constantine. Like, as fucked up as it is with the trench coat, the cigarette, and everything else, the only thing I don't have is the Cockney accent. But I would probably be John Constantine. That's funny. I appreciate you too, Eugene. But thank you, man. Like, seriously. Like, I heard that song. It was funny because Sheree boosted it out in my Discord because I didn't get the notification for it. And I was just like, oh shit. And went and listened. I was like, man, that was kind of exactly what I needed. A little hopeful kick in the ass. So that's just it. I know you're going through a rough one, Eugene, but you brought some joy into my life. So thank you. Thank you for that. Like right when I needed it too. So I think if all of us can do that for each other, man, the world's going to be a better fucking place. What's going on, Beans? Great to see ya. I'm sure you're listening on your entire drive through the seventh job. Yeah, make sure you guys smash that like button. Help out old Whitey here. Whitey the blue eyed devil. But yeah, I always say this every stream. I'm grateful for all you guys. Really am. I got lucky. I got blessed. I've had this discussion. Got really, really good people, very smart people that all bring something different to the table here. We're not just, I think everybody's probably right around Gen X age for the most part. A couple youngins, but even then, they kind of fit in with Gen X. And I think we all bring our life experiences and all that stuff, and we all can laugh and just forget about life for a little bit while listening to this asshole with a microphone paint shit and talk shit. Well, watch him paint and talk shit. Listen to him talk shit while he's doing it. It'll be the Empire Strikes Back of Desert Storm, huh? Well, I appreciate that, Anunnaki. I think I don't know if I would call myself a good spirit. I think I'm balanced. I'm like right in the middle of one angel wing, one demon wing, right? I am a balance between the two. I just try to call it out fair and up the middle and like I see it. And I don't get everything right. I know I don't get everything right. I can't get everything right. I'd like to be perfect. If I did, I'd change my name to Mr., right? MR. But because I'm not perfect like that, I have to run off GAM logic. So, sorry guys. You guys are stuck with an imperfect human who gives you a random point of view. Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how this plays. I'm definitely interested in seeing Trump's reaction though to them hitting because he obviously knew. He can't even feign like, oh well, I didn't know they were going to hit him. Like, okay, well then why did you pull all the dependents out of the military bases and settings over in the Middle East? You wouldn't have pulled dependents like soldiers' families out. You didn't know some shit was about to go down. So Trump definitely had some advance warning. Now, like I said, it'd be the same thing if, like, let's say Germany goes and attacks Russia tomorrow. Trump can't call Germany and say, hey, knock off all that nonsense. Like he can say it, but doesn't mean that the German chancellor has to listen to him. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They're their own country. It's just a matter of how much backing did he give into this. Dude, Mister, your jokes are never horrible. They're always actually welcome. Even when you're joking when it's some serious shit. You go all Peter Venkman on that. And thank you, Anunnaki. Working on the Wolverine. I mean, I'll cover up a little of the blowouts with yellow when I get to the blues. Oh, of course, Ben Shapiro's talking about it. You serious? Right now? Ben Shapiro has filled up 2 gym socks with all his excitement. Just, hey guys, guess what? Guess what? So anyway, and then Israel, greatest place on earth. Greatest place on earth, guys. Let me tell you folks, okay? There, oh my goodness, look at that. There's brown people on fire and dying over in the Middle East. Oh my God, and Israel did it. Oh, this is the greatest day of my life. I'm sorry, guys. Got a little too excited. Filled another gym sock. Okay, on to the next subject. Oh no, let's go back to. Oh my goodness, look, they're just blowing up all kinds of people over there. Oh, this is the greatest day ever for Israel. Like, yeah, like I said, after watching that BB Files movie, man, that I feel bad because it really did kind of sway the way I look at everything going on over there now. Like, really was. It's definitely something that if you're going to watch it, know that it's going to infuriate you, and it makes way too much sense. And you know, mister, I don't think you're wrong. I do not think you're wrong. Now, here's an interesting one for you. And I hope this doesn't happen. But can you imagine if Witkoff goes to meet with them and they do something to Witkoff, like take him out, like just catch him off guard, and it's actually like they just take Witkoff out? How bad do you think shit would get at that point? Like, how ugly? We're talking about a personal friend of Donald Trump that is advocating for peace in different military theaters. How ugly and how bad and how fast would that get ugly? Yeah, mister, like all of a sudden out of nowhere, fucking Ayatollah Khomeini comes walking out and like walks Steve Witkoff up to a well and he's like, "What are you doing? This is madness." And like Khomeini's just like, "This is Sparta," and kicks him in the chest and just drops him right down the well. Like, oh shit. Yeah, just like that. Exactly, mister. Well, that's just it. That's the hope, is that they do just stay here and fight leftists, and we just stay the fuck out of this. Let Israel and Iran punch on each other and call it a day. And nobody goes nuclear and it doesn't go crazy. And I would like to say all this. The only issue is that Israel is feeling some kind of way right now because they've decimated Gaza. They're in the West Bank and they've been like taking people out here and there, like arresting them and taking them out. So you got that going on. Then Syria has fallen. The government of Syria has fallen. Yemen, the Houthis don't want to bomb anymore because Trump kicked the shit out of them. Right? Just breaking it down. Who's left? Hezbollah. Didn't they take out a whole bunch of Hezbollah with pagers? So Israel right now is feeling like they can just take on the entire Middle East. Like, not going to lie. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty bad, Anunnaki, when you're hearing the news from GAM catches up. Like, I'm a reputable news source on the internet. Well, that's why I said roving reporter Steve is out there, Steve Kerfuffle, live with today's action news, you know? GAM, I'm standing here on the corner of Swanson and Rittner in Philadelphia, where the old ECW arena used to stand. There are people showing up here with signs that say "fuck Trump" and "no King Day." These people look violent to me, but I'll tell you what, Gam. Oh, one's throwing a Molotov cocktail. Hezbollah, 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 Hezbollah. Yeah, I was going to say they would appear here, but I'm afraid it would not end well. Not end well at all. Um, yeah, it's a shame and it's crazy. I was really hoping this shit would go down a different way, but they keep saying that it, like, honestly, this is one of those fucked up things too. So I had heard news earlier that I think it's Mark Levin. That's dude from Fox News, right? Older bald dude, beard, gray hair or whatever. But he apparently went with a whole bunch of other people to the White House to lobby Trump to attack Iran. And I don't know if that was today, yesterday, or what, but I had heard something like that. Like Mark Levin was legit lobbying, personally lobbying Trump to go and authorize strikes into Iran. So we all know that Trump likes his Fox News guys, and I'm wondering if he listened. Like that was the difference maker was Mark Levin. Oh, Beans, you did make me laugh. It's fine. But yeah, the shit, guys. What do we got next? We only have a couple left, right? I don't think Pakistan and India, since they've got their shit going or whatever. I don't think they'll get involved. Who else gets involved? What other countries get involved? I know the UK. Well, not really Yeah, UK too, but really the European Union has been blasting Israel lately about what's going on in Gaza. So I don't think they're going to be happy about this one. I'm just saying, don't be shocked if they come out condemning everything going on. Really, mister. So anytime you say, like, I ran so far away, it's not going through. I don't, as far as American ones, I don't know, Steve. Like, I'm not going to lie. I get the guys that are high up in the government of Israel, and I couldn't understand why they would want war so badly. But now, after watching that fucking BB files, I completely understand because it's the only thing keeping that motherfucker from going to jail, basically. Um, and ideology and all this. Why Americans that happen to be that ethnicity, why they want to see this happen, that I don't understand. That doesn't make sense to me. Well, that's just it. Why would we be forced to intervene? That's one of those things. Part of what Part of the reason why everybody elected Donald Trump was to get us the fuck out of wars. And because he didn't start more wars or let them happen under his watch. I think he's already kind of botched it a bit by saying, "Oh yeah, we can solve Russia Ukraine on day 1," and then that stuff drug out. That's not good. That was already like kind of a black mark. Him trying to stop the whole Gaza situation, no matter what kind of shit he's pulled, hasn't worked. Um, and now if this shit's going to break free with Iran, that's not a good track record. I don't think that's the legacy Trump wants to lead. I think he's going to try and do peace talks between the two, but this weird feeling that unless Trump starts doing stuff like, yes, we are going to cut off funding going to Israel, that Israel isn't going to back the fuck down. You're not wrong, mister. You are not wrong. Dude, are you serious? John Bolton had two gerbils loaded into a tube and high on cocaine just for this occasion. And Duke, Duke. I was saying this earlier. I was really hoping you were here for it, buddy. So I even said when Duke gets in here, you have to ask him. But I knew something was coming in the Middle East. I had started off the show talking about it because they pulled all the dependents off the military bases. And I was like, that is a surefire way that there's an attack imminent. Like either you're going to attack or the enemy's going to attack in retaliation. Well, Beans, he is kind of related to Michael Bolton in the fact that he blows just as much as Michael Bolton does. This is a story of Captain Jack Sparrow. Oh, you're fine, Anunnaki. Thank you for dropping in, man. Good to see you. Be blessed and have a great weekend. I'll probably be streaming gaming tomorrow night, and then Sunday's the other show. But yeah, man, good to see you. Definitely good to see you. This is actually blue as well. Sure, fantastic Friday. That's an interesting one. Um, yeah, yeah. So we're all in agreement. It's going to be interesting to see what the response is. And who was saying that Iran said they fired missiles and Israel said no, we didn't fire. They didn't fire any missiles at us. That's bullshit. Iran absolutely. I remember them firing missiles and even telling Israel we are going to retaliate and fire missiles before they shot them. And like they didn't destroy anything in Israel, they just did it to show that they weren't weak. But that wasn't that all that long ago. Thank you, Anunnaki. I like that one. That's a pretty good sign off right there. Everybody, make sure you throw flowers at Miss Sheree too for being the greatest mods on these internets and putting up with my shit on a weekly, well, on a tri-weekly basis at this point. Yes, I agree, Steve. They denied the attack, but that was bullshit. Israel went and hit because that was a big ass news story. I remember when that happened. Because Israel, it was the first time that Israel's actually hit Iran on its soil, and then Iran launched like a whole bunch of missiles at them. But they shot it into places like they didn't shoot at their cities or anything. They shot it on like outskirt, like desert land shit. Like it was more of a show of force of retaliation than it was actual trying to like blow up Israel. Because they had to, because Israel really didn't do all that much damage. But I remember that story and I remember seeing it and reading it and smelling it and eating it and passing it through my lower intestine and my colon. There you go, Beans. That's what I like to see. Throw that woman a bouquet. She puts up with my shit and then she has to put up with Eddie Murphy shit. Or Eddie Murphy. She has to put up with fucking Rick James shit. And Beans, I took your idea about cup of coffee thing, right? And started to implement it. But I wanted to call it Toss a Coin to Your Witcher. And Henry Cavill messaged me and said, I can't do that. He almost sued me. So I have to come up with something else. Yes, and you're not wrong. It is old age. I am definitely getting old. Like I said, nothing I can do about it. I don't feel I look as old as I am either. So I guess that's kind of a good thing. I know mentally I'm still like 20 maybe. I've grown from 18 to like 20, but I'm still like a kid in the brain. That's awesome, Beans. He just told me you can do it. Well, thank you, Mr. Cabell. I appreciate you. See, Mister saw the same thing I did. Like I said, I stopped watching Tim Pool a while ago. I only watched it because ABL was on, but the whole thing was ABL would talk for like 3 seconds and then Tim would go back, or his goofy co-host would just talk and all that, and ABL really didn't get to talk all that much, which was disappointing. But at the same point in time, guys, and Sheree, I think your job might get harder because anytime somebody does guest star on Tim Timcast or whatever, like how ABL was on there, they get a bump on their streaming by about 10,000 viewers. So next stream that ABL does is probably going to be off the chain with people coming in. It was a joke, Beans. That was a joke. Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, I've said this about other streamers. Hey, best of luck to you, man, and wish you nothing but the best. ABL, same thing. I would love to see, a big turnout in ABL's chat and a big bump from Tim Pool. I'd like to see him grow, and I'd like to see him be successful. Only because I've watched him for enough time, and he's a decent dude, regardless if I agree with all his shit or none of his shit. The only thing is, poor Sheree, she's going to be pulling duty on that show, like just the amount of people that come in with the language. Because I was watching the language in the chat and I was like, oh, there's no mods in this chat. People are just calling Tim a cuck and a bald fuck and Rodney Poole and all kinds of stuff. I don't know who it was calling him Rodney Poole, but somebody was calling him Rodney Poole in there. I'm going to say it might have been Duke. So that's going to be a free for all. Poor Sheree is going to be like the delete button's going to get worn out. Yeah, I mean, technically YouTube can be the wild wild west too. It's just like YouTube has been around long enough where they know what's not going to fly. Rumble, I don't know about. Like I refuse to use Rumble. I definitely investigated it because at first I was thinking about going to Rumble and not you do YouTube. And what convinced me otherwise is basically if you don't have a following, Rumble will not help you to build subscribers, all that kind of stuff. People won't be able to see your show really. They have to legit search you out and everything. But if you're in the cool kids club, then Rumble promotes the shit out of you and you're going to expand your reach. So if you don't go in there like you're Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, ABL, whatever, and even ABL, he's got a million followers on YouTube, but he doesn't have a million followers on Rumble at all. Just as a grifter, he's actually politically savvy and pretty intelligent. Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. So I've said this about Tim Pool. He's not a dumb person, right? By any stretch of the imagination. I think he's quite intelligent. I think he comes up with clever twists and turns. My big problem is that I know a lot of what he does is grifty. Um, he cares about your money. He doesn't care about the viewer. At one point in time, he did actually care about his viewers, and that point in time went away when he was started making like hundreds of thousands to $1 million per month. You know, I guess that changes perspective because Tim Pool used to do some really nice stuff. Like, say your cat needed surgery and you couldn't afford it, Tim Pool would actually pay for it if you asked him. You could email him, say, look, this is my cat. Cat's got cancer. I can't afford the surgery. It's this, or we put it down. Is there anything you can do to help? And Tim Pool on the sly would send you the money for it and not talk about it publicly. He would keep that shit under wraps. So there was a point in time where he actually did really care about the people who listened to him. But money has that way of corrupting people or changing their point of view on things. And then he got too many $500 super chats. Shit changed his mind. That's fine if we got lurkers. I'm all right with lurkers. I like my lurkers. I know Bagum D said he was lurking in the background, which was nice. I haven't seen CLB, good old Sir Gigs. I'm sure he's out there. My buddy Bubba moved into an apartment and his internet wasn't hooked up. I talked to him yesterday. He said he was like, yeah, I'm going to miss your show or whatever. But, you know, I'll catch it on the replay. We at least got Stranded here tonight. Stranded's been absent and working her guts out. I like to call that the beans grind. The beans grinder. When you're working all the time and got to skip shows and stuff. That's the beans grinder. Working too hard. But I try to shout everybody out even when they're not here. Because if you do listen on the replay, how cool was it, Stranded? When I sat there, I shouted you out because I noticed you're missing all that. I was like, hope she's all right. She's probably working, blah, 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 blah. And like went into it and shouted you out. How cool was it when you listened to the replay and it was like, damn, GAM actually noticed I was missing. Was that cool or what? You know, and it's like that's a nice little change of pace. People don't recognize when I don't know why more people don't do that. When somebody's not in their chat, that's normally there or watches them pretty religiously and all this, how they don't give them a shout out. Like, hope you're all right. Hope everything's going well, probably working and all this other stuff. How nice is it when somebody shouts you out? I mean, nobody ever does that shit for me. But then again, I'm not really that. I kind of like to fade in the background nowadays. Not going to lie. I don't like getting shouted out or pointed out unless it's Steve. Steve always has a way of doing it, or Beans. Beans does it too. We'll be in the middle of a stream and I'll be like, hey, Beans, what's up? Oh, by the way, GAM, you going live on Sunday? Yeah, everybody check out GAM on Thursdays and Sundays. Steve does that shit. Like, you guys crack me up with it. I'm like, God damn it. Like, you get me all like, God, I want to say the buzzard's name is Cecil for some reason. Isn't his name Cecil? But the buzzard from Bugs Bunny cartoon, my mama done told me, get something for dinner. And out of nowhere, you guys will do that shout out for my stream, and I'll be like, nope, 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 nope. That's Duke. I have to keep your name in my mouth because if not, I know how you roll, homie. You'll try and put something else in there, and I don't want that in my mouth. Oh, it's okay, Stranded. I understand. Just know that you'll always get shouted out on a Sunday, and it'll always be there when you catch the replay or whenever you can. That's fine. I'm completely all right with it. Know you're missed. That's all. Dude, yeah, Steve, you do too. Like you pick the it's funny. Your timing will be hilarious. Cause you work it in there and that shit is like natural. Like you're just like, oh, we're shouting people out right now? Well, here you go. I got a shout out. This is Street Beats. I can't call you Street Beats though, Steve. Like as much as I like joking around about that, because we already have a Street Beats. He calls in from the Home Depot parking lot and tells everybody what a customer just said to him while he's collecting carts out in the parking area. Fucking Bean is over there quoting some Ice Cube. Today was a good day. I didn't even have to use my AK. Today was a good day. Then we rolled bones, and I'm yelling domino. My favorite part about that song is the way it ends, where he's like, yo, what the fuck am I saying? And then, like, just goes right back into it. Oh, yeah. And I don't doubt that, Stranded. Like, you get, like, Beans, it, like I said, you're pulling the Bean shift. Beans, like, works her butt off, but she'll be listening the whole time. She's out there on her scooter or moped, riding around, delivering Uber Eats, just like, damn, Gam's talking about that shit again. What the fuck? What's wrong with you, Gam? Switch up the subject. Like, wait till I can type, then I'm chewing your ass out. Like, what do you mean that you don't listen to Biggie or Tupac? You don't care about that music? What the fuck? What's wrong with him? Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, you know what? That's just it. Mister, what do you got going on in Chicago? Are you not home? Because the the big ones where you're going to get a lot of this protesting that's coming up, the big spots to watch will be Portland, Portland, Washington State. Probably, I don't know about Washington, D.C. I think that shit's going to be a little bit more calm. But Chicago, Minnesota, and New York, those are going to be like epicenter spots, in my opinion. I think they were trying to pull some shit in Florida, but Ron DeSantis is already all over it. Um, all over it like Bill Clinton with an intern in the Oval Office. I think he's just like going after it already. Like, yep, go ahead, screw around. You do anything outside of normal protesting, and we will just break your ass and deploy the National Guard immediately and punch your ticket. Yeah, well, exactly, Beans. It's going to be the same places during the last riots because that's where they were. I don't want to say the most effective, but the most tolerated is the way I would put it. Like they let them riot. Like Pritzker definitely lets them riot. Hochul, um, Walls, like all those guys, all the like hardcore lefty Democrat stuff lets that shit go on and doesn't try to quell it. Doesn't try to cut it back. I mean, I guess that's by design. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, shit, I missed yellow. Well, of course, Tupac went down after he left Digital Underground, Mister. All in all, it's just the same song. I mean, his nose was big like a pickle, still getting paid. Get laid by the ladies, you know I'm in charge. Full time living in his nose is large. see, like, I don't, these were different though. So, like, and like I said, maybe it's just because Trump sent in the National Guard as early as he did, but these riots were mild, in my opinion. Like watching them, I was like, compared to, Summer of Love, where they were seizing control of the city and like actively like ripping the fence out in Portland and stuff. I was like, this is kind of mild. Still not good, but definitely a lot milder. And again, I think that's because Trump acted. But I'm at this point, I'm more curious to see the response that Iran gives to Israel and to see how they play this, how all that shit plays out. I think that's going to be more interesting than riots in America. If anything, they might use the riots in America to mute out that news. I don't think so, but it's definitely a possibility. And any which way you slice it, this is all going to be Trump's fault and Orange Man bad. Oh yeah, Eugene. That's just it. Yeah, Ben Shapiro. He's like Tim Pool picks like 3 super chats or something like that per show to read, even though he gets like 500 of them. And of those 3, it better be a $500 super chat that he's reading. That's the only reason he's even going to kind of glance at it. People like Ben Shapiro, they don't even fucking care about that super chat shit. He does not give 0 fucks, which is disgusting to me. It's like I get to a point where I'm monetized and you send me a super chat. Not only am I reading it right away and responding to it and thanking you, even if there's 2,000 of them, I'll sit here for like 6 hours just reading super chats and like responding to them. Because I feel that if somebody's willing to send me their hard earned paycheck like that, a chunk of it, then the least I could do is acknowledge them, thank them, and respond to their question kind of thoughtfully or laugh at whatever joke they told or whatever. Well, if it's a funny joke. If not, I'd be like, not funny. Did you say your belly's full now? I'm guessing it's a full because you stuffed it stupid with food. Is that what we're saying here? Yeah, I don't know, guys. Crazy, crazy shit. We are definitely living an interesting time. I will tell you this much though: be glad that Trump won that election. Because could you imagine what would be happening right now if Kamala was in charge? Like how bad all this shit would have gone already. Like we're only like what 130 days into this presidency. Can you imagine? Like California would have burned down and Kamala would have been too drunk to even answer the call. I mean, granted, there weren't all that many riots, but that's one of those things. That's how I can always tell. That's how you can tell that some rich Democrat has their hand in this pot because you didn't get riots and stuff like that under Joe Biden. It wasn't because there wasn't lawlessness. It's because he didn't actually activate any of the military, the police, anything else. He didn't back them. Can I say, Fitty, Tree Fitty? I sent you Tree Fitty. And he came walking up to me. He said, Tree Fitty. You get 45 cents? Is that what it is, Beans? Yeah. Kamala was in charge, I really do think that it all just would have just blown up. Like everything would have blown up. And she would have been giggling about it and given some kind of speech like talking about the passage of time of the bombs. You got to understand the bombs went detonated with the passage of time. And during the passage of time that the bombs detonated, there was a huge detonation from the passage of time. Like what? What are you talking about? You're not it. Yes, Eugene. Penguin Zero, like, yo, so that guy, 16.9 million followers, right? Anybody who super chats him or because he dual streams on Twitch. So I don't know what it is on Twitch either, but anybody who super chats him, he pauses, he thanks him, and reads it. So if you're telling me a guy with 16.9 million can do it, a guy with 3 million or 4 million or whatever Tim Pool has should be able to do it. And he doesn't, because he doesn't really give a fuck. He just wants your loot. And there's nothing wrong with that, but be upfront about it. Don't tell people you give a fuck when you actually really don't. You don't care. And you're right, Steve. That's just it. That's how you know that the Dems have some kind of hand in this operation. Because, and I'm going to say, like, if it was J.D. Vance in the office, they'd be doing the same shit. Because to them, it's justified because it's Orange Man bad. He's a bad man. Okay, so let me see. That would mean that this is black, and this is blue. Such a weird patterning on this color. The rim is, ooh, I said rim. Haha, I make funny that I don't mean to make. This rim here is blue, or black, blue. Gotta try and keep it uniform before I get the metallics on there. You guys ever, I don't know, I'm sure you guys have probably seen the Cartier family. They did a reaction video to Metallica, Master of Puppets, the other day. And I was like screaming at the screen. Shaft, shut your mouth. Stutter boy. Did you say Slutter Boy or Stutter Boy? Stutter Boy Pool. I thought you said Slutter Boy. I'm like, what's a Slutter Boy? I mean, that's just it. What piece are you speaking, Steve? Like telling people how fucking stupid they are? Like, you guys are fucking retarded. Yeah, trust me, I'd like I said, I'm moving my shopping date till tomorrow night from normally we go out early ass Saturday morning, but because all this shit's planned, they've announced their plans and they actually got permitting to have their protests. That's how this place works. Like they went and filled out the paperwork to get shit for the protests. Saying, yes, we will be protesting from this time to this time. Is that okay? Well, yes, here's a permit for it. Right? But this way, I don't get myself into that situation because, not going to lie, I'm walking by and somebody gets in my wife's face. Man, you better pray to God that you're using that constitutional carry because I am going to just fucking make you swallow your teeth. Like, I'll pull mine out and throw them on the ground and then knock yours out and put them in my mouth. Like, I'm that guy. Yeah, see, like I agree, Steve. The whole thing is I don't know either. I don't know who's going to catch feelings one way or the other about this. Because okay, so one of the big things I've seen with these riots, and maybe somebody can help me here and prove different to me, because I have just haven't seen it. But they keep saying, like, even Gavin Newsom said, like, go after criminals or whatever, but leave that 4-year-old girl alone. Like, I don't remember them coming there and grabbing a 4-year-old girl when they grabbed the 40 people out of your state that started this whole bullshit. What are you talking about, Gavin Newsom? Are you talking about the 4-year-old that the mother decided was going to go with her when she was deported? Because they didn't go actively at that 4-year-old, you fucking buffoon. Like, she's Tom Holman said this. We're going after the major criminals. Now, if that major criminal's hanging out with other people that are here illegally, they're collateral and they go with them because they're here illegally. They broke the law. But we're not actively seeking them at this point. We're just trying to get the bigger fish out. Eugene, Jesus Christ. I have not heard her called that in a long time. Like, dear Lord. I forgot about good old Lids. We'll just call her. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? God damn it, mister. Why you got to do that to me? That's the sound of the men working on the chain gang. One beat for sweet. That's the sound of the men. Boom, boom. Working on the chain gang. I mean, you got to love it. One beat for sweet. I have not seen it. What was the name of that movie? It had Charlie Sheen. They were all in a military encampment. Wasn't that shit called Cadence? Had Lawrence Fishburne? Hey Smurf, what's going on there, buddy? Yeah, there you go. It's called Cadence. Great movie. Yeah, yeah. Because Charlie Sheen gets thrown in there because he technically damaged military equipment. He got like an 8-ball tattooed on the back of his hand or something like that, right? Just grab my Amazon. Um, yeah, man. I still can't believe. So yeah, Smurf. While we're live, I'm talking about, they're probably going to attack Iran or something's going to, and next thing you know, they attacked Iran, dude. They went and they attacked Iran. What the fuck? Now my question is, they've been saying for about 3 weeks that Iran, they have a nuclear bomb. They can have it ready in like 2 weeks. 2 weeks. How come the nuke didn't go off yet, guys? If that were the case, it's been long enough. Like if they launch a nuke there, how bad would it be? I mean, what else would get wiped out? Like if you look at where Israel's positioned, if you drop a nuclear on Israel, it's not good. Oh no, I agree, Beans. I agree with the common. Like I was going over that. I watched a movie called The BB Files, and like they go into it and everything else, and it's not good. I don't even think it's just Israel itself. It's really Netanyahu is what it comes down to. It doesn't even come down to the entire state, the IDF, anything else, because a lot of the Israelis are protesting and trying to get Bibi out of power. Like they're all, I mean, they had the entire street flooded with protesters at one time, like on that video, on that movie or whatever documentary. And like they had a big flag that they unfurled that was like the flag of Israel and it said SOS on it. Oh, yes. Sheree, that is a amazing call right there. You need you need gifts in the chat. Like definitely gifts. Got to do some gifts. That would be cool. I don't know why. Well, actually, I do know why they haven't implemented it because they do everything with a video on demand feature. So that stuff would be, it would overwhelm their servers, basically, just the information stored. Even though the gifts are like small or whatever, it would just stack up. And some of those gifts are like, then you run into copyright and trademark and all that kind of bit. So it's bad enough that their AI now can detect if I run a song for 10 seconds, somebody else's song, they'll hit me up and say, yes, you're playing copyrighted music. Please take it down or do this or do that. If you did that shit with GIFs, they'd be like, yeah, Disney is hitting you because you ran a GIF from Song of the South or something. Yep. Yeah, that's true too, Beans. They wouldn't be able to censor if you've got a GIF up there and a meme. Can't really censor that. You can censor somebody's speech, like the actual words being typed out, by putting in Boolean words, basically, like on a ban list. You wouldn't be able to censor the GIF itself, though. Especially anybody can write anything on a GIF and post it in there. It's crazy how that stuff breaks down, though, isn't it, guys? It all breaks down by words. Just very, very odd. Very, very odd. Like, yeah, there's a lot of odd things that happen on these YouTubes. Jesse Lee Peterson's beta, because you can hear it in your head whenever it pops up. That's very, very true. Snap my fucking ankle and back into place. Like there are some gifts that when they pop up, you just hear it in your head. Like whenever I do the Rick James gift, I can hear it. All I hear is a slap. I'm Rick James, bitch. Enjoy yourself. Like always, every time, never fails. Some things, some things you can show somebody an image. Like I can't remember who it was. Like you can't show an image and not, and like an image can't develop a sound of its own, and then they'll show you an image, and you're just like, oh yeah, immediately the sound came into my head. But yeah, back to it because Six gave me a pretty good suggestion with that color me Kubrick. Do you guys have any other movies that you think I haven't seen that could be cool? Darkness is spreading. Yeah, exactly. Like, or you post a Rick James image Smurf, and it's just cocaine is a hell of a drug sticks in your head. Just immediately comes to mind like cocaine is a hell of a drug. Scarface 1 2 of okay, I reloaded. Sweet Home Alabama with Reese Witherspoon. Yeah, seen it. I've seen that one. Definitely seen that one. Yep. I think you told me about that one, Duke. Seven Psychopaths. Yeah, because I confused it with, I can't remember what movie it was. There was another one, Lucky Number. Was it Lucky Number 11? I confused it with another movie, and I can't remember what the other movie was. Amazon Women on the Moon. You said good bake movie. That movie, honestly, if you Amazon Women on the Moon, you have to watch that one in conjunction with the Kentucky Fried Movie because they kind of go together. Like I get a kick out of the beginning of Amazon Women on the Moon with Arsenio Hall when he gets electrocuted and his hair goes all like fuzzy on the one part. Eight Heads in a Duffel Bag with Joe Pesci. Yeah, that's a classic. That one's fun. Yeah, that is, Arsenio skit in that movie was one of the best ones. I got one for you guys. If you guys like action movies, one of the best action movies in recent memory outside of the John Wick phenomena was a movie called Sisu, Sisu, and it's a Finnish film, and it's set at the end of World War II, and like it's basically like the Norwegian version of Rambo is the way I would put it. 9.5 weeks, Mister. You can keep your hat on. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. That was Matthew McConaughey and oh god, what's her name? Fucking Goldie Hawn's daughter. I can't remember her name. Yeah, like that one is kind of funny. It's not a great movie, but it was funny. Wedding Crashers is hysterical. Um, it's like old school. Like they came out right around the same time. I want to say old school was amazing too. I always got a kick out of Vince Vaughn. Always watching, judging. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. Great, good job. You're going to choose one vagina for the rest of your life. Think about this, Frank. Kate Hudson. Yes, that's her name. My Big Fat Greek Wedding. I've seen it. I honestly wasn't a big fan of that. Wasn't the sequel called My Big Fatter Greek or My Fatter Greek Wedding or something like that? My Big Fatter Greek Wedding. Like it was okay. A lot of people got all amped about it. Same thing with Bridesmaids. I thought that was funny, but a lot of people got hyped up on that a lot more than I thought it was worth getting hyped on. Like it was still a funny movie. A Time to Kill. I know that one. Um, that was a Grisham novel originally, wasn't it? And they turned it into a movie, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember what it was about. I want to say it was about a lawyer. Well, it would be if it was a Grisham. Um, but I can't remember. I can't remember what happens in that one. I get a couple of those confused. Like Time to Kill, Mississippi Burning's another one that I get confused with it. And there's another one with Richard Gere and Ed Norton Jr. where Ed Norton is Primal Fear, I think it's called. U571 is actually a really good old school war movie. True Romance is a fucking classic. Okay, so funny thing, since you mentioned True Romance, one, it was written by Quentin Tarantino. He didn't direct it, but he wrote it. That was the movie that made him decide that he could direct a movie, but he actually wrote the script to it. Which, knowing that and looking at some of the interactions in it and the conversation style, you can tell it's got Quentin Tarantino's fingerprints all over it. But that's why, if you've ever seen Kill Bill, the one thing I love about Quentin Tarantino is this: he knows his B movies, he knows his old school like blaxploitation, back when the martial arts craze was real big or whatever. There was a guy named Sonny Chiba who is definitely one of the best swordsmen in the world at this point. But Sonny Chiba did a string of movies called the Street Fighter series. So it was Street Fighter, Street Fighter 2, and then the Street Fighter's Last Revenge, and then Sister Street Fighter, which he wasn't really involved in. But the main character, Sonny Chiba, in True Romance, that's the movie that he's in there watching when he meets up. Christian Slater's character is watching. And it's, like I said, it's got the hallmarks of Quentin Tarantino all over True Romance. One of my favorite scenes in there is when Brad Pitt is playing the stoner, and like the guy comes in and I want to say it's James Gandolfini too, who comes in and starts talking shit to him. And he's like laying on the couch and he's all stoned. And like he comes in, he's like, yo, where's, Richie or whatever? And he's like, not here. He's like, yeah, where'd they go? I don't know. Okay, whatever. And then James Gandolfini says something to him and leaves. And Brad Pitt, like, soon as James Gandolfini's character, I want to say it's James Gandolfini's character, leaves the room, Brad Pitt's like, don't you condescend me, man. I'll fuck you up, man. And then just goes back to smoking weed. Yes, we like, that's just it. I got to set up that call in stuff. Every Doomsday movie. My Cousin Benny is amazing. Matter of fact, Marissa Tomei won the Academy Award for Best Actress. I want to say, or Best Supporting Actress with My Cousin Benny. Backdraft was hot. Yeah, Ron Howard directed movie. That was pretty good about the arsonist. That's your favorite scene, Duke? Was the when the gangsters come in? I like the scene when they get a hold of Christian Slater's father, was played by God, I almost called him Peter Fonda. I can't remember the actor's name. Classic. He was an Easy Rider along with Peter Fonda. But that dude, and it's going to bug me till I remember his name. But they like tie him up to a chair, and it's Christopher Walken interrogating him, and like he goes into the whole thing about the Moors conquering Sicily and all that stuff. Lord of the Rings Return of the King, only the extended edition, in my opinion, is worth watching. You get more of the scene from when he gets the army of the undead. Anything with Pauly Shore. Encino Man, Biodome. Actually, there was a point in time where it started to go downhill for Pauly Shore, but his original, like his early ones, then he started doing like In the Army. That wasn't that great. Yeah, Loving a 45. Fucking, I use, as dumb as Biodome is, I really love Biodome, Steve. I like some of M. Night Shyamalan's, but unfortunately, he's not. I love my Twilight Zone episodes, so anytime there was a twist, I would nail the twist 90% out. Like, oh, okay, this is going to be the twist in this one. There's only a couple of them where he got me. Like Glass, I'd had no idea it was going to be a sequel to Unbreakable. Stuff like that. I was like, where's the twist? And then it came into after credits stinger. Mr. Pop Quiz. Yeah, Dennis Hopper. Pop Quiz Hot Shot. Good old Speed with Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves and Hopper. Yeah, Stranded. You're 100% right. It's Dennis Hopper. That's who I could not think of for the life of me. Yep, the son-in-law. What was the one where they were? Was it the son-in-law where they were on the farm stranded? I know that was a Pauly Shore movie. I just trying to remember. I think the cover of that one was him holding a pitchfork and they're on the farm for some reason. Collateral, Collateral with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Um, yeah, was never a big Zoolander guy. The original Point Break, Mister. Are you serious? Because that's a fun movie. Yeah, Johnny Utah. The original Point Break was good. The remake was not very good. Michael Douglas and Falling Down. Yeah, Defense. Dude, that movie. That was my uncle. I swear to God, it was my uncle. Blue Velvet was good. What did Eugene say? Yeah, the 50 Shades movie, I know of them and I've not personally watched them because I had just had no interest. I was like, ooh, you're edgy. Then again, not made for guys like me. They were made for women. Few Good Men's a classic. Spanglish, yeah, the Adam Sandler, Fun with Dick and Jane. Yep. Yeah, you know what? You're right, mister. I didn't even think about that one. Okay, was that called Collateral or was that Changing Lanes with Tom Cruise and Jamie Foxx? Because I thought Collateral was Arnold Schwarzenegger and there's an attack and his daughter or something like that gets killed in it. And because I just remember Arnold yelling, "I'll give you collateral damage." Yes, Pauly Shore is Dead. I've seen that one. It was actually kind of funny. Mulholland Drive was by the same guy who did Twin Peaks and God, what was the name of the Twin Peaks movie? Which Twin Peaks was a weird fucking show, and the movie was pretty fucking weird. Mulholland Drive was weird too. Bedazzled with Brendan Fraser, I want to say it was, and I'm trying to remember the chick's name, British chick, where she played the devil. Truman Show was cool with Jim Carrey. Changing Lanes is Ben Affleck. Okay, thank you, Sheree. I knew like Changing Lanes, Collateral, and now I'm trying to think of that one. Oh yes, Duke. I know what you're talking about. Is that the name of the movie? Is Collateral? And I'm guessing that means the one with Schwarzenegger must be Collateral Damage. Fire Walk with Me. That is the Twin Peaks movie. Good call, Mister. 13 going on. There was a movie back in the day, being said 13 going on 30. Yeah. There was a movie back in the day that had George Burns in it, and he switches bodies with his grandson. It's like a Freaky Friday thing, and it's called 18 again. And that one was pretty funny. And yes, Mister Elizabeth Hurley, the chick that was dating guy from SNL, Pete Davidson, I think his name is. Goodwill Hunting is it was actually a really good movie. Robin Williams was fantastic in that. Oh, Memento. So on the DVD for Memento, there was a code that you could put in. There's a secret code. You could probably look it up on Google. And if you own the DVD, you put in the code and you could watch the movie in reverse order. So it all makes sense if you can't figure it out because you know how it goes from the end of the movie to the beginning of the movie. And thinking about it, Christopher Nolan doing a movie where time switches up like that, that was basically the background behind Tenant when he did that one, or Tenet. Mr. Deeds. There's actually two versions of Mr. Deeds. There's an older version, and then there's the Adam Sandler version. Keep keep the lady's name out your mouth in Collateral. Okay, fair. Outsiders is a classic that was the one that launched like Patrick Swayze, um, Be Cool Pony Boy. Who was it? C. Michael Howell. Is that his name? C. Thomas Howell. Basketball Diaries was good. 7 grams was a decent one. That was an interesting one. The Devil's Advocate, the speech for in that movie. My God, Pacino. Look, but don't touch. Touch, but don't taste. Taste, but don't swallow. And when you're dancing from one foot to the other, he's up there laughing his sick fucking ass off at you. 6 Degrees of Separation, yes. Legend of Bagger Vance too was another one that Will Smith was in where he played the caddy. Fight Club is a classic. Gangs of New York with DiCaprio and oh God, what's her name? She was in Charlie's Angels, something about Mary. Daniel Day Lewis was amazing in that movie. Outsiders, I don't think DiCaprio was in it. I think he was still too young at that point to be in that movie. There's one called 7 grams and there's one called 21 grams. National Treasure with, Nicolas Cage. Yeah, they're classics. Enemy of the State. Yeah, that was a decent one. Dude, the only thing is with old DiCaprio movies, what always screws me up is what's eating Gilbert Grape, right? Because unfortunately, that's the way I always saw Leonardo DiCaprio from that point because he played Arnie in it, who was mentally challenged. Where's Arnie? Every time I see DiCaprio, that's kind of what goes through my head. I'm not going to lie a little. Like he just played somebody with mental issues a little. It's it's the whole Tropic Thunder. You never go full retard. Like he went full retard for that role, and it didn't define his career, but I can't ever unsee it again. Like unfortunately, Take Shelter, was that the one? Yeah, that's the one with the father that is kind of going cuckoo. Apocalypto, that was okay. I wasn't like a big super huge fan of that. There was actually one, I think it was called Escape from Easter Island, something like this. And like that one was interesting. Had the dude who was in Dragon, the Bruce Lee story in it. The guy who actually played Bruce Lee was in it. And like they had the Olmec heads and all that kind of stuff that they were building. And they're like, yes, we need to build another one to the god and give it a bigger hat. Steve, that movie is called Requiem for a Dream. Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street's probably my favorite DiCaprio movie. Yeah, you got that one. Everybody was big on Shutter Island. I always like Wolf of Wall Street. I thought he was fantastic in it, especially the part where he thinks he's driving the car perfect and he's all fucked up and like drove it into everything on the way. Yes, Requiem for a Dream is one of the greatest movies you can watch one time and then should never watch again because it's so dark watching these people with hopes and dreams start to attain them. And then by the end of the movie, everything just watching how those dreams collapse and those people end up in like the worst possible circumstance. Yeah, because that actually had, I want to say it was Marlon Wayans in it, Wreck for a Dream. It had Jennifer Connelly. Um, I can't remember what the other guy's name is. He's like a junkie or whatever, and he's the one who keeps stealing his mom's TV and pawning it. But it wasn't crack; it was heroin. Yes, Steve, I did see the movie Kids, which was dark as shit. But even darker, did you ever see the one the director did after he did Kids? It was called Bully. That one's even darker, in my opinion. Like it was just really, really dark. Kids was like oh shit, but like Bully was like holy shit. Yeah, Gummo was a weird one. That's like people bring up Gummo. They also usually bring up Eraserhead at the same point in time, or Pink Flamingos with Divine, the drag queen. They usually come up about the same points in time. Yeah, Inception was cool. That's Christopher Nolan. Um, Inception was cool, but it got a little too. You're in a dream, in a dream, in a dream, in a dream, and all this got a little out of hand at certain points, in my opinion. The Man of Steel. Smurf said, I like Man of Steel. It was cool. Like, I liked the way that Superman broke Zod's neck and then cried into Lois Lane's crotch. It was amazing. Yeah, Eraserhead, a lot of people, that's another one of those that people are like, oh, yeah, man, such a weird movie, but man, it's kind of cool. And like there were certain movies like Kids was in that category too, where people are like, "Oh my god, you ever see Kids? It's so out there and wild and stuff." And it was like, "Yeah, I got you. It's kind of shock value." Eraserhead's one of those. There is another one that I saw when I was a kid. It's got Peter Weller in it, and I had to watch it again when I was older because I didn't understand it, couldn't grasp it, the concept of it. But it was called Naked Lunch. Yeah, that's just it, Steve. A lot of those movies they're weird and they're dark, and as you get older, you go back and look at them, and you're like, why did I think this was like so badass when I was a kid? And it might have just had a taboo connotation when you were young, and as an adult, it just doesn't hit the same. Yeah, Naked Lunch had Peter Weller, and he had a drink. I'm going to say this word. Hopefully, I don't get completely knocked off the net for it. But he would drink something called mugwump jism, and it would make him like hallucinate and trip. It was like a drug that they were addicted to. The Sandlot, Holes. Holes is great. I still can't believe Holes is Shia LaBeouf when he's a kid. Willem Burroughs. Dinner with Andre. I don't know which one that is, Mister. Like I that one I don't know. You might actually have me there. The only Andre I know was a seal and a little girl. I remember that one. I don't remember Dinner with Andre. Yeah, kids, kids. That was the whole thing. If you were around that age range and saw it, it resonated with you. But as an adult, it does and it doesn't. Like you can kind of think back to that time, but it doesn't hit like it did when you were a kid. Because back then, because the big factor in that was the AIDS angle to the whole thing, right? To the HIV AIDS thing and all that. And nowadays, there's actually technically there's no cure for it, but they have it manageable. Yeah, exactly, Mister. Exactly. Like it hit a lot different because that's a lot of you go back and watch some of those old commercials that I show here and there, and they're talking about like you having unprotected sex is killing people and blah blah blah, and just we lived in a time where that shit was super terrifying, and it was drilled into us that you had unprotected sex, you were basically going to catch AIDS and die. Yeah, I want to say Tom Hanks. Didn't Tom Hanks win an Oscar for that? I could be wrong, but I thought he won an Oscar for that movie for some reason. I don't know why I think he won an Oscar. I know the theme song or whatever was definitely nominated. Streets of Philadelphia. But yeah, that was a dark one. Dallas Buyers Club. That's another good one that's about AIDS, drugs, and all that stuff. Yeah, he won for. Yeah, you're right. Forrest Gump, I know he won for. He won for that, and maybe Private Ryan. Was it Private Ryan he won for? I know he won the third Oscar for something. Yeah, the McConaughey AIDS movie is the Dallas Buyers Club, Shrek. Yeah, the actual star in that one that was like, holy shit, what an amazing performance was Jared Leto. Worst Joker ever on screen, but he was amazing in that movie. The one where he gets stuck in the airport terminal. Mystery Men, that's a good one with the bowler where she had her. It was Janine Garofalo, and she has her dad's skull in the bowling ball. Maybe that was it, Stranded. Maybe I think Stranded has it. Maybe it wasn't Saving Private Ryan. It was Castaway. That sounds right to me for some reason. That would be the third one Tom Hanks won the award for. Because it was just him and, nobody even nominated Wilson the volleyball. Well, yes, because, okay, I don't want to get real graphic here, Eugene. There's a definitive reason why it was tied to gays and drug users, because in particular heroin addicts, right? Because there is blood and fluid that's exchanged in both those things, and it was the easiest way to spread the AIDS virus was between those two things, and everybody regulated it to the gay community and heroin addicts back then, not realizing that you could have just straight sex and pass it that way. Yeah, there you go, Stranded. That's right. Yeah, you're 1,000% right on that. She was baby bowler. Yeah, Gruffafluffla. Wait, Gruffafluffo. Is that what that word is, Steve? Garofalofo. What? What? Yeah, the Bina. Those are Bina just ripping out some animateds. Big Hero 6. I wasn't a big fan of that one. Brave, Tangled, Garofalofo. Flow. Ghost Rider, like Nicolas Cage, should still remain. If they bring him into the MCU, I want Nicolas Cage playing the Ghost Rider. I'm not gonna lie. I think I think he captured the character and the fun of it. Yeah, Brave. Yeah, Disney. I don't know. I think that's actually more Pixar than Disney. I mean, technically Disney Pixar, but Pixar, unfortunately, their last couple batches of movies have not been very good. They've been like mid at best. That would be The Art of War, Steve. That's the one where Nicolas Cage was. Actually, he was in a movie I watched recently that was pretty good, but very psychedelic and weird, and it was called Mandy. Very odd movie, but Nicolas Cage in that one, he was actually pretty good in it. Like his Nicolas Cage being it was the most Nicolas Cage in that movie. So it wasn't terrible. Bugs Life, Ants, Toy Story. Yeah, I mean, Ants was the one with the Woody Allen knockoff, right? That one I don't think was Pixar. I can't. I think it was Bugs Life was Pixar, and then Ants was. That's the one where Maddie Smurf played the one ant, like the big ant. Oh wait, that wasn't Maddie Smurf. That was Sylvester Stallone playing the big ant. But yeah, I want to say it was like Woody Allen playing the other ant, wasn't it? Yeah, Face Off was that. That's a classic with John Travolta and Nicolas Cage. I don't know about all the X Men movies. X Men 3 was a fucking hot mess, shit the bed disaster. They fucked up. They can't get the Phoenix right. Like, that's the one thing. Like, same thing when they did the reboot and did the X Men First Class. It just, they don't do Phoenix well for some reason. Like the entire Phoenix Force, they've never captured it quite right. Like it's same thing with Galactus, and I think Fantastic Four is going to remedy that, but I also think Fantastic Four is going to be total dog shit. But I think Galactus will at least be represented kind of right in it, you know. Um, but yeah, like I always hate the way they do the Phoenix in the X Men movies and stuff. They don't land it right. They don't land that plane. I don't know if it was Look Who's Talking. Supposedly there was a ghost in Three Men and the Baby, and it turned out that that was actually a setup. Like they had somebody stand in the background on set to make it look like a ghost. You see, American Made, Avatar, and I'm guessing you're not talking about the last Airbender. You're talking about blue monkeys on planet Pandora, right? The original Avatar movie, when that came out, I remember seeing it in the theater, and I felt like I was on that planet. And I thought it was amazing. The 3D was amazing and everything else for the time. It really made you feel like you were transported to a different world. The plot line was kind of generic, was kind of dances of wolves in outer space. But then I I tried watching that again at home, and it isn't as good. And it took me a while because I had the 3D HD TV and all that kind of shit, and the glasses and the whole nine yards at home, and the full Dolby 8.1 surround, whole nine yards. Like really try to recreate the theater with that one. And unfortunately, what I realized is that unless you're actually in the movie theater watching it, something it's not built for home viewing. So it's a good movie, but only if you see it in the theater. And like IMAX in particular was astounding. Like just wow. But anything outside of that, it's just so so. Pirates of the Caribbean, I didn't like on Stranger Shores. I want to say I liked Ian McShane as Blackbeard. Thought that was fantastic. Hated Penelope Cruz in that movie, and the plot line was just so so. Same thing with the last Pirates movie they did with Blackbeard or with Barbossa's daughter. It was a decent movie, but it just wasn't great. Like it could have been great and just was not great. Wow, really, Steve? How do you get mad at Idiocracy? Like it's pretty much, it's kind of where the world's been headed for a minute now. Like so much so that Mike Judge was able to write that movie ahead of time. Like it kind of all makes sense too. It's a sad movie, really, because it does kind of reflect humanity. Definitely one of those movies that makes you stop and think about, like, oh shit, is the human race fucked? Like, am I going to just from now on stop painting things and my entire show is going to be like, hey, love your show, and then you guys just line up and kick me square in the nuts? Really, Duke? Yeah, a lot of these movies you haven't seen. I mean, there's good stuff in, I'm gonna say, almost everything that we've gone, like listed here. There's some good. There's a lot of good stuff in parts of the movie. Like even if it's just one line or two. One of the movies that I'm surprised nobody really even talks about, but was a fantastic movie in my opinion, was a movie called Baby Driver. Like it was uh it was kind of a cool heist movie. Beavis and Butthead do Vegas. Wait, is that a newer one? Because I thought it was Beavis and Butthead do America. Spider-Man movies? Which ones are we talking about, Eugene? You got to be a little bit more specific because, okay, you have the '70s made for TV, made in Japan movies, right? Then you had the Sam Raimi trilogy, Spider-Man 1, 2, 3. Then you had the Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. Then you have the modern day Tom Holland Sony made Spider-Man home series, basically, is what they call them, I think. So you have Homecoming, No Way Home, and oh God, what's the other one? Fly with me, lesbian seagull. Yes, mister. Seven. I don't think anybody's mentioned seven. What a spectacular fucking ending, you know? When they're like, oh, when Brad Pitt turns to Kevin Spacey, he's just like, yeah, we would have caught you. And he's like, I had to walk into the police station with blood pouring from my hands, and you guys still didn't even notice. It wasn't until I screamed out for you that you even came close to catching me. Lethal Weapon series is one of my favorite series of all time. Die Hard's, it's up there. But honestly, I think after they did the one with Samuel L. Jackson, Die Hard with a Vengeance, they should have stopped. That should have been the last one they did in that series. What's in the box? What's in the box? Yeah. Good old. Well, there's supposed to be a Lethal Weapon 5 with Mel Gibson directing it, right? They've said that he's probably going to do it. They have to do that shit soon, though, because honestly, good old Danny Glover is too old for this shit now. Like, you thought he was old before. Look at him now. But yeah, I always loved the Lethal Weapon series. Riggs was always like one of my favorite characters. And to be honest with you, there's a couple scenes in there when he leaps and stuff that it's like if they had made him Wolverine back in the day, like they did an X-Men movie, he would have been perfect for the role. Now he's way, way too old for it. District 9, there was, well, technically Roundabout, there was a sequel, Stranded. It was called Elysium, but it's same director. And then they did another one with a robot. And I can't remember. It was like a one word, like happy or herpy, or wasn't herpy. But it was made by Neil Blomkamp or Bloomcomp, whatever the dude's name is. But they did have another one that was like that. The Untouchables with get out of here, you dago bastard. When they go to get a hold of Sean Connery's character, the Irish dude. And he's like, that's when he dies. And the best part in that was Kevin Costner up on the roof with the guy who played Frank Nitti, who gunned down Sean Connery's character. And they're up on the roof, and he's like, he squealed, you know. He squealed like he screamed, you know, when he died. What? He squealed and screamed like a stuck pig. I killed that pig. And then Kevin Costner grabs him and throws him off the roof. And he's like, did it sound like that? And then he goes into the courthouse, and they're like, where's Nitti at? And he's like, he's in the car. Because he threw him off the roof into the car. It's fucking great. Django Unchained. Amazing. Hunt for Red October is a classic with Sean Connery. That was actually part of the Jack Ryan series of films. Smoking Aces, Fury, the one with the tank, yeah. Yeah, Duke. Smoking Aces is the one that I thought was 7 Psychopaths, by the way. Capone was a very, very nice man, unless you crossed him in business. Then he had to take care of business. But most mafiosos, if you ever get to meet one, know that you pay them respect, just flat out. Always pay them their respect. And don't fuck them on business. And don't fuck around with business with them. That's all. Most mafiosos are actually like family men. So I could believe that, Steve, 110% that Capone wasn't a terrible, shitty person. I think if you fucked with him, Meyer Lansky, Lucky Luciano, Gino Genovese, what's his name? Vito Genovese. If you fuck with any of those guys on business, man, you're done. So this is going to be controversial when I say it, but it's fucking true when you really break it down. Back when the mob ran things, yeah, you had crime and all that, but you didn't have crime like you do now, where because people were afraid to step out of line with the mob, like they would correct that bullshit criminal and put them in their place. You know what I mean? They did watch out for their neighborhood. They were very family oriented. Just saying, I think it might have been a little bit better in some of these places when the mob was actually in control. They were very anti-drug. Like if you got into drugs or whatever. Now, granted, that changed with the newer guys that came in and took over from the older guys. They saw it as a faster way to make money, but that's also part of what took them all down. But old school mobsters, they didn't fuck with drugs like that. Now, you could kind of say alcohol and bootlegging and all that, yes. But when it came to like coke and all that kind of stuff, they saw it as beneath them. Hoffa with Jack Nicholson is Hoffa. That wasn't a bad movie. Yeah. So Casino I like, but I like Goodfellas a lot better. And I don't know, because I knew guys that were legit like caricatures of people directly from Goodfellas when I was a kid. And I guess that's why I like, because I could relate more to Goodfellas than I could to Casino. Yeah, Departed was a decent one. That was DiCaprio in there too, right? DiCaprio and Marky Mark in the Funky Bunch. Well, what's fucked up about Goodfellas is that, you know, um, the main character in there, Henry Hill, that's like based all on a true story. That was actually, he was a mob informant that flipped, or he flipped to an informant on the mob, but was in there with him for a long ass time. I think so. For some reason, Stranded, that sounds right. Carlito's Way. Yeah, that's an old school good one. That's Al Pacino. Back in the day, actually, it's funny because he played a cop and a good guy in Dick Tracy, and then flipped over and was Benjamin Bugsy Siegel in Bugsy. What's his name? Dear Lord, song "You're So Vain" is about him. What the hell's dude's name? Help me out here, guys. Help me. Look, Henry, a wing. I found an arm. I found a leg. Look, Henry, a wing. That was Duke. That is classic when they have to dig up and move Billy Bats. Warren Beatty. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Sometimes the brain remembers, but and can picture and visualize the person, but can't remember the fucking name for the life of me. It's getting old. Dick Tracy was fun, but way overproduced and very stylistic. Major Pain with fucking Damon Wayans. That one is kind of a classic. I always liked the blank, and then it turned out to be Madonna, and I wasn't so happy about that. I remember that when I was a kid watching that film. I was like, "Oh, the blank is the coolest," and it was Madonna, and I was like, "Oh, well, shit." And as a kid, I probably did say, "Well, shit." Try and clean this up just a little bit. And that's a blowout there. So I gotta clean that up too. Meteor Man with Robert Townsend. Blank Man, yeah, that was Damon Wayans. The Crow is one of my when I was a kid. I'm not even a kid, a teenager. It was one of my favorites because I actually had the original James O'Barr story. Like I actually have those old comics somewhere. Comic book is like Fun Boy when he takes him out, he cuts his feet off. Like he swings the sword and cuts his feet off in the comic. Phantom, Phantom with Billy Zane. Jesus, that was one. I think that's deemed still one of the worst superhero costumes of all time. Um, yeah, but for a minute there, I thought you were saying the Ben Affleck Phantoms, like that movie. They kind of reference that one in Jay and Silent Bob. The Mummy movies with Brendan Fraser. So yeah, the CG in the Scorpion King though, when they did Dwayne the Rock Johnson, looked like unfinished CGI to me. I don't know about everybody else in the chat, but yeah, the Mummy movies were fun. It was definitely a good, interesting reinvention on the character. Yes, and Daredevil soundtrack was much better than the movie. Although the version, I think it's called the version, it's either director's cut or version you've never seen of Daredevil the movie with Ben Affleck was actually better than the actual theatrical release. Like it was a lot better when Bullseye kills like Elektra, for example. Like he's creepy when he does it. Yes, I know what you're talking about, Steve. It wasn't School Days. I think that was it was something. Was it School Days? Was is that the Spike Lee movie I'm thinking of? Is School Days? School Ties. That's it. Indecent Proposal was great because that was the Michael Douglas gets kind of hijacked by what's her name, by Demi Moore. He gets sexually assaulted in it, and then that's the whole big story is men can be sexually assaulted too. Like, dude, you could have just said no, smacked the bitch, and walked out of the room. What are we talking about here? Like, you definitely wanted to put your let her do what she did to you because disclosure. Wait, Indecent Proposal, is that the one with oh god, trying to remember. I can picture his face, but that's the one where he offers $1 million to sleep with the dude's wife. Oh yeah, Stranded Beowulf. Yep, you're right. That one was like CG anime. Yes, I remember that one. That actually had Angelina Jolie in it, I'm going to say, playing part in there. Yes, Woody Harrelson, Robert Redford, and Demi Moore, right? And Robert Redford's like, I want to sleep with your wife. I'll give you $1 million. They wanted to buy a piece of property. Or no, he didn't even say, I want to sleep with your wife. He's like, I want to spend a night with your wife. And she slept with him anyway. Because, it was $1 million. Strip tease. Steve, that is Basic Instinct with Michael Douglas and Sharon Stone. Yeah, it's like the one of the most freeze frame scenes ever. And a matter of fact, I asked Mister this last time. I was like, "What came out first, um, Total Recall or Basic Instinct?" And he had said Total Recall, and Mister is right because apparently the reason she was cast in Basic Instinct is because she could go from innocent and nice to like evil bitch in a snap of a fingers and then back again. And when the guy who was directing the other one was directing Basic Instinct had seen her in Total Recall. That's what made him cast her. I don't remember it being rated NC-17. Showgirls, I remember being rated NC-17. I don't remember Basic Instinct being rated NC-17 though. It might have been, but I don't remember. I don't. Sharon Stone just shows her naughty bits for a second, which that's pretty fucking brave for back in the day. Not gonna lie, willing to show that part of the anatomy. Yeah, well, John Wick, I was just going through earlier because I watched Ballerina. And then Eugene had said The Matrix. Actually, it was Anunnaki who said The Matrix and said they were all perfect. And I politely disagree with that. I think the first one was a great movie, and then they kind of blew a golden goose after that. Like the second one had one of the greatest car chases that you can take a nap through. And the third one was just kind of disjointed, in my opinion, ending in the Christ allegory that everybody kind of saw coming. Yeah, and the first Matrix was just like, wow, what a concept, altered reality and like a total virtual reality and all this. And I remember when the second one came out, I was actually in LA when the second one came out for E3. Me and my cousin actually caught up with me because he lives out in LA. And we went and saw it like opening night or whatever. And it was, both of us walked out of it and I was like, I don't know. He's like, yeah, I don't know either. One didn't hit like the first one did. First one, like it was cool. The visual effects were always cool on those movies. Just the story itself was like, I don't know. The remake of the Matrix, though, I don't know if you guys saw that. That was super disappointing. Just should not have been made. They shouldn't even have bothered. The never-ending story is a classic that gives everybody nightmares where the horse, bit the farm when you were a kid. But not going to lie, the only disappointing part about the never-ending story was that the movie ended. Like, so technically, it was an ending story. The sequel to the never-ending story was god awful, though. I don't know if you've ever seen that. That was not very good. They definitely did not do a good job with it. Like the first one was something to behold. The second one, not so much. Yes, Mister. The second one did star the dead kid from Sequest, Jonathan. Whatever, I think his name was Jonathan, wasn't it? But yeah, he was on Sequest. He was Roy Schneider's son, and I want to say he committed suicide. I think he offed himself for some reason. There's actually a lot of young actors that off themselves. Not all of them were like drug ODs. Some of them just legit took themselves out. Like like River Phoenix died. I don't know. Was River Phoenix a drug overdose or I can't remember. I thought he was suicide for some reason. Some reason my brain remembers him suicide, taking himself out. Yeah, and you're not wrong, Mister. He kind of was the dime store Corey Haim. Yep, Jonathan Brandis. That's his name. And yes, he was in Sidekicks with Chuck Norris. I think you're right, Mister. I think it was a drug overdose. Johnny Depp. That all sounds 100% accurate. Um, but yeah, River Phoenix. I mean, he would have been like. It's sad. It's sad because some of the actors that died very young, and some that weren't terribly young, but young enough where they would have had a long ass career. Like Heath Ledger's another one that always breaks my heart. Like it's like, God damn, dude. You give us the greatest live action iteration of the Joker, and then you die before the movie even came out, before you get the Oscar for it. Like, it's just heartbreaking. It's like, damn, man. Imagine you get to that point and you die, and it wasn't like he tried to kill himself. He did it by accident. Just the wrong combination of shit. All prescribed, too, if I remember correct, on Heath Ledger, anyway. But yeah, River Phoenix, a lot of people loved him in Hollywood. Yes, Steve. Jonathan Brandis was also in the movie called Ladybugs with Rodney Dangerfield. And no, Duke, it's not Tim Pool. It was actually Rodney Dangerfield. Yeah, Ladybugs. That's the name of the movie, the soccer movie with Jonathan Brandis, where Rodney Dangerfield had him put on a wig and play on the girls' team. That was precursor to Juana Man, which is funny because that was covered last night on Tim Pool with ABL. I didn't really like 10 Things I Hate About You. There was a lot of girls back in the day that were in love with that movie. I could never get into it. But yeah, Knight's Tale, I 110%. Just just for the one scene, you have been weighed, you have been measured, you have been found wanting. Just unreal. Like that whole part of the movie. Yeah, what was his name? Lichtenstein, and not the name they went with. And then when they're doing the dance, they did David Bowie's Golden Years playing. I haven't seen that movie in a long ass time. You didn't have to see Duke's comment. I added Duke's comment verbally before he even popped it up. Yeah, that was GAM free ball in there because I know how Duke works. I know how Duke rolls. That's why the way Tim's always tugging on his fucking jacket. He does it just like how Rodney Dangerfield used to, which is why Duke calls him Rodney Pool, Rodney Danger Pool or whatever. He's always tugging on his shirt like how Rodney Dangerfield used to always tug on his tie and go, I'll tell you, I'll tell you, I'll tell you what, folks. Take my wife, please. Matter of fact, if it hadn't been for Rodney Dangerfield, now I'm thinking about it, I never would have seen Andrew Dice Clay until he became famous. But he did a one night stand on Rodney Dangerfield's special that was showcasing up and coming comedians at Rodney's place. It was like called a night at Rodney's place, I want to say, something like this. And Andrew Dice Clay was on there. And that was my first introduction to Andrew Dice Clay. Yeah, Lost Boys is always going to be a cult classic. It's still one of my favorite vampire movies from when I was a kid. Actually, that was the name of our second group because it went the Outlaws, then the Lost Boys, then the Legacy, then the Knuckleheads. Um, but yeah, Lost Boys is always a classic. From Dust Till Dawn is definitely like Robert Rodriguez classic. It's funny because George. So there are certain people that never forget their roots, like Kevin Smith's like that with Ben Affleck and actually Matt Damon too, right? But Robert Rodriguez, one of the people that never forgot some of the breaks he gave him, it's George Clooney, actually, of all people. I wasn't a Buffy the Vampire Slayer the movie. Yeah, that had oh god, I can never remember Perry, Luke Perry in it, and Christy Swanson. But yeah, Ghost Ship was rated R. Very nice, Mister. Very nicely put together. The Beverly Hills Cops. The first one was great. I wasn't a big fan of the next. Well, they did four technically, or no, three, because you had Hills Cop 1, 2, and 3, and then you had Axel F or Axel Foley, I think it was called. And the Axel Foley one was all right. 2 and 3 were okay. The first one was really funny though when it first came out. Yeah, Luke Perry died a while ago. A matter of fact, he was in that show Riverdale, and the show was becoming kind of like big. It was finally starting to take off, and he passed away. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, it like was a classic. That was much must see when I was a kid. Boom, 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 boom. The Police Academy films, every one of them has something that's funny to it. Like the whole 90% of the movie could be stupid. The first one was hysterical all the way through. Um, but every one of them you can find something funny in there. Like even if it's just one scene. I'll never forget. I think it was Citizens on Patrol, but they have this kung fu fight, and there's this Asian guy with this produce. And don't ask me why, as a kid, this always made me piss myself laughing. But like, he's fighting Jones, with that makes all the sound effects, and he's fighting this dude, and he like slams him, and he lands, and the old Asian man's just like, not on cauliflower, and he throws him the other way, and he's like, not on broccoli. And it was just, I don't know why that tickles me so much, but it does. Raging Bull, like, one of the best scenes in Raging Bull, in my opinion, is when they're sitting at the fucking breakfast table, and it's De Niro and Pesci, and De Niro's calling Pesci out because he's talking about how Pesci's like says something to him about taking a punch, and he's like, come on, hit me, you little bitch. And like Pesci finally gets mad and punches him in the face. He's like, no, I said really hit me. And he punches him again in the face. And he's like, no, throw a punch. You throw a punch like you're taking it in the ass. Come on, really throw that in there. Like he makes Pesci like start unloading on his face. He's like, there you go. You feel better? Yeah, mister. When I was a kid, the Blue Oyster, you're right. I never understood those jokes. The other joke I couldn't understand in the original Police Academy was when they hired the prostitute while the commandant was doing the speech or whatever. And I was like, I didn't understand what was going on. Like, I was too young for it. And then at the end of the movie, they hire the same prostitute, and Mahoney's about to give a speech, and she does her thing. Planes, Trains, and Automobile with John Candy. Yeah, funny. Great Outdoors, I like better than that, though. And then you said Big Trouble in Little China is insta classic. Like, my kids hate that movie. And the reason they hate that movie is because anytime it would come up on TV or whatever, I would always turn it on and say the same thing to them. This is one of the greatest movies ever made. And so that anytime they see it on TV, they'll be like, hey, I wonder if that's the greatest movie ever made. What do you think? And I'm just like, you little bastards. It's all in the reflexes. You know, there's times like this when old Jack Burton, you know what old Jack Burton always says at a time like this? Jack Burton? Who's Jack Burton? Jack Burton's me. He says, what the hell? Yes, Stranded. Yes, at the end, the whole tie-in with the brothers, and they're on the bench. Mortimer, we're back. Yeah, they're in the same universe. When some big old sucker comes in and he taps your favorite head up against the glass, the back of your favorite head up against the glass, and he looks you in the eye and he says, well, Jack, have you paid your dues? Well, Jack, have you? and you look that big sucker right back square in the eyes and you just say to him, "Yes, sir, the check is in the mail." Uncle Buck, here's a quarter. Go down to the docks, have a rat chew that thing off your face. All the Back to the Futures. Yes, Back to the Future. What a fantastic set of movies. Doc Hollywood, I did like. I like the part where he's like the kid got into his dad's stuff or whatever and gave himself a bellyache, and like he calls in the meta chopper and all that, and the old doctor shows up and is just like, he's like, "Boy, did you get into this medicine again? Give him a Coca-Cola and send him home. You're about to send a kid to have his stomach open for a bellyache." The Hard Way with James Woods, where James Woods is the cop and Michael J. Fox is supposed to be portraying him in a movie. That one I have not seen in a long time. I just remember the coolest part in that movie to me when I was a kid was James Wood would do that thing with his cigarette where he'd flick it up into his mouth, and Michael J. Fox just kept trying to do it and couldn't land it right. That was one of those no kiddings. All right, here you go. Here's one because of all the controversy with Joe Biden, right? Possibly being dead and replaced with a clone, or ridiculousness and all the different ideas behind it. Do you guys remember a movie? It was called Dave, and I believe it was Kevin Kline in there and Sigourney Weaver. And basically, the president died, but there was this dude who did an impression of the president, and he was like a dead ringer for him. So the president dies, and the chief of staff goes and recruits this impersonator and has him play the president, and he ends up fixing all the country's problems. Now, James Biden testified, I can't remember where, he's been seen kind of recently. I know there was a reporter screaming questions at him, but they don't look enough alike. Wag the Dog. Yeah, that was a good one. Where they faked the war. I just remember the opening to that movie where it's like, the dog wags its tail, but sometimes if you can get the tail to wag the dog, then you're in like Flynn or something like that was the quote or something that they went into the movie with. Bulworth was another Beatty movie where he was a politician that just started telling the truth. The Fifth Element. Lilo Darich, Monty Pass. Yeah, that is weird. Michael Douglas. Yes, I do remember that. The American President, Michael Douglas. I vaguely remember the movie, and I don't know why that would be like one of your favorites. Yeah, I don't know why that would be one of your favorites, though, mister. That is a good question, bro. I have no. I barely remember that movie. That definitely needs to get retouched on that yellows. And I think I got to do a dot of yellow in here, too. So funny. Yeah, like, there's so many goddamn movies, guys. Yeah, well, Pretty Woman. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't. Was it the Chappelle Show that did that skit on that? Like, if Pretty Woman was real life, and she's in bed with the millionaire or whatever, and she's like, when I was a little girl, it always looked like such a thing. You paint your face, and it made you seem so beautiful and everything else. He's like, yeah, money's on the table. Get the fuck out. Yeah, Stranded. The original Heavy Metal was a classic. My favorite part was when well, there's so many good scenes in that movie, but they did the one with it's actually where Sammy Hagar Heavy Metal's playing. Like, I don't know if it was Sammy Hagar or Montrose, but they pick up the secretary and all that because the one guy is a robot and he starts malfunctioning. The aliens pick him up in the spaceship and actually accidentally grab the secretary. And John Candy's playing one of the aliens, and he's like, what should we do with this guy? Like, he's malfunctioning, and John Candy's like, oh shit, just scrap that asshole. Rocky movies are great. Hey, Paulie, what should I do with your sister? Where should I take her on our date? Take her to the zoo. Retards like the zoo. Good night, mister. Thank you for dropping in, brother. Appreciate you. Always good to see you, man. Hopefully we catch you next time, too. And yeah, Conspiracy Theory with Mel Gibson and Julia. What the hell's her name? Julia Roberts. Yeah, where he doesn't know which. He has all those conspiracy theories running, and they're like, yeah, he was right about a conspiracy theory, and he's like, which one? Which one was it? I don't know. I don't know which one. Every time I think of that movie, I always think of when she's running on the treadmill and he's watching her through the window, and he's like, he scans the radio station to figure out what song she's singing, and it's like, you're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Yeah, yeah, the stoner aliens. Nosedive. Yes, Stranded. The original Heavy Metal was awesome. I remember the plane with the bomber where they're all turning into zombies used to scare the shit out of me when I was a little kid. But yeah, Heavy Metal, the first one was fantastic. I used to have a subscription to Heavy Metal magazine back in the day. And it's not, you know, it's not wasn't music in there. It was all different little cartoons, little stories. Yeah, Primal Fear, the twist at the end of that movie was great. Richard Gere and Ed Norton Jr. Yeah, the score was all right. New Jack City is an insta classic. Like, from the time that Pookie gets on that bike and tries to get away, and like they just start playing New Jack Hustler, like that movie just takes off from there. Hello, Leo. Good to see you again, man. Make sure you smash the like button. Welcome to the party, pal. Dead Presidents was a good one. Yes. Yeah, that's a classic one. Um, I'm gonna get you, sucker. How about that? Nobody said I'm gonna get you, sucker yet. I'm sure that one is, and that goes into my classics category. That movie just, he OG'd. Like, how's he go to the bathroom with all that stuff on? Almost time for Gam to get a some kind of refreshment because I'm starting to choke and cough a bit. You know, when I watched I'm Gonna Get You Sucker when I was a kid, there was a lot of humor that went over my head. And one of the ones I could relate to later on in life, as most men can, is the part where they start messing with her, and then she turns around and they're like, "You got the devil in you, girl," and she's like, "Cramps." Yeah, no one said it because we talked about it the other week. Cramps. Ice T might have been the first gangster rapper. Um, I don't know about that. Like going back in history for me, Ice T was definitely one of the first ones that I can remember. Um, Honestly, the first ones I really, really remember were NWA, Easy E, on his own. I think those were like my first that I was really exposed to gangster rap. Five Nights at Freddy's, yes, I've seen that. That actually wasn't terrible. Had actually Matthew Lillard in it. Ice T. Do you remember Sunset Park where the lady was? Yes, I do, Steve. Yes, I do remember that. Now that you mention that, that's like Wildcats with Goldie Hawn, where she goes to the hood to coach a football team. CB4 with Chris Rock. Yeah, dude, I don't know, Eugene. That's weird. But yeah, the cell block 4 CV4, that one was pretty funny. Right. Touch ups. Actually, that is. I got to do that too. I might want to hit that now while I got it, because I got the black for the background. This way, in case I blow out, I can fix it with the touch ups. Definitely got to go over this in red again, but get the black out of the way. Oh, Ice Pirates. Yeah, that's Stranded. That's the one that has space herpes in it. And Fear of the Black Hat, of a Black Hat is an amazing mockumentary. Anybody who hasn't seen it, they had the one guy. His name was Vanilla Sherbert, and they end up beating the shit out of him because of what he says. But like, yeah, that was great. That was actually a great one. Fear of a Black Hat. I have not seen that in a very long time. Wait, Bob K's here. What's up? What's up, Chesapeake Bob? Yeah, Friday. Actually, tomorrow night. Probably after I get done shopping, Leo. Then I'll be doing games. Not sure what I'm gonna play yet. I actually downloaded Fight Night Champion. I downloaded something else, and then Doom Eternal is always set to play too. I do Doom Eternal, I might do a run through of it. I won't go for the extras like the hidden dolls and all that stuff on it, but just play through the game straight fast. I'm on the East Coast, Bob, in the great state of South Kakalaki. Yes. Yeah. And he's singing about how I make poo poo too or whatever. Steve, like, yeah, I make poo poo too. I'm only human. I make poo poo too. 10,000 BC. Is that the new one they just did with Adam Driver? With where he the ship crashes and he's got the girl with him? Or are you talking about the one with I know they had another one where it was like cavemen. Yeah, Charleston, like the Maritime Museum in Charleston is classic. Like they really do. Like you have Teach's Hollow out that way and everything else. So if you're into, I think you're a naval guy, aren't you, Bob? So down here, I mean, granted, now if you're a Marine man, I'm not far from Paris Island, but the other stuff's pretty good too. Okay, that's all black in there. That's all black there. The caveman version, yeah, because the Adam Driver one, some of the special effects were all right, but the movie itself was just so so. Yeah, the caveman one. That's the one. I want to say, isn't it a? I'm remembering the movie correct. Doesn't he like have to hunt like a saber tooth tiger or fight one in it with a spear? Anaconda. The only line I remember from that J Lo fucking Ice T flick or Ice Cube flick is where Ice Cube's like, "Yo, I think I can blow it up." Flatliners, there's two versions of it. You have the classic version that had um, Kiefer Sutherland and Julia Roberts. Then they redid it, and the original one still hits. The newer version, once again, doing remakes, wasn't so good. It was just so so. Wolvie, Wolvie, Wolvie. This mask of yours, buddy. It's gonna be a pain. Very nice, Leo. Yeah, I don't have a VR. You must have a PS4 then, or a PC. I don't have a VR headset, and honestly, it's probably a good thing. Goose Creek, Charleston. Okay. Yeah, I've hung out with quite a few Navy guys. Havelock, North Carolina was definitely one place. It was a Marine base, but and no, I didn't serve. I was too much of a punk to serve my country. But I definitely hung out with a lot of people. Havelock was the main one that I hung out. Taken was not mentioned. I've got a certain set of skills. I've got a very specific set of skills. Return my daughter, and I will forget about you. Brokeback Mountain. My God. Somebody talked me. Well, I had an ex that was like, "You have to watch this movie with me." I was like, "Dude, I don't want to see that. It's gonna ruin Jake Gyllenhaal for me." And what you call it? And she made a compromise with it, and I ended up before I watched it though. I'll never forget my assistant manager's like, "Yo, man, Anne Hathaway takes off her top in it. It's worth it to watch it just for that." I'm like, thanks, brother. He's like, "Yeah, try and block out the rest, but just that part. Keep that in your mind while you're watching the movie. You'll be all right." Hey, no worries, Eugene. If your music wasn't good, I'd tell you like, I'm not feeling that one, or what have you. But no, keep it up, bro. Just keep creating, keep going. Like I said, it hit me right at the right time too that you put that banger out, and I was like, all right, thank you, Eugene. That was good stuff. But thank you for being here, Eugene. Always love seeing you. I don't know where Rebel is tonight either. Rebel Without a Reason. That's another one I need to shout him out because he ain't here. Um, and then we now know that Stranded's going to get shouted out, probably the Sunday stream because she won't be able to make it or what have you. We're already prepping that one. The Gray was great. The ending. It's funny. I'm watching, and this was a year or two back, but I decided there's an old movie called Krull. And I was like, I haven't seen that in a while. Let me watch it. And I'm watching it, and one of the bandits, I'm like, holy shit, is that Liam Neeson? I'm like, it is Liam Neeson. What the hell? I never knew he was in this movie. He was in another one, Liam Neeson, with Patrick Swayze. And it was called, I want to say, Next of Kin. He was pretty good in that one, too. Stranded, I got that on a sticky note in my brain because when I see you're not there, I'll be like, where the fuck's Stranded? And I'll be like, yeah, Stranded. Shout out to you. Forgot you can't make it. You're at work right now, but we miss you. We always miss you. I always know when you're not there. You're the only person. You and Sheree are the only two that actually know the entire thing to do with Friday night fuckery. Like with that whole stream that was just, dear Lord. You were the only two to show up for it, only two to stick around for it, and everything else. And I'll never forget you because of that. Because it was like you guys could have just bailed out at a certain point, like, yeah, I ain't feeling it. And I wouldn't have blamed either of you. That was some real epic stuff right there. Yeah, I would pass on ice cream because last time beans, it was like you friggin' went and did like an ounce of coke to your face or something. Like you just bounced off the walls and like went nuts. You were yelling about like Henry Cavill can give me his boxers any day of the week. Like all kinds of craziness happened in this chat. With last time you had ice cream this late. Well, Bob, technically you just asked me a question, but yes, you can ask me a second question. Yeah, Bina did kind of lose her shit. All right, Wolby. Let's see if I can do your face without fucking it up. You only got like a little bit of skin, so this will be fun and difficult all at the same time. I, did you get in a fight with me? I don't remember getting in a fight with me that night. If you're saying so, then maybe. Try not to screw this up. Bina was on that Samuel L. Jackson ale. Get you fucked up, bitch. Might even want to fight a motherfucker or two. Oh, come on, then. Pull some of that paint off. Ain't be calling me. Ain't be calling me. Like, Jesus Christ. Pookie beans. So I got one for you guys that was kind of funny, actually. I'm watching. This guy his name's James Randi, right? And he debunks psychics. But there's a dude out there who has compilations of him debunking these psychics. Like he had a show, all kinds of stuff. And he would bring the psychics on, set up the test, and then give the percentage. Like if you were to guess, it would be, 1 out of 5 would be an average guess that you would get lucky. So let's see if your psychic power is better than the average guess, right? That sort of stuff. Well, he has this guy on who's doing astrology, and the guy delivers the horoscope, what it is. And then they're like, anybody in the audience, a bunch of people raise their hand thinking it's them. And it's Hugh Laurie in the audience. But in the description on the horoscope, he basically described Dr. House. Like it was hysterical. I was like, and Hugh Laurie's like, yeah, that's definitely not me. It doesn't line up with me and all this. Sorry, you got it wrong. And I'm like, no, but he did just describe the role you will play later on. Like, I mean, almost to a T. So, yeah, you know what, Bob? That is a good question. If eventually I get enough subscribers, I already have almost enough for the hours viewed to be monetized. I don't have enough subscribers by far. You need at least 500 for the first tier of pay for YouTube, right? But if YouTube pays me money for doing the channel, then that's nice. That's really cool, right? As Bina will tell you, because Bina, it pisses her off. Because I don't put hashtags in. I don't do 99% of the stuff you're supposed to do to grow your channel. The subscribers I have and everything else have been organic growth here. I don't care about the money all that much. Like if YouTube gives me money and it catches on, cool. I'm cool with that. If not, I'm not seriously worried about it. The first part of what you said is more what this is about is I'm lazy and I won't paint. But if I have to do a show every Thursday, then I have to paint. So it forces me to paint and not be lazy, for one. And then the people in the chat, if you look at all of them, they're very good people, very smart people. We're all about the same age range, some older, some younger, but most of us are Gen Xers, and I like talking to them. They like chatting with each other and all that. So I basically created a channel where the chat is driving everything. I could sit here in silence and paint, and I guarantee the chat would keep going and doing its thing. Different people tune into for different reasons. Maybe it's the topics we're discussing. Sometimes it's me painting. They just will turn off the volume. I know one person who turns off the volume, just watches me paint, right? So, or some of them just tune in to talk to the other people in chat because they can actually get a word in edgewise. I'm talking back to them constantly. So it's It's really the first one more than the last part of that question, Bob, is what I'm doing. It's just a channel for fun and enjoying. And if it makes money, it makes money. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't want viral fame. I don't want to be like, oh, he's the next Mr. Beast or all this. That was never my aim to this. It's just to have a good channel with good people, enjoy each other's company. I paint, get stuff done that I need to get done or want to get done. And it forces me not to be lazy. And yeah, that's kind of where it's at. No, that's not on the spot about it, Bob. I've had this conversation before. Even if I was monetized, I've told everybody in this chat, do not send me supers, do not buy memberships, stuff like this, right? Because I feel that I'm creating content. I'm just the guy with the mic. Bina could have a channel just like this. She'd be the one with the mic and I'd be in the chat or whatever. Steve, same thing. Like, go down the list. It's really more just hanging out and chilling and all that. And if things grow to where nature just takes its course and it gets monetized, that's amazing. But I'm happy just to have everybody here. And then you have certain people here that, like Eugene, for example. Eugene was feeling a little down on his music. Talking to everybody in the chat inspired him a little bit, and he brought a new song. Stuff like that. If we can put something good out into the world, why not do it? Doesn't always, for me, it's not always about the money. It's about having good things in this world that everybody can kind of enjoy and be part of. But no, and that's a fair question, Bob. That's actually a good question because normally I do go through a whole diatribe about, no super chats, no this, no that. And then I found out even if you tried to super chat me, you couldn't. Now, granted, Bina in particular has been pretty adamant about GAM, get a buy me a cup of coffee thing going so people can send you loot or, what have you. It's like, what am I going to do with it? She's like, buy better equipment, better paints, stuff like that. So it's an idea I've been kicking around. I haven't done anything yet with it, but yeah, I've definitely been kicking it around. And yeah, Beans, why didn't you just tell Sheree to put up the link? Because yeah, promote yourself, if you got a channel or whatever. But yeah, it's one of those things, Bob. I honestly, there's this damn thing in the old song Piano Man says it best. They're all sharing a drink called loneliness, but it's better than drinking alone. There you go. You found my channel. I'm not lonely, and most people in here aren't lonely, but it's cool to be able to look back through a time machine in a way and discuss things from the past and current events going on with other people that are kind of like-minded. And it's even better when you get people that aren't like-minded, that have an outside point of view, and you can discuss it with them and find out why they have that point of view. So hopefully that answers your question, Bob. And hopefully that keeps you subscribed to the channel too, and you enjoy it. Enjoy yourself in the chat. But yeah, there's a reason, Bob. If you ever see me in ABL's chat, you'll always see me give a shout out to Sheree for being the greatest mod on the internets. That's because she does her mod job every time perfect, and there is no incentive for her to do it. She just does it. Now on my channel, if I do get monetized, and I've said this before, and everybody's heard me say it, I will cut 10% to my moderator, to Sheree, because she deserves 10%, because she deserves to get paid for working as hard as she does. And yes, I have seen the original Goosebump show, Leo, long, long time ago. It was all right. It was Twilight Zone for kids. Best home defense shotgun to have. It depends on the size of the person and the amount of money you want to kick out for it. So just a standard Remington 12 gauge. whatchamacallit, would probably be just your standard, right? Like anybody can use it. Even a little kid will knock them on their ass. The best one, in my opinion, to have would be a Benelli with a foldable stock, because the recoil, you have that extra spring in there that recoils the shot from it. So if you have somebody who's smaller, female that's not very strong, stuff like this, or a kid, they could actually fire it and not get knocked on their ass or knock their shoulder out of socket. But that would be the best shotgun, in my opinion, is a Benelli. Wait, did Six enter the conversation yet, or is he still floating out there somewhere? It's also a write off, by the way. Okay, Beans. You know, Beans, you speak my language when it comes to tax code and shit. I don't want to add more to my taxes. So if it's a write off, I definitely got to look into it a little bit harder now. Yeah, where is little Six? The easiest way is like we just have to have a discussion about who is the best drummer and see if Six appears. That's usually the trick to getting Six in here. But yeah, we do. I do think it's funny, guys. We do pick up people along the way since this stuff has started. That we got lucky. They're all good people. That is way too white. Oh, El Kabong. I, I I can. Well, that's actually my line. I'm a lot smarter than I look. Sometimes. Other times I'm a complete fucking idiot. If you ever talk to my wife, she'll explain to you just what kind of idiot I am. She'll be like, "Yeah, I love the man, but he can be a retard at times." She's not wrong. Definitely not wrong. Got to be careful not to snap his points off his helmet. Pain in the butt. Oh, that does not look right on camera. It looks right in like the physical light, but it doesn't look right on camera light. He looks like ghostly. If I had to be chased by any dinosaur, which dinosaur would it be? A brontosaurus. Slow and lumbering. Um, that's not to say it. If you angered it, it couldn't catch you because it would just stampede like an elephant. But I'm pretty sure you get away from it kind of easy because they can't turn on a dime. It would step on you only if you weren't agile enough to get out from under it. Yeah, I mean that's sign of a good woman, Bob. They know you're crazy. They just have to be your type of crazy, know your type of crazy, and be okay with it. So yeah, I can appreciate that. I can definitely appreciate that. Flat black. Oh. Yeah, I've known my wife since kindergarten. She knows my entire fucking history. I have zero secrets from her. Knows everything about me and honestly knows me better than I know myself in some cases. I am 110% blessed to have her. She'll still call me a retard, though. Maybe put a shoe in my ass when I need it. But, laces out so it can be removed easy. So she's a good woman like that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sticking with the brontosaurus too. If I'm going to have a dinosaur chase me, I want one that I can get the fuck out of the way of. I definitely don't want something like a raptor chasing me or a T Rex. Something that, like, I try to run, it's just going to take me right the hell down. Ooh. Oh, shit. I didn't even realize that till just now. God damn it. Yeah, laces out, laces out. That's why I said it. It's from Ace Ventura, the first one, Beans. They don't eat grass, they eat tree leaves. That's even better. That means that all I have to do is grab a large branch while I'm running and wave it behind me and distract them. And they'll eat that and stop chasing me. Foolish animal with the walnut brain. I don't want something that can chew my legs off. Yeah, and I mean, if it's chasing me on land, then I'll take a plesiosaur because then it can't catch me at all because it's an aquatic animal, and I can just trick it, throw it a fish like a seal at the zoo, and keep running. You can stomp a raptor, but what happens when you miss? That thing will bite your entire leg off, and you don't know where that raptor's been. Could have been hanging out at Diddy parties for all we know. You got to be careful with stuff like that. Oh, and yeah, Bob. One, I'm sorry for your loss. Two, you will see her again. You know, Stranded. Thank you so much for being here. Always a good part of the show with you, and we're happy to have you. Like I said, I'll be shouting you out on Sunday. I don't know if you'll be there. If I do gaming stream tomorrow night, I don't know how late I'll be going, how early. If you drop in, then of course I'm gonna say hi. But if you don't drop in, I understand, and I'll still shout you out. But get some sleep, and thank you very much for dropping in. Keep breaking your butt. It'll get better somewhere down those lines. I don't know when, but that's what they tell me. You got the stamina. I don't have that kind of stamina. I'm an old ass man. I'd die. If I saw a T Rex, I would just literally poop myself and die. Yeah, I would be a bad meal for that T Rex because he would just eat my pants and it would be full of poop. It would just be over. Like I can't outrun no T Rex. You lost your mind. Yeah, I've seen Jurassic Park. I don't know if I buy all that though. You really want to test that theory? I don't want to test that theory like, oh, it's all based on what you call it. Oh, well, the scientists got it wrong. It's actually based on smell. Well, he smelled the poop in my pants. I'm dead. 'Cause I would just magically crap myself immediately. Like there wouldn't even be like a 2 second delay in that. It would be like, ah, and then I'd just fill my drawers. I mean, basically, it's the equivalent of a giant ass shark on land. I mean, look, we're lucky, right? But we also live in a world where people want to do stupid things. And one of those stupid things is, like, hey, I think we can revitalize the American condor. Okay, that's cool. Hey, I got an idea. You ever see the movie Jurassic Park? Yeah, you mean the one with the theme park where all the dinosaurs get free and stuff? Yeah, but if we did that and we could do it where it would be safe, let's resurrect some dinosaurs from their DNAs. And yeah, we'll just fill in the markers with modern animals and create a Jurassic Park. Like I could see Elon Musk doing some dumb shit like this. The little dinosaurs that spit the black stuff in your face. You're describing like, every Saturday night I had as a teenager. What the fuck? Yeah, rare and safe. Just wait till, yeah, just imagine that. In this version of Jurassic Park, it like if they brought dinosaurs back today, you would have DEI dinosaurs, right? It would be like, oh no, 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 T Rex lives matter, right? It would be T Rex lives matter, and it would be like, oh my god, what are we dealing with here? And it'd be like, yes, you can't keep these poor animals in cages. We need to set them free. Like, oh shit. Like I said, as humans, we do some stupid shit sometimes. And yeah, you see, like Leo agrees, if you're fighting one from Jurassic Park, you're probably dead. But if you fight one in real life, you're probably still dead. I agree. Yeah, see, Smurf said it. They have already cloned and brought back dire wolves. Do you know how big a dire wolf is and what it would do to a population? Like if set free on said population, that gets ugly real fast. It's not like you're cloning something that has moderate intelligence. You're cloning something that is extinct, and it's extinct for a reason. It's not something that we drove to extinction. It's something that nature wiped out. You are screwing with nature. You don't screw with nature. I mean, I don't think, I think that even if a billionaire could bring it back, I don't know. Because, I mean, we can 3D print genetics now, genetic code and stuff like this, right? So we could technically 3D print viruses, which is always a pleasant thought because, I don't know. I can't see anything wrong with, 3D printing bubonic plague in a lab somewhere, especially if it's in China. I don't see where anything could go wrong there. It'd be neat to see a dinosaur again. I would just be terrified. There wouldn't be any macho GAM stuff going on of, oh, well, I'd just take a shotgun and go to town, or I'd go get a sword. No, nope, nope. GAM would trip whoever's in front of him, so they got eaten first so he could get away because we're dead. Kill it and kill it with fire immediately. Just get rid of it. I don't sleep much, Bob. And me, I've been retired since I was 40. Boom, boom, carry the one. 44. I have been retired. I live a comfortable life within my means. And I've been retired for a minute now. And before that, I did retail. I did computers. And I did other things that I can't really get into on a live stream. But, and no, it wasn't prostitution before you go there. I'll be 50 next month. I'm young. I'm also shot. My hands don't work right. My back's jacked. Both of my knees are damn near close to blown again. When I was 24, I got in a car accident head on. Guy going the wrong way up a one way, hit me head on, square out at 65 miles an hour, damaged two of the discs in my neck, and basically turned my back into that of a 65-year-old's. So for me, it was always a matter of time, and time ran out. What day? Oh, God damn it. What day, what beans? You'll know when my birthday is, Beans, because the description in the video will read Yo Fitty, it's your birthday. It's actually a stream day, but it's the 10th of next month. Yeah, I know, Smurf. That's Smurf and I had this offline conversation that'll probably freak a lot of you out, right? But it's funny as hell because I'm like, Smurf, you ever get hemorrhoids? Yeah, I've gotten hemorrhoids before. Why? How come dads don't tell their sons about guys getting hemorrhoids? I'm like, go to the bathroom, start to wipe my butt, and I'm just like, I look down and I'm like, holy shit, I'm like 46 years old and just got my period. What is going on here? I mean, Leo, that is possible. It's possible for mutations to happen in nature. Now, granted, they may not all be good, but when you really break it down, if you're talking about mutations of genetic chromosomes, so Wolverine having claws and a healing factor and all that is a positive. Beast being super smart and all that, that's a positive. But we do have genetic mutations. Down syndrome is technically a genetic mutation. They have an extra chromosome. That's what makes it, makes them, that's what Down syndrome is the extra chromosome. So like where it would be cool to have like magic power mutations, you also run the risk of, well, what's your mutation? Well, half my body doesn't work correctly. Yeah, nothing wrong with a child with Down syndrome. They seem to be happy and pleasant most times. Probably live a better life than me, because they don't know what's going on in the world around them.
They're not thrown off. You know, like they don't have to look at things and process them a certain way. They look at stuff different. Sometimes knowledge is a curse, guys. Really is a curse. That's why I've always said, if I two questions, if I could ask any questions ever, two questions I would never want the answer to. Is there a God, and what happens when you die? Oh no, I trust me. I know people that had Down syndrome. I know people that have autism. Um, Dealt with it one on one. Beans, you're not wrong. It's not like they're, everybody. There's there's normal people with all their working faculties that are not as smart as some of the people I know that have mental impairments, like genetic mental impairments. Nah, not anyone. How about a compy? A compy is a little guy. Now, granted, in the pack they'll kill you, but a compy is tiny. They're smaller they're like the size of a chihuahua. You could step on it. That one you could probably punt across the yard. But if there's 20 of them on you, yeah, you're in trouble. Oh, and by the way, guys, while I'm thinking about this before I forget again, I watched the scientists break down the whole thing with 100 men versus a gorilla. And he was like, it wouldn't even take 100 men. It would take anywhere from 15 to less than 15. He's like, the whole thing is that the gorilla men can think, so they could dogpile it and just take it right down. The gorilla doesn't think like that. So you would be able to use that to your advantage, dogpile it and take it right down, and GG. Three watching what, me? Yeah, mine says, like my count says there's 4 watching. Yeah, sometimes there's more, sometimes there's less. But I mean, we know there's got to be more than 4 because actually, and it just went down to 3 on my counter, right? But I know there's more than 3 because Beans is watching, Sheree's watching, Steve's still there, Leo's still there, Bob's there, right? So right there, we're over that. But yeah, my stuff always fluctuates. It's the same way last stream. I think we had by the end of the stream, I was like, it said 146 views. But then when I went into the analytics, it's only saying like 80, right? So something's up with the count on this thing, and I don't know what it is. That's YouTube being YouTube and doing YouTube type things. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. And that brush is going to be way too big for this. I'm going to screw this whole thing up. Smurf says his says 7. Hashtags. You're lucky I turned on the stream. You want me to do hashtags? What the fuck? I'm just kidding, Beans. Told you. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe you heard that part of the conversation. Maybe you didn't. I was friggin' severely depressed for the past like 3 days. So it was like even just loading up the stream tonight was rough. And the worst part was I didn't quite realize I was depressed. That was the worst part. And I couldn't figure out why. And I blew that eye way out of proportion. But I am going to at least thicken it. This way I can go over it in black. I was totally afraid that was going to happen. Get in there and hit them wee little teats. Teats. Give me his little grr face. That's not odd, actually, Bob. Because at one point in my life, I did computers and I did them, I don't want to say on a super high level, because I know people that program for Samsung and, you know, Google and all kinds of different shit. But I did network and did work on certain projects that I can't discuss. And I have barely any online footprint myself. And there was a point in time where online was like everything to me. And then as I've gotten older, I've let that shit fade or it's faded out on its own. Smurf, hashtag Valheim. Oh, I see where Smurf's mind is. What did you comment on, Beans? I missed it. It may not have been you. It was me. I might not have been reading the screen. I might have been painting an eye or trying to assess the model to how I'm going to clean this sucker up. So I'm sorry if I missed your comment, Beans. I apologize. I have not seen Zilla yet. In the past 3 days, that was not one of the movies that I was able to find and watch. SAP Special Access Protocol? Oh, thank you, Beans. I appreciate that. I really do. I know, but like with me, when it comes to that kind of stuff, I get very introspective with it, is the best way I'll put it. I wall everybody off, including my wife. And that's the one person who snaps me back to reality is the wife, because she can look at me and say, you know, like something's fucked up with you. Like that's legit what she did, basically. And I snapped at her and I realized because I'm in a weakened state, you know, I'm in defensive mode. So I had to apologize to her real quick. And I was like, she goes, yeah, you know, what do you think? And I said, am I depressed? And she said, yeah, I think you are. But only you can tell me that. And then I had to examine it myself. But I appreciate you. And that's just it. I don't want a depressing fucking stream where we're all crying to each other or whatever. Everybody's going to feel low at different points. I'm just hoping like, hey, you know something, Beans? You have a bad day at work. You hop on here and maybe we can cheer you up. You know, Sheree's having a rough day with the kids or Rick James has gone out of hand and started slapping people again. Like we can cheer her up. You know, Smurf gets hemorrhoids, you know, and he doesn't want to sit down to listen. He's walking in circles. We can cheer him up. Sup, Six? So Beans, some people do put up that wall and everything else, but the whole problem is, and I was saying this earlier, if you don't realize that depression has a hold of you, you like, cause the whole thing is like when I started to assess mine, I was like, I have a good life. My streams are going pretty good. I've got new subscribers, new guys like Leo jumped in last stream, subscribed to me. He's here again, right? Picking up good people along the way. Bob K Same thing with him, Bob. Same thing with him, right? We picked him up a couple streams ago, and he's been here a lot, even if he's lurking in the background or what have you. We've picked up all these different people, and picking up decent people along the way. People adding the conversation. The channel's slowly growing, like it legit is. When I started this less than a year ago, I started off with 25 people, 24 because it was at 26 and went down to 24 because one guy was here for just my cryptid stories. And I was like, when I paint him, I'll talk about him. But other than that, we're just going to discuss shit and blah, blah, blah. And he was like, oh, and then he kind of unsubscribed, and hey, God bless him for subscribing to me back when I was just doing videos. But it's been less than a year. I'm up to 75 people, I think, that are subscribed to me, which means that I basically tripled the amount of subscribers I initially had. The people I've got in here are all cool people, really good, supportive of each other, open to thought, and add something to the conversation. So that's a blessing. My family, is healthy. Kids are healthy. Wife's healthy. Pets are healthy for the most part, except for burying all those kittens. That's still tragedy. My lawnmower's broken. That's not the end of the fucking world. It's not. So why am I depressed? Right. And then I had to figure it out. And once I figured it out, time frame and all that, it all just clicked in, and I realized, no, I am depressed, but I'm manifesting it more physical than I am mental this time. A little sharper on the left jawline. So here and there. Got it, Bob. Thank you. Good catch. I would fight the one with the big old eyeball because I could just pull the eyeball out like he does in the game, Leo. Wolverine's jawline, because the way it looks, if you look here, see how it goes yellow and there's a little chipping in there? He's saying, tighten up the yellow and the black on it. He's not wrong. Here, this part, the hair, I can thin it out and make it look shaggy, but that's actually beard. But I also got to straighten out the left too. Yeah, he's saying in here, basically. I will skin that out and then we will go back over it. I'll just black over. So it's tightened. Yeah, that's okay though. You got to remember, if I wasn't talking smack through the damn live show, if I just sat here and painted, we could probably do them in one. And honestly, it'd probably be tighter paint jobs too. But it's the fact that I run my gums, and sometimes when I'm running my gums, I just stop painting. Why Smurf yells at me. I've said it to Smurf. I was like, I shouldn't be going to 3 in the morning craziness like this. Yep, exactly. Sheree's got it. Smurf every time tries to warn me. Come on, man. What are you doing? GAM, you got to start painting shit, all right? You like to run that mouth of yours. I'll tell you what, it's a pretty mouth, too, from my opinion, even especially if you got your teeth in. No lie, I'm going to show you my mashugana. I can clean that up like that. Then, I can't get that one little spot. I'm going to have to go over it in black and just do an overtouch. I got to let it dry though. Fucking beans. You know, that was one thing that I did start to fuck with. I started to cut down a Starscream and I started to try and fuck with that Henry Cavill Superman again and be glad that I stopped because I wasn't feeling it. Man, I was fucking that thing up worse than a mentally handicapped kid's third grade science project. Like it was just coming out all fucked up. Like I had his hair on backwards at one point. Like it was bad. Yeah, Shrek. I hit him. I hit the little blue spots on the knees. I did. A cryptid stream? Which cryptid did you want covered, Leo? Because there are quite a few cryptids. And when I paint cryptids, yeah, it'll become a cryptid stream too. And a matter of fact, if you go back into my back catalog and look at videos, I've covered Thunderbirds, I've covered Hopkinsville Goblins, I've covered the Frogman, the oh god, what's his name? Loveland Frogman. I've covered a bunch. And actually we've covered a bunch on the live streams too, like Rogaroo and all kinds of stuff. The Cockle Demon. Never heard of the Cockle Demon. Oh, you meant for the eyeball. Yes. Yeah. Beans likes to make me cuss. I don't know why she likes to make me cuss. She likes it when I cuss. Nice and gentle. We can't just pull some of that fur. It's not going to pull right. It's going to look patchy because the 3D print is patchy. It needs to come up in there. I need to get up in here. I can see like little hairs. 1, 2, 3. And pull down from them. I've inspired you to make customs? Dude, that's awesome. Excellent, dude. That's exactly what this stream's for, is to show you that if an idiot like me with non-working hands can make this stuff work, then anybody can do it. Just it'll take time, practice, and effort, and you can make your own stuff. So that's great, Leo. If like it made you want to do customs. Very cool. Like I'm not gonna lie, one of the better artists on here, actually two of them. One shows their work infrequently is Bina, but the other one that's an artist that never shows her work is Sheree. I don't know. I like this. That patch goes down to here. It looks weird. Like I can see the hair right there too. And I'm using one of the tiniest brushes. Which is why this comes out like this. Over here. I don't know, I like that. Actually, yeah, it kind of works. It offsets works. Problem with stealing models from a video game. Don't always pair upright with the 3D print because of the texturing being placed on them. Yeah, I guess that does kind of work better. A stay of execution, for example, Steve. So when a judge enters a stay, what that means is he's stopping the order. He's temporarily pausing it, basically. So think of it this way. If a guy's on death row and the judge says, I'm entering a stay of execution, for example, that means that that man can't be killed just yet, or, we're not going to serve out the life sentence or the death sentence that's been invoked on him. So the guy's going in for lethal injection. They'll stop it. So the stay is basically like, stay your hand, stop. The Bigfoot, huh? You wanted to see a Bigfoot done. I mean, I did one of those. I need to do another one because the original one I did was actually kind of a crappy model. Just not very good. What am I missing on this stupid thing? Oh, I know what I'm missing. I got to paint his fucking claws. Let's see where we're at with good old Wolvie here. He's looking like Wolverine. Let's see what one of these claws look like before I go painting it silver. Yeah, I think we got him. Okay, cool. Let's get these claws done. Okay, Bob. And I understand, brother. And like, honestly, I know exactly how you feel. Well, not exactly, but I can understand how you feel. And you're not alone, bro. So drop in here anytime I'm streaming. There's always a place, drop some lines, drop some wisdom, have fun, enjoy yourself. And even if it's just so you're not alone in this world, that's what I'm here for. I'm just some goofy asshole who paints things and talks shit on the internet. But you're always more than welcome. Always more than welcome. Dude, that's pretty cool. You made a demon monster out of a Hulk figure? That's badass. Very, very cool. Okay, is that gunmetal? That's gunmetal gray. Yeah, we're going to need gunmetal gray for the actual insets. Matter of fact, let me look at his buckles again. I'm going to hit the buckles again with gunmetal gray while I'm at it too on his footsies. We'll do gunmetal gray on the pull ends. Actually, scratch that. I think I have two different silvers now. Let's see. This should be Silver Anniversary, and this one is Shimmering Steel. Man, that's not good. Do you guys see how that paint separated? Shake that thing. Shake it like it's a baby that won't stop crying. That's a bad joke, guys. It's a bad joke. Never shake a baby. Oh. That air bubble. Dude, which White Zombie song are you gonna do, Six? Now you piqued my interest. We talking like La Sex Aristo Devil Music Volume 1? Or are we talking about one of their early albums, like earlier than that? Are we talking about Let's see how this paint lays on here. Lays on here well, then I will go with it. I mean, the fact we still got 9 people watching. We're at like 54 views. Pretty sure everybody's tagged the hell out of the like button at this point. Hopefully everybody's having fun, including Smurf, who's out there going, wait and Gam, when are you gonna get on this Valheim thing? Huh? We got some grinding to do. Which I do owe Smurf a playthrough of Valheim. All right, yeah, I think I found my knuckle up color, so to speak, for his little hand sheaths. Definitely rough getting every little bit of it, especially on the interior of these claws. Yet this shimmering steel actually seems to work well. Probably going to go over his buckles with this too, because the gunmetal gray is a cool color, but it's definitely not reflecting the way I want it to on his legs. Planet mother. Yeah, dude. Planet motherfucker could be a really good one, dude. That could be badass. And then Astro Creep. Creature of the Wheel. Hey, I can't picture the song in my head. I know the song. Like, I know that whole damn album. That's actually really cool, Leo. You gave him like a sword hand and everything. That's actually badass. Yeah, Smurf ain't exactly patient. Yeah, no, how come, like, Smurf's the kind of guy who'll stream for 5 minutes, and if nobody tunes in, he'll be like, God damn it, I ain't talking no more. Like, Smurf, you got to keep talking. No, I don't. Ain't nobody watch it anyway. Fuck it. Like, God damn it, Smurf. What about the replay, bud? They'll figure it out. I'll say stuff when it's important. You can kiss my ass otherwise, Gam. All right, Smurf. All right. Telling you. Oh, it's I think Steve's checked out of the chat too, right? I was going to ask Steve anything new on the strikes. Like, has there been retaliatory strikes or anything else going on? But I don't think he's here. That man is tuned into like 6 different things at the same time every time, and still dedicates a good chunk of his attention towards me. I appreciate the hell out of Steve. Good people. There we go. Get those bad boys done. Snap, crackle, and pop that back of mine. I'm getting old. Getting old sucks, guys. Don't get old if you can help it.
I swear with this face. The only thing I'm not liking, and I might, well, no, I can't really add it. And I might do some kind of white stripe here, or gray stripe or something in his beard. Because it breaks. I can't. Damn it. I'm looking at it and it looks like it's kind of like one piece, the way it's done together, but it's not. It's just his hair is black. So his beard is patchy and black right there and thick right there. And it just happens to be where the cowl comes down and meets. What a pain in my, what a kerfuffle, so to say. Dude, I can't believe Iran attacked, or Israel attacked Iran. What the hell is going on? I mean, hey, Beans, you know what? I could sell these. I could also sell sperm. One's easier to produce. Just saying. Yeah, I know I should probably sell them. Yeah, I know. I know. Not at that place yet. Maybe if I actually get good at this. Who the hell is going to want to buy a GAM print? Then again, you know what kills me is Beans is probably right. And I say this because I see, like, my wife will show me shit on Etsy. And she'll be like, yeah, this one looks like shit compared to the one you did. And somebody's getting $150 for it. Like $150 for that? What? I can bang out like 20 copies of that one. That one's crap. What the? Fucking six. Hey, I don't know if you were tuned in earlier in Lurkin or not, Six, but I watched Color Me Kubrick, by the way. I did. That was a decent suggestion. Um, what's his name was over the top, but when he went home with the one guy from the bar, I was like, what the fuck? Like, what did Six suggest to me here? Like, what's his name takes him home from the bar? God, Malkovich. Malkovich was unbelievable in that movie, though. It has nothing to do with you being a girl. It has everything to do with me being stubborn. Also, probably says it has something to speak about my psyche and me not being confident in myself. Probably something to do with that too. If I'm really breaking myself down psychologically. Yeah, Sheree, he'll be forced to sell by year 3 of stream. You're probably not wrong. You're probably as time's going. Trust me. I was looking at this channel and I was like, we're never getting past 35 people, right? At one point, because Mr. joined, Beans joined, Six joined, a couple other people joined. I was like, we're never getting past 35. That's about, I'm going to peak right about here. And it's probably going to go down. Sheree joined or whatever. And I was like, yeah, right there, 35. Next thing I know, I'm at 45. Then I'm at 55. Now I'm at 75. And I'm like, God damn. Well, okay. I think for my first year of streaming, it's not going too bad. I mean, it's not Tim Pool numbers or ABL numbers or, any of this stuff. It's not like, oh, you're monetized and got all, but the quality of people and stuff I picked up, I couldn't be happier. Me, it's mind blowing. Picking up people like Stranded and Steve.
No, I didn't hate it. I thought it was cool. Like I thought, to be honest with you, Six, I thought it was definitely different from a lot of stuff I saw, have seen. John Malkovich was fantastic in it. Like the way he kept switching up the accents, and like when he almost gets caught the one time, because the guy's like, "Oh yeah, this movie that you made," and he's like, "Oh yes, I remember when I made that one." He's like, "Yeah, that was Stanley Caper or something like that that made it. That wasn't a Stanley Kubrick movie." And like he almost gets nailed out. Then the ending where he's in the hot tub and he's nailed, and basically like they won't let him out of the mental institute. It was a fun movie. It was actually a fun movie. It was like, oh, and he got to enjoy his life. And then like he dies or whatever from a heart attack. And then 3 days later, the real Stanley Kubrick died. Was amazing. I was like, oh, that's hysterical. See, look, Beans. You got Leo saying don't sell them. Painting these things without snapping them off because they are flimsy. It's just this thin little layer of resin is definitely rough. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I've been catching, that's just it, depression or whatever, and watching for the past few days, ignoring household chores and all kinds of different stuff. What always bothers me though is when the wife gets worried, because it's not a good thing. I don't want my wife to worry about me. I don't like putting that kind of stress on anybody. What am I doing wrong, or questioning yourself? She's a smart enough woman. Women are so much smarter than guys sometimes, everybody. We're idiots. Let this bad boy hand dry. Now, that's funny because it looks black from an angle, but it isn't. It's completely silvered. Smurf's like, hey, you sell them right now, Gam. I'm going to tell you what. You at least trade them out for some weed or something, man. What are you doing? What's wrong with you? You know how much a bag you could get for that Wolverine right now? We'll get you the top green. You go into the dispensary, they'll just hook you right up. You just bring that Wolverine with you. They'll be like, oh, hey, check this one out. Look, you're all blown away and shocked by that, Beans. But that's the reality of the situation. We don't tell you guys that shit because if we do, you'll dangle it over our heads all day, every day. We have to shut up about these things. But because my wife doesn't watch the show and doesn't listen to me, and then she'll never know I even said it. So there. I have forbidden the wife from watching the show. You may not watch. And the reason why is because when I do eventually start painting stuff for her again, I don't want to spoil stuff I'm giving to her for Christmas and anniversaries and things like this. It's got to want it to be a surprise. Smurf, sell those bleepity bleepity bleep things. You understand what I'm saying to you, Gam? Okay, get rid of them fast. Drop them like they're hot, like the song says. Okay. You saw them like crack at a crack house. Okay, you just get rid of it immediately. hell's wrong with you? You sell out a bit like acid at a Grateful Dead concert. You get to it right now, Gam. You understand what old Smurf's telling you here, huh? Don't make me angry with you. I beat Spider Rico and Clubber Lang. You understand me, Gam? I fought a Russian in Russia and won, okay? I gotta come down on that sheath a little more too. Sheree's always right. Doesn't mean Rick James is ever going to tell her that. He'd never get a moment's peace. She'd be like, I told you I was right. Man, God damn it, Gam. She ain't allowed to listen to you. I'd lose, like, you better chill out on that. I'm going to lose Sheree as my, I'm going to lose her as my mod because her husband's going to be like, yeah, Gam's telling you this shit. He ain't supposed to be telling you. He needs to shut his damn mouth. Now I got to slap him. It's not going to be good. Oh, all right. Hopefully I can do this without blowing it completely out. Come on. Keep function in hand. You were doing well. I didn't blow it out. Good. Poor dog's trying to play with the cat. The cat's not having it. Oh. All right, let's take a look. Where are we at? Got one last thing to paint on this thing, I believe. Otherwise, he should look pretty Wolverine-y. Bring him into view. See how them claws look. And they came out, right. Let's see. This one should go like that. Get this leg in here. If I can get the leg in there, Jesus. That leg goes in there. That claw goes there. I think he looks like Wolverine. Oh, my dog loves the cat. He's looking good, bub. That's what Six said. You want to come pushing around somebody smaller? Come try pushing me around, bub. Cyclops, you don't know how to lay it down on Gene right. I'm telling you what, bub. You want to see somebody go to work? Check out this ass. Ah! Just Wolverine going ham. All right. The last step that I have to paint on Wolvie. We are looking all right on these claws. We are looking all right on the legs. We are looking all right on his friggin' face. The last step. And shit. I'm going to have to baseline it and then metallic it. Close, Smurf, close. There's one last thing that needs to get painted. I said this before. I'll say it again. I saved this one part for the very end of the stupid thing. I wanted it to... Maybe I should have painted it earlier when my hands weren't shaking the way they are. Damn, I am almost out of this red. What is this? Apple red? Sell it, sell it, sell it. Name next, man, unless it's got an X. This X just happens to be red. Only issue I have, I might have to go to the smaller brush because this one keeps wanting to fan out. Oh, okay. You're going to finish it next stream. No, no. Finish it this stream. It shall get finished. Like I said, all I got is this, the glue. We should be golden. I just got to be gentle as hell because one little blowout here into yellow, and yeah, that's going to take a heap of paint to remove the red blowout. I actually got to spin it so I can see the edge line. Painting an X in there, definitely a lot more difficult than you would think. Especially here where it's got to get a little thicker and a little thinner. Making sure that X shows up though. X-Men. The Ayatollah of rock and roller. Don't listen to Matt. You got to love it. He's like, don't listen to a guy named Smurf. Even if he is the leader of the Smurfs. I lead the faction of the Smurfs. The Smurfs are all under my command. There's Humpy Smurf and Freaky Smurf over there. That's Dope Dealer Smurf. Que pasa? Que pasa? What's up, my Smurf? That's Homie Smurf. I mean, you know what? That might actually be something, Shirai. If you want to set up that account and then people that tip me, it just goes directly to Shirai to pay for her being the mod. Not just for me, but also for, the other channel that she works for. That could be something. I could 100% get behind that one. Oh, here we go. I don't know if I want to try the super glue gel again, but we're going to try. Oh, the Wolverine voice lines? Like the old cartoon? I don't even know what I sound like. I probably sound like a total jackass doing them. Comb your hair with that glue? Oh, dear Lord. trying to see if I can even get. Yeah, I can. It's actually coming out. That's what she said. Um, I don't know how much I will be able to squeeze out of this thing because it is. It's yeah, it's not worth it. Toss this. Go to something different. Unfortunately, this one's kind of had it. Oh, let me see. So it looks like I got to get more Gorilla Glue next time. This looks like my last little thing of it. Yeah, I mean, setting up for the animal shelter, honestly, I take care of more animals than the local animal shelter, I think. I'm not even going to lie. They, not their fault. They run off volunteers and stuff, but they do a so-so job. You love the old 90s Wolverine. Well, I mean, I'm trying to think of lines that I could say as Wolverine. Welcome to Starbucks, bub. Yeah, today you want a venti? Only little bitches want ventis. We only sell these grandes and espresso shots. You better drink them up, bub. Gorilla Glue the sniff babies, Jesus. You like pushing people around that are smaller than you? Try pushing me around, bub. Ah! I'm probably going to hit his inseam here. Well, no, it looks all right, I guess. I just feel like it darkened that yellow a little bit. Sign up for ExpressVPN. It's the best. It's a mutant's best friend, especially when you're underground hiding with the Morlocks. Definitely comes in handy. Calypso it's the only way to find Calypso on Facebook using this VPN. ExpressVPN. Oh, we must be at a 6 o'clock hour because I just got kicked on my side scroll tab. Which means it'll refresh for everybody. It's time for the 2 a.m. kick, bub. Yep, Beans came in late, so she'll be fine. Yeah, it booted me. Sheree will probably be a minute behind. Everybody else should be good, though. You crazy Westerners. Yeah, I think, Sheree, you're East Coast too, aren't you? Technically, I think Ohio's before you hit Mountain Time or Central Time. See, how are we standing? Armor came out all right. I'm not happy about the seam lines on the legs, though. They're a little loose for my taste. I'll have to do a actual fill. I'll have to use liquid resin, get it in there, and then build it out. Paint over it at another time. But while I got his legs on now, and he doesn't look like a complete freak, you need to tidy up your nuts, sir. Your nuts are like they're dragged through the dirt a little bit. So let's just fix that bulge out. What do you say, mister? Hey, don't touch the goods, bub. Let's do a little painting. Whoa, don't touch that, bub. You're going to get another claw right in the eye. Get me all excited and see what happens, bub. Things will pop out that aren't claws, I'll tell you that much. Ah! Oh. We actually picked up like 2 viewers after the reset that we didn't have before. That's crazy. I'll take it. I'll take it all day. I'll take people coming in to chill and hang out and be cool all day, all night. Now we apply the paint, also gentle. Like you would with your lover's hand, take it nice and soft. Try not to blow any lines or any of the pain in the ass work you have done. Yeah, Steve's in New Mexico, so he's definitely out in that central time zone. At least central time. But I thought the bulk would be East Coast too, because ABL's East. 110% he is. I think it looks all right, guys. Just giving them an overall look. I'm liking the way the metallics play on the model, or on the print, rather. And like I said, I'm not liking this inseam thing, but that's got to be fixed with actual resin fill, liquid resin fill. The French accent reminds me of the True Lies. It's better than my Spanish accent, senor. I always come here, I talk to you, I try explaining myself. I tell you all the time, you talk about this Trump guy. This Trump guy no good for you. Listen. I try to tell you, ABL, I've been in the house. King Carl is too. Who the fuck are you? Jingle to madre. What I try to tell you? You always making fun of my accent. If I could summon Ivan, that would be the shit. I would definitely summon Ivan. If I could get Ivan in here, I would love Ivan in this chat because I wouldn't cut him off. I'd let him keep going and telling me things. And then when I'd counter, I'd love to hear some of the counters. Because some stuff he's got actual, like, kind of, I'm not saying they're on point points, but he's definitely got some legitimate points sometimes to some of the shit he says. Like, yeah, don't be afraid of outside perspectives. You know, there's one person who will remain nameless that I see in that chat every time an ABL says something, and it's like he just farted, like he's like a unicorn farting or something. They just, like, everything he says, like, oh yes, yes, I 110% agree. Oh, that guy is the greatest guy. Oh my god. And it's like, man, do you not have, like, your own opinions on anything, ma'am? Because you're coming across kind of like a kiss ass and a retard all at the same time. Like, what are we doing here? You know, do you have your own voice, or is it you listen to everybody and whatever they tell you is what the right thing is? Come up with your own stuff. You need call ins for that. Man, what's funny is when you get people on a call in and they freeze the fuck up on the line. You're like, sir, 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 I like turtles. Sir, I said I like turtles. Oh, well, shit. I like zombie movies. The ones where they eat the brains, not the ones where they bite each other and then go nom nom and run around. Dear Lord, what have we done with this call in thing? I mean, one of the things that does make me actually want to do call ins is because I am such a huge fan of Art Bell's. And I wasn't always a huge fan, but I've become, like, as time's gone, I definitely appreciate that man a lot more because he didn't believe. At first, I was like, damn, I can't believe he believes the bullshit this guy's telling him. And then as time went, I realized he's not getting in the way of a good story. Like, he's going to let somebody just keep talking when asking him questions here or there, even if he doesn't believe it. I was like, oh, okay. So he's not one of those, you tell me something, I'm going to believe everything you're telling me. He's one of those that's like, oh, the story here is really good, so I'm going to let this dude keep talking. Yeah, I could have the Illinois lesbian on here. Reminds me of my old boss, I'm not going to lie. And to be honest with you, she was a great boss. She was a very fun boss, very nice boss, completely gay. Um, but we always said the same thing. We're like, if, you know, somebody from corporate ever asked me if she was gay, I would be like, no. I've met her boyfriend, hung out with him. He's got a hell of an arm when we play baseball together. Like, we all had her back. Yeah, I mean, with Sheree, like, that's just it. I've never seen anybody actually get shitty with Sheree either. Everybody loves Sheree. They throw parties in Sheree's name. Like Sheree-a-palooza and shit. I've seen that. Everybody seems to love Sheree. She's such good people and so pleasant to be around, and she doesn't tell anybody where to go. She's even nice to homeless bakers. Like, even when they don't bring her bagels. Last but not least, hopefully I can put this on without screwing it up. Boom, boom, boom. Get that in there. We're waiting for the glue to take hold. If you didn't have sleeves, it'd be perfect. But the model had sleeves. So because it's the video game, not the comic. Wolvie is up, standing, and let me see if I can adjust this without screwing it up. And looking like that. Yeah, there is our Wolverine. What do you guys think? You like it or what? Does he look like, come get me, bub. I'll show you what these things are for. I'm the best at what I do, and what I do ain't always nice. Well, Bina is one of the most beloved mods, too, of all time that I've ever met. And I think part of that is an admiration because she, like, that's just it. You can tell being a trained Sheree, being a mod for a little bit, or was sidekicking with her. Move this over so this way we can see his. There we go. That works. And one of these days, I got to get a camera that covers the whole damn thing, huh? I think he came out. A little bit of the okay. What do you guys think? Trying to get the camera where it's got him in full shot when I do the thumbnail. There we are. I'm intimidated, bub. You're not wrong, Sheree. Like, being it is a catalyst for a whole lot of different people, for me meeting a lot of different people that were cool and all that. Like, I knew I was all right when I first went into the Discord, and it was Beans in there, somebody else who will remain unnamed, Six, Mister, and Devin under a different name. And the whole thing was Mr. invited me and one other person in. Well, he invited a whole bunch of us in, but he really directed it towards me or towards this other person. And I kind of followed in. And I got to know Beans, and she was very, very cool. Mr. Very, very cool, all that. Then Sheree popped into that Discord. Finally got her in with us. And that other person, I was just like, I was messaging on the side, and I was just like, yeah, this person is like fake as hell to me. And they're like, yeah, well, don't blow up their spot. Let them just be them. Nah, Sheree didn't need your, but the whole thing was, that's one of those things. That was good spot of talent. You spotted her talent. And when you even suggested it, Beans, in the beginning, you're like, yeah, I'm stepping down as mod. Well, who's going to take over? And you're like, Sheree. I'm like, oh, that is the perfect person. Because she was just in the chat or whatever, just saying hi to everybody, and everybody loved Sheree. Now everybody really loves Sheree as the mod, too. But even then, in that chat, everybody was just all respectful of her. Never heard a bad word come out of her mouth. Never heard her, like, call somebody a piece of dog shit. Nothing. It's funny. And I also find it funny that, like, Beans will tell you I was on Beans' naughty list. Like, she had to silence me before because my mouth would run. Like, I would sit there and insult, like, Shaquille Oatmeal after he'd say something. I'd be like, Shaquille Oatmeal, you've swallowed more semen than Godzilla chomping on an aircraft carrier. Stuff like this, and Beans would be like, hey, knock off all that nonsense, sir. it's cool. Like I said, good people help other good people. And finding them in the sea of the internet can be difficult. So I am happy that I have all you guys here. Happy we've got this little corner of the internet to ourselves for the most part, and everybody enjoys it. Well, yeah, and Beans is not wrong that she used to block me for Kurt. But then I would figure slick ways around it. Like if I wanted to call somebody a pile of shit, I'd call them a pile of sugar, honey iced tea. Um, or if I wanted to say the word ass, I would hit the at symbol and then SS, like, but the dollar sign symbol. I mean, it's not like I have a potty mouth on stream, though, like I'm completely reserved. I never say anything out of pocket or out of hand, do I? I'm actually kind of pleased with the way this Wolverine came out. That's crazy. I didn't think he was going to look quite as good as he does. Well, I'm going to use him for BB gun practice tomorrow, so. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I get that in certain cases why people block other people. I don't block anybody ever because their mouth runs. You kind of want to hear it, especially if they're funny. Yeah, yeah, Sheree, you did kind of break his balls. You broke his rocks to pebbles, ma'am. And I'll tell you what, listening to the stream, I don't know, I'd have to listen back to this one. I think my F bomb count has dropped quite a bit lately. I don't think I'm dropping half the F bombs I used to. Now, I'm not saying that, there won't be a time where I do again, but I think I've been much more reserved with my language lately. Respect my authority. Respect it. Yeah. See, I can't do it. CLB used to be able to do Mr. Gigs that comes in here. CLB, I call him. He can do the greatest Cartman, or used to be able to do the greatest Cartman impression ever. Oh yeah, here we go, guys. So I just popped up some news coverage just to see. Apparently, here's the latest and greatest. What's going on with the whole strikes and everything? Aw, that actually touched my heart there, Beans. Thank you. Or you weren't talking about me, were you? Damn. Um. So there's more than 100. Iran fired more than 100 drones at Israel following the strikes on nuclear facility. Let me see if. Hopefully this doesn't play. Oh, of course it's a video. I don't want to see the video. Um, Israel hits the heart of Iran's nuclear program in Natanz facility strike. Israeli PM confirms Natanz facility targeted in Thursday's military operation against Tehran's weapons development. Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9.
In recent months, Iran is taking steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium, and if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. So apparently, the Mossad, Israel's intelligence, must have relayed all this to Benjamin Netanyahu, and that's why he struck them. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists. We will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons, and Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. And then, of course, he has to throw in, this is all Netanyahu talking. He said the increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. So basically what Netanyahu is doing is saying that they didn't just strike this facility to protect Israel. They did it to protect Europe and America, try and get sympathy from us. You may be right about that, Beans, but I got to have balance somewhere. Yeah, and you're not wrong. All war sucks. Nuclear war would really suck. But this ain't good. Because if Israel is throwing stuff like that out there, it's legitimately to make them look like they are a proxy for America and Europe hitting Iran. And that's a bad sign. Like that's actually a very bad sign, because that kind of drags Europe and America in and spreads that hate out from them directing it at Israel and pointing at, possibly a terror attack in America, possibly a terror attack in Europe. Like, you son of a bitch. Oh, it's a very shitty situation, because legitimately, I was like, okay, I can understand they want to get on nuclear power. They want to do this. They want to do that. Right up until I learned about the percentage. Like, even if you went to 6%, I think is what I heard for. Now, I read earlier it was 3.67% for enrichment for power, for nuclear power. But even if you took that to 6% enrichment, I could understand, because your fuel rods and stuff like that would last longer. But when you're talking about they're going to like 60 to 90%, that's weapons grade. 110%, the only reason why you want to build it that high is so you have a nuke so you can hit somebody. And so I can understand the thinking and the thought process and all that. But man, it's still not good. I don't want to see more war in this world. I don't want to see a bunch of children being slaughtered because they're in the wrong building and get hit by a bomb. You know what I mean? Shit like this. Like, it bothers me. The thing is, the Iranian people, from what I understand, are a very good people. Like, the people themselves hate their government. For a large part, they're granted, I'm sure there's ideologues in there, just like anything else. But the top of the chain, the Ayatollahs and stuff like that, they've always been severe ideologues that want to use that power, even if it wipes them out, to wipe other people out, and that's not good. That is terrifying. Yeah, like, I mean, that's one of those things. It's like when we get into the religious arguments or anything else, and you're never going to hear me say all of anything. Because
Because I'm sure there are people that are aboard, or just like my government is an aberration. Like they're disgusting. I hate them, but they can't speak up, or they're afraid to speak up because they'll be killed instantly. Shit like this. And I don't know. It's the same way, like, I've been critical of Israel's government with everything going on in Gaza, correct? You guys have heard it. I understand because October 7th was a horrible day. I can understand why you want to go after Hamas and all that. But, if that's the case, then start securing and moving the civilian population out of the way of the stuff you're blowing up. Don't blow up all the hospitals. Don't, target the journalists. Don't do some of the shit you're doing. It just makes you the fucking bad guy. The left sucks because the whole thing is, and this is one of the saddest things, right? And I've said this, and like honestly, Tolkien wrote a whole book series about it. What's the whole point? Why does everybody who possessed the One Ring, why do they corrupt? Because it's ultimate power, right? So you may be able to resist that power for a while, but eventually it's going to corrupt your heart and your soul, which is what ends up happening towards the end of the book with Bilbo, where he can't throw it into Mount Doom, right? Like he's journeyed all the way there, all this hardship, all this bullshit, and it's like time to toss the ring in, and he just can't do it because that power seduces him finally in the end. And fortunately, Gollum was already so corrupted by that power, he grabs it and they just throw him the fuck in, like, bye bye, dude. Thanks for, being our sacrificial lamb. But that's just it. George Washington, we can all look back on him like he was one of the greatest presidents. Why? Because he never wanted to be president. He didn't want that power. He didn't want to be like a king. Unfortunately, the people that are best to lead us in a lot of cases are the ones that don't want to. Unfortunately, nowadays, you got too many people that, like I said, Bibi Netanyahu, like, I highly recommend watching the BB Files because it really breaks that man down and shows you all of his motivation, why he hates terrorists so much. Then the people he brought into his administration, what their viewpoints are on stuff, and it's some dark shit. It's some dark shit. And I get it. You might be thinking you're doing it from a place of good when you start, but that can get corrupted, twisted, and then you become the thing that you don't want to be. I'm not going to lie at all. If I was a character in Lord of the Rings, I probably would have been Gandalf. Like, do not offer me that fucking ring because I would take it. I would try to use it for good, and then no good will come out of it. Like, I'll become an unstoppable monster that nobody wants to fuck with. Like, it won't be good. You keep that ring to yourself. You hold on to it, you little son of a bitch. And, I'll just help you. I'll help you get there. But yeah, I don't want that ring. I don't want that power. Not always, Beans. Light doesn't always overcome darkness. Good doesn't always win in the end. Sometimes evil wins. Sometimes bad things happen. And there's nothing you can do about it. Like, your hands are tied. Like, it's just one of those facts of life. The only thing that you can do as a person, in my opinion, is make sure that you're spreading enough light into the world to overcome some of that darkness. Like, overcoming the darkness within your own soul is difficult enough, let alone some of the shit that's put out into this world. They're really dark things. But if you can be a beacon of hope for the world, that's probably the right way to go. I mean, you guys have heard me say, I'm
I'm as much a bad guy as I was a good guy, but I use that bad guy part of me for good things. So why not? If you can turn evil on itself and use it against it, sometimes that is the way to make sure that you're protecting everything. But at the same point in time, things that are completely light and good in this world, like your children, you don't let the darkness touch it. You make them walk a different path than you because that's the right way of doing it. That's just me, though. That's just my opinion. Yeah, I agree, Beans. You're not wrong about that. With sometimes you do. There's a reason why you do control burns. It enriches the soil. It makes sure that you don't have like firestorm fires, stuff like this. So you don't really picture the end result when the fire, the forest, you light small fires and get it to clear the underbrush. And yeah, you can carry the light. The whole thing is, though, if you are somebody that was born in a place or come from a place where you've known a lot of darkness, right? And then you see somebody who is carrying that light because your light has dimmed. It's not what it was. Like when you were that age, you might have had that light, but that light has gone away as you've gotten older. The best thing you can do is take the darkness that you've learned and protect that light and keep it from anything dimming it so it always stays bright. So they don't end up in the same spot you were ever in. Eat shit for a little while and, you don't have to like the taste, but you just deal. And Duke Raoul's throwing out his cock bombs again. But yeah, it looks like Israel's firing drones, fired 100 drones, or Iran has fired 100 drones now at Israel. I'm sure that their fucking missile defense is going to take out damn near every one of those and all that stuff. It's going to be interesting tomorrow and then honestly Saturday to see where everything's sitting. Because if on Saturday we find out that Trump, like Witkoff, is going to meet with the Iranians again and they're going to discuss things, we might see this de escalate. There's a chance it could de escalate. Those chances are mild and slim, but you never know. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can understand, and I'm happy you have that point of view, Beans. I really am happy. I don't, because I've seen good men fall. I've seen really dark shit happen to really, really good people that don't deserve it. And I've seen evil triumph in the end, like just in life itself, where because somebody was weaker, they got crushed by somebody a lot stronger. And I wouldn't let that happen to somebody that I care about, though. Like, I'm the thing that'll stand in your way and eat those bullets for you, eat the punches, whatever, because that's my fucking job. That's my job is to sometimes get the shit beat out of me so you don't have to. You know what I mean? That's why sometimes I can say stuff that other people can't because I'm just like, okay, what's your consequences? What are you going to blow back on? I can shoulder that responsibility for running my mouth. Now, granted, I'm sure there's times where and it's happened where I've bitten off too much to chew and have choked, but I'm still the one taking the beating. And if I can keep it that way and keep some people's lives better because of it, all right. I feel like I've done some good in this world. But yeah, this This little war that's breaking out, like I said, Israel already went at Hezbollah, Hamas, Yemen, Syria. Did they hit Lebanon? Yeah, I think Lebanon's been hit too. So the only thing left for them to attack would be Iran at its core. And they just did it. So we're looking at this can go from bad to really fucking bad really, really fast. There's an F bomb. Beans, I mean, we shouldn't get involved. I agree. I'm telling you now, we're going to. I don't want to get involved. I don't want to send troops. I don't. I don't want a regime change war like they did with Iraq during Desert Storm and Desert Shield. I don't want. Well, actually, it was Storm, wasn't it? Dude, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was Storm was the actual regime change. Shield, I think, was just the opening salvo under H Dub, and then Storm was under W. If that's correct, then yeah, that was kind of regime change. We can't do that again. If we do that again, we are repeating the mistakes of history, and we're doomed to repeat them. It means being trapped over somewhere again in Sandland, like we did with Afghanistan. Just not good. Beans, do I think Trump knowing? So that's the whole thing. Trump probably knew about Ukraine hitting Russia, right? But Vladimir Putin didn't take that shit out on Trump for knowing. Now, if Trump flew bombers, like some B 2 bombers, in with the rest of that sortie with the Israelis and hit Iran directly, that's when they'll start some massive shit. Right? But if Israel just did that shit on their own, just their own fighter jets and bombers or whatever, and America didn't contribute troops or, planes or anything else in those sorties, then no, it won't blow back the same. You can call up President Xi and say, hey, it's Benji Netanyahu. I'm going to go bomb fucking Iran. Xi could tell Iran or not tell Iran, but they're not going to go over and attack China because they knew they'll only if you participated in the attack with them do they really have some kind of recourse to hit you back. And yeah, I did see they killed a bunch of high ranking generals. Apparently, they're targeting their scientists, which, not going to lie, is probably one of the smarter things they could do because that will slow down the nuclear program. And yes, behind the curtain is correct. It is a religious war. This is two ideologues, Benji Netanyahu and the Ayatollah Khomeini. It's about, Islam versus Judaism. It really is. That's really the underlying current of it. And the only problem is, geopolitically, it can all go to shit in a second. The other part of this is, though, that all these negotiations and all this stuff that have been going on with Trump's envoys like Rubio and Witkoff, the Iranians know that Trump is trying to find a peaceful solution to it. So that kind of buys a little bit of goodwill. If Trump didn't fly planes in there or didn't say, go ahead, send some planes, it's going to build a little bit of goodwill. There may still be a way out of it where it doesn't escalate heavy. But if it escalates heavy, then expect to see in America some kind of 9/11. And I'm not going to lie, with everything going on with these assholes fucking protesting ICE and all this shit, right now, security has already stepped up in America because you have National Guard deployed, all this stuff, right? But let's say LA would be a prime target at this point, like the city of Los Angeles, and then you set off a dirty bomb or whatever. Well, what happens? What happened during 9/11? Right now, America is in need of a unifying moment. And this is something that terrifies me more than anything else. Teleport the protesters. What scares me more than anything else is this. If we look at history, right, and we go back to September 1st or September 11th, 2001. And the year 2000 was one of the most highly contested elections of all time to that point. George W. Bush and Al Gore came down to a couple hundred votes in a Florida county, Miami-Dade County, and Jeb Bush just happened to be in charge there when it did. So a lot of controversy, very highly contested, everything else, right? Nobody wanted Al Gore in the Oval Office if we were going to war. That was, if you want a real main difference between the two people running for president at that time. W, everybody was like, he served in the military. Matter of fact, he flew a plane out to an aircraft carrier and all that shit. But if we were going to war, you want the Republican in, you don't want the Democrat in. Al Gore was soft when it came to foreign policy. W was his daddy's son when it came to policy. September 11th happens. The entire country, for the first time in a long time, that had been kind of divided because of the election, because of other things going on socially, all of a sudden started showing everybody had American flags in their hands. Everybody was unified. Everybody wanted to go and get some son of a bitch. Whoever you're saying is the bad guy here, go get him. And everybody at that point was an American. And that is one of the biggest conspiracies, in my opinion, with 9/11 is that the reason they let the towers get hit by the planes and the planes get hijacked and all that was because then it would solidify W as the president. And basically, so there's no longer questions about the election because nobody wanted Gore in there for the war. And number two, it was able to unify the population of America for a single cause again, which was go and bomb Iraq. With all this going on and all those protests and everything else, if somebody goes and pulls some shit, I don't know, detonates a dirty bomb in LA, or blows up the Empire State Building in New York, or does some crazy shit during one of these protests and kills a whole bunch of the protesters and some of the cops, some of the National Guardsmen, all that stuff, it may reset America to, oh, Iran did this? Oh, we're sure Iran did this? Let's go get the motherfuckers. The only problem is because we learned that stuff like, well, Iraq's got weapons of mass destruction. They have this, that, and the other thing. It's a necessary thing to go to war with Iraq and go eliminate them. We went in there, we kicked the ever-loving Christ out of them. And then what do we find out? Not only did they not have a hand in 9/11, they don't have any of these weapons of mass destruction. So I think this time, if they try to pull that shit, the American people are going to be a lot more skeptical. Just based on history. I also think that it's going to be a lot more difficult to convince people that Iran is truly our enemy. Now, it'll be a lot easier because, as we can see, you can say they're deporting people illegally and all this kind of stuff, and all of a sudden a whole bunch of protesters show up for it. So they're willing to believe that kind of bullshit. But when it comes to a foreign power, they're not as quick to believe it anymore. I agree with that, with using all the, resources and stuff. We haven't diverted many resources. Not as many as you would think, because each state has its own National Guard. Trump just took control of it and sent them there, right? Now, if he had sent entire platoons of Marines there, like, 20,000, 30,000 Marines,
Different story. Then we're diverting from outside war power to interior war power. But National Guard stays in the homeland. They defend their own states. It's just normally Gavin Newsom would have control of the National Guard and send them in, but since he screwed around and sat on his hands with his thumbs squarely up his ass, Trump took control of them using his powers as president and sent the National Guard in instead of Gavin Newsom. And I don't think it's the Matrix fucking with us. History has a tendency to rhyme. It doesn't exactly repeat itself, but it's close enough that you can see the patterns. And we're at that point where anybody looking at these patterns, it doesn't make you a psychic. You're just looking at basically the universal algorithm, I guess we'll call it. But yeah, with everything, everybody's so incensed here about dumb shit. It's going to take something like us getting hit on the homeland to unify us. It's not going to be good. I don't want to see another 9/11. I don't want to see like riots. I don't want to see any of this fucking bullshit. I want people to just be cool. Why can't you just be fucking cool, people? It's not difficult. Just cool your jets, relax, fan your balls, whatever you need to do. Get your panties out of the bunch, pull the wedgie out of your crack, whatever it is. Lighten your load, chill, and just enjoy life for what it is. But motherfuckers can't. And that's just it. We're looking at another war that really isn't ours. That's about to kick off. And I mean, there's things to be grateful for here. If Joe Biden was in charge, we already would have been dropping nukes on Iran. Not gonna lie. It'd have been some dumb shit like that, or even worse, we would have given Iran nukes or some shit because Joe Biden's whole entire State Department was terrible. Are hollow point bullets good for soft targets? I'll tell you what, I don't know. Are hollow points bullets even legal anymore? I thought they were outlawed. I thought they made it where they're completely illegal. I'm down for playing war on a video game. I'm not for one in real life. And this is going to be a sticky wicket that it's looking like it looks like a giant shit sandwich, and everybody in the world is about to take a bite of this bitch. They're totally legal. Okay, Duke. That's what I thought. Well, I thought they were. I know they're. I'm pretty sure they're illegal in New Jersey. I don't think that hollow points are legal in New Jersey because I used to have my mom's 38. She's got hollow points for that, and she also has wad cutters, like the flat bullets. Those things are fucking nasty too. They like cut wide. Like you shoot somebody in the arm, and it'll take like 3/4 of their arm off. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about somebody trying to land in America and start war here. It would be a terrorist bombing or something. Um, Anybody trying to invade America would, the civilian population, no lie, even New Jersey, they would make it as far as Camden, New Jersey, or Newark, New Jersey, Patterson, New Jersey, and that would probably be the end of them. Like there's people in there that have more guns, and just the gangbangers. They may hate each other on the set, but they're still Americans, god damn it. And they have no problem firing them off. And then, like living in the southern state and seeing how people are down here, man, they may have somebody who's militarily trained as a sniper. They'll snipe the sniper through his scope. You got shots down here that I've never seen shit like this. Like if learning things from old wars has taught me anything. Reason why did we get the shit beat out of us so bad and lose so many people in Vietnam? Why? Because we didn't know the terrain. It was too thick for us. We didn't know how to all that kind of stuff navigate it. Same reason why the British got their asses handed to them in America, because they couldn't understand the terrain and we just guerrilla fought them. And I still have faith in America. America. I got faith in America. I got faith in the citizens of America that when push comes to shove, if somebody did try to invade the homeland, God have mercy on them, because none of us would. I don't know about overseas though. Like it's worrying. Definitely worrying. I think it would be harder to hit us with a terrorist attack. I mean, I would have said it would have been damn near impossible, but we had Joe Biden for 4 years, let everybody in the country. So who knows? But Europe, I'd be watching Europe. I think if there's going to be a terrorist attack, we might get hit here, but I'm pretty damn sure Europe's going to get hit somewhere. Fucking beans. Fucking get extras while they're available. I don't need to because you have extras. I don't have to go buy extras. I could just take out the person who has the extras and get the extras for myself. That's the American way, damn it. But yeah, Europe doesn't have those guns like that. They don't have violent population like we've got here. We've got a violent population, whether we recognize it or not. I mean, for fuck's sake, we basically do human cockfights in the UFC in cages once a month and cheer it on. Like so much so that our president goes and watches that shit in person. Okay. We are a violent people. And we have a high pensions for violence. As soft as I think our country's become, still think there are still enough real deal people out there that will defend her. Yeah, I I don't need to know where you are. I just need to know where somebody else is. And yeah, it does look like an invasion over there. They've taken in way too many refugees. And I mean, they're doing it for humanitarian purposes in their eyes. But you've flooded your infrastructure with people from outside of it that have different ideals than yours that clash with it. Now, if they, miraculously get those people to swing to their side, then they've added to their fighting force. However, if those people swing to the other side, yeah, you already have barbarians in the gate, so to speak. You've already let the soldiers into Troy's walls, and they can just hit you from the inside out.
My point is, Duke, you better get your shit oiled up. You better get you. We're gonna get you a shotgun leg, my friend, because shit hits the fan over here. I definitely want you on my team. I mean, it's screwed up. As screwed up as it is, I'm not like a redonkulous prepper where I built a bunker out in the backyard, stuff like this. But I make sure I keep tradable commodities and keep things on hand that could be important, like a pack rat. So right now, I have reserves of tobacco that I can trade. Um, I have the ability to basically make different varieties of alcohol, even though I don't drink. Stuff like this that can be used as antiseptics, that can be used to, just get drunk on or whatever. So it's a tradable commodity. But that's what I suggest to everybody is always have tradable commodities on hand because eventually cash won't mean shit. You know, my kids are within grabbing distance where if I need to bunker them down at my place, I'm out in the middle of a swamp, super defensible. My neighbors are all fucking, we all do our own thing, but not going to lie, we watch the neighborhood. It's going to be rough for you to move. So I think I'm pretty well set where I'm at. I just worry about other people and where they're at and if they're set or not sometimes. Yeah, and you're not wrong, Duke. Gold is, there's a reason why we went to a cash system instead of gold. Gold's heavy to carry around. Yeah, it looks pretty. It can be melted down for electronics and stuff, but reality is, what's the real value on it? You know, in that situation, like, oh, I'll give you a gold bar for that piece of bread. Motherfucker, I'm pretty sure eating's a lot more important than that yellow rock you got in your pocket. Yeah, and Duke's right. Ammo, food. Um, and that's where I say, like, I really do think everybody, the places that I actually worry about the worst, and I think would be the worst in some kind of we're cut off, electricity fails, all this kind of stuff. The one place I would not want to be is in a city or on the outskirts of a city. I think that's where shit would break down fast because people, what do you mean? Like, I can't go down to the convenience store and buy shit. What do you mean I can't go to the pizza place and get dinner? You know, they've lost that ability to go out and forage for themselves or hunt their own food or, hey, look, I can, like me, I know that if I go 4 feet down, if necessary, I can dig a hole 4 feet down in certain parts of my land and hit water and like literally drop a bucket in there. And then I know how to boil it off and filter it to get rid of parasites and any other kind of contaminant to it. And yeah, that's just it. The whole thing is people get a very much, and you can look at it from your point of view and be humane with it even. But somebody's trying to save their kid. Somebody's trying to save their wife. Somebody's trying to save themselves. So at what point does it stop mattering about other people versus yourself? It when it becomes need instead of want, people will do some fucking horrific and crazy fucking things for it. There you go, Beans. That's perfect. That's brilliant. I mean, that's one of those advantages. My wife has books in this library that are out of print that are like old ways. That, you know what I mean?
of preserving things, of doing this. Oh, did you know you could use this as a home remedy? Shit like that. But they're super important books. They don't reproduce them in digital form or anything else. Well, don't threaten me with a good time there, Duke. But yeah, that's the other thing too. If you really want to scare some motherfuckers off, um, you know, take out some of the looters and then just post them up in your yard like they've been eaten. You know, because I'll tell you what, zombies in movies may be scary as shit, but nothing scarier than a fucking actual cannibal. Ravenous time. Duke's gonna eat somebody and like fucking get all their powers from them. It's all in the blood. I gotta grab a drink real quick. We're close to wrapping up anyway, boys and girls. Good goddamn. Why couldn't it be a happy night? Oh, look at this. Israel has sent a wreath of flowers and a hearty handshake over to Iran. They want to be friends now and forget about all this nonsense. I'm reading it right here. It's covered by MSNBC, so you know it's got to be true. Ooh, that ain't good. So there is an article here. Trump aware of Israel's strikes beforehand. Says U.S. on high alert for retaliation. And then, yeah, what you were saying, Duke, is correct. Head of Iran's military among top officials killed in Israeli airstrikes. Let's see. Anything else? No, that is the latest and the greatest, guys. But yes. Yeah, so Israel must have told Trump, hey, we're hitting them. Now, like I said, I haven't watched the clip and I don't know what the actual story is. Let me see if I can find the actual story. See what Trump, if we had any involvement in that strike. Like I said, us knowing is one thing. They're going to tell us, like, yeah, we're going to hit them. But Trump saying, go ahead and hit them, or here you go, here's a couple planes for you, is a different animal than us just knowing. I'm going to type in, did U.S. attack Iran? This should come up. Let's see. Ooh. Okay, hold on, guys. Well, this is an interesting one. From CNN. CNN, the most trusted name in news, except for when it isn't. Trump didn't want Israel to strike. They did it anyway. And this was put out at 10:12 p.m. Hours before, Israeli warplanes carried out an attack on Iran early Friday, raising fresh fears of all-out war. In the region, Donald Trump made it clear
It was an outcome he hoped to avoid. I don't want them going in because, I mean, that would blow it, he said, referring to his diplomatic efforts to curb Tehran's nuclear ambitions. You piece of... Oh, my fucking God. This is why I don't like fucking CNN. Fuck you, CNN. It popped up an ad, and then when I closed it, another ad immediately popped up on it. The fact Israel went in anyway without any U.S. involvement. So there we go. There was no U.S. involvement, and against the president's publicly stated wishes, now thrust Trump into one of the biggest tests of his young presidency. By his own telling, the strikes risked scuttling his attempts at diplomacy with Tehran, even as his top envoy was preparing to depart for Oman for another round of talks this weekend. It cast a pall over his already tense relationship with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, with whom he has sharply disagreed for months and whom he urged as recently as this week to hold off on a strike. And it presents him another global conflict without any easy resolution. This one with tens of thousands of U.S. troops potentially caught in the region's regional crossfire. Trump will now find himself caught between competing crosscurrents from within his own party. Many Republicans were quick to offer their support to Israel on Thursday, including, of course, Senator Lindsey Graham, a longtime Iran hawk, who wrote on X, "Game on." Stating this for the record, fuck you, Lindsey Graham. Fuck you. Fuck your mother that bore you. Fuck your sister that's your sister. And I hope somebody kicks you right in the fucking teeth. Just allegedly. Yet Trump has never quite adopted that strain of his party's foreign policy, particularly in his second term. His administration is stacked with officials, starting with his VP, who take a deeply skeptical view of U.S. military involvement abroad without express American interests on the line. Trump offered no signals in the immediate aftermath of the attacks that he was prepared to use American military assets to help defend Israel from expected Iranian reprisal, as his predecessor Joe Biden did when Israel and Iran exchanged fire last year. Without American assistance, Israel's air defenses could be unable to withstand a major Iranian onslaught. Focus of public messaging from the U.S. administration was instead on protecting American personnel in the Middle East and warning Iran not to drag the U.S. into the fray. Still, for all the complicated dynamics for Trump to now sort through, the attack hardly came as a surprise to the president and his team. Even as he was speaking from the East Room on Thursday, the president and his aides were aware the strikes were likely coming soon, sources said, despite Trump's repeated attempts at urging Netanyahu to hold off. As the strikes were getting underway, Trump was appearing on the South Lawn at a congressional picnic. He returned to the West Wing afterward to huddle with top officials, according to a White House official and other sources. Afterward, a terse statement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio sought to put distance between the U.S. and any role in the attack. Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region, read the statement, which was distributed by the White House. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners, Rubio continued. Let me be clear. Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. Devoid of even boilerplate language offering support for Israel and its defense, statement made clear. This would be Israel's conflict, not Trump's. That's CNN saying that shit, who hates fucking Donald Trump. So if CNN's reporting, look, we didn't actually have any shit to do with this, and we believe them, I'll tell you what, Israel just fucking kicked over a hornet's nest, and it's going to be real interesting to see how this shit plays out. Yep. But the important part was the mainstream media is going to tell me what the White House says. the X is going to tell us what, the damage is, who's been killed, stuff like that, what's going on in the ground in certain places like Iran or in Israel or what have you. What I wanted to see was what has the White House released as statements. And really, the reason why I even use CNN is because they are pretty damn anti-Trump. And if they're saying that Trump isn't to blame for this shit, when they would be the first ones to jump on, yeah, Trump is the whatchamacallit. Trump did this. It's his fight. It's his problem. It's his fault and all that. And CNN's like, no, Trump is actually trying to be peaceful here and has surrounded himself with peaceful people that wanted to see this to a peaceful resolution. Israel is in a big fucking pickle right now. They just kicked the hornet's nest. Now, the question is Trump going to go bail them out? Or is he just going to let this shit play out? Like, how's this going to shake down? Good news, Trump is still Trump. He knew the attack was going to happen soon. He was telling them not to do it. He didn't fly any of our planes in there. He didn't commit any troops. He didn't attack Iran directly. None of that stuff. So technically, America should be out of it. Doesn't mean they won't fire on us or something or cause some shit. But I'm not going to lie. It is actually a better sign to me that Trump was trying to keep us the fuck out of this. I mean, I'd like to believe that, Duke, but I'm not going to lie at all. You walk around and you punch enough people. You punch your enemies, right? And they're smaller guys. So they walked over and they punched, of course, Hamas. They punched Hezbollah, which is a bigger size team. They punched Yemen, which is far enough away and weak enough where they're small target, small potatoes, right? So you got Hamas, Hezbollah, Yemen. You've been beating the hell out of the people on the West Bank. But now you go over and you punch Iran. Iran has that money and they have that military where they could strategically overwhelm, if they did it smart, Israel. This is going to get ugly. Real ugly. Like, this is the war in the Middle East that I was actually kind of afraid of. Yeah, and there you go, Beans. I want you to look at that list of names, right? Yeah, Netanyahu absolutely did. They have proof because, okay, what Netanyahu did was he financed Hamas. And the way he financed Hamas and kept them in power was they were going broke in the Gaza Strip. But he felt he could manage the hatred that Hamas had. Like, he could turn the temperature up and down with them. So he went to Qatar, or Qatar, however you want to say it, made it and begged them. Netanyahu himself begged Qatar to give Hamas money, $2 billion. Qatar made him put that shit in writing that he was asking for this money for Hamas. Because they knew later on, if it ever came up, he would lie about it. Well, good old Benji Netanyahu signed that shit off. Hamas pulled what they did on October 7th, and he was like, no, they've always been terrorists. They have always hated Israel. We need to get rid of them. And then Qatar released the paperwork showing where he signed off, asking them for $2 billion for Hamas. And Qatar gave them the $2 billion. Instead of building like better infrastructure, stuff like that, Hamas went and built those underground tunnels and a whole bunch of weapons. Yeah, I'm not worried about that one, Beans. Those aren't our latest and greatest planes. We've sold off a bunch of them, like the Tomcats and the next gens. After that, those are old stock. We have like much nastier planes now, like with AI assist controls and all kinds of different shit that can go super like they can break the sound barrier over and over again without putting as much stress on the pilot. Scary kind of shit. So yeah, I could believe that they would have like F-35s, F-15s, F-16s, and all that. But to be fair, we probably gave them to we either sold them or gave them to the Israeli military. But they're older stock of plane. Let me see what the current gen fighter is. Let me see. What do we got for current gens? Current gen American fighter jets. Current gen is the F-35, the Lightning, F-22 Raptor, and they're fifth generational. So those are like brand new planes. And then the first sixth generation is the Boeing F-47, which is a new nasty looking jet. Looks like this. That's the F-47 jet. Yeah, and I'm with you there, Duke. They don't have an F-35. We did not give them a fifth generational plane. Like we're not selling those off yet. We're still using them. Sixth gens are just coming out. Now you give it a little bit of time, yeah, we probably sell that shit off. But when it comes to the other gen, like like the F-16, let me look. Generation, and this is what I was saying earlier too. F-15 jet. We sell off our old generations of equipment because we improve on it so much. Yeah. The F-15 EX Eagle 2, that's a next generation fighter, but it's an older generation than what's currently available. The EX is designed to be a cost effective platform for air superiority missions and is expected to replace some of the older F-15 CD models. So it depends if it's an EX or a CD. Yeah. America, we have, listen, I can't explain how I know certain things, but I can tell you that there are weapons that we have been experimenting with since I was in my early 20s that when they deploy some of these things, you guys will be like, what the fuck did I just see? Just gonna leave it that. But they've been working on them for years. Some shit they got to work, I'm sure, by now. Some shit, I'm sure they shit canned. But that's a lot of shit I'm talking. But there are things that our government and our military in particular have that when I was younger was classified experimental that I've seen used. And I'm sure there's higher developments of it now. And no, not teleportation. Um, I I can look it up and I will tell you when they used it. I know how they used it, and I will describe if I can find the incident. Actually, I got to make that U.S. military. Yeah. Um, ba, 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 ba. Yeah, Navy, Air Force, and Army are all developing these. A lot of them are used for countering cruise missiles, drones. Air Force, that'd be the big one. Air Force pursuing systems for fighter jets, including podded ones and integrated systems for both defense and offensive roles. But yeah, I saw early beginnings, and this shit is no joke. Hey, do me a favor over. Hey, why don't you do me a favor over here, there, Gam? Why don't you beam me over to your place? I'll bring you this nice eighth of weed. We'll smoke, and I'll go home. How's that sound? Huh? Maybe play some Valheim. But no, it wasn't teleportation. I can tell you that it requires a decent amount of power, or it used to, and the damage rating that you got for the output was not very, very high. But I've seen where they tuned some of that shit in, and I was like, holy shit, I've seen that equipment before. Just on a bigger scale. It was much bigger. They definitely shrunk that shit down. And looking it up, knowing what I'm looking for, and able to Google it, I'm telling you, we do have a way where even Trump's Golden Dome idea is feasible now. The big question about teleportation I have is this. One, you would have to know how to control gravity to bend time space so that you can move through it, right? But the other thing is, let's say it was a beam like Star Trek. How do you know the person walking in there is the same person that's coming out in the other place in time space? Yeah, I believe it to an extent. I only believe it to an extent until somebody can provide me. And this one of them times when I wish I had Mister here with me, because he'd be able to tell you the same damn thing. The problem is you have to figure out the equation for how gravity works in order to have true teleportation. Because the only way that you could be able to create a portal through time space, and I'm not talking about predictive computing. Predictive computing is an actual thing. But actual teleportation of a human, a machine, anything through time space would require the bending of gravity. And you would have to create such a mass well of gravity that it tears or distorts fabric of space time and bends it in a certain way so that you could move through it. We don't have anything on this planet that powerful. It would take almost a Dyson sphere to create something that powerful. Or, we'd have to have a supernova, like that kind of energy release. It's too many kilojoules. And like I said, until I see a mathematical formula for the actual essence and purity of gravity and how it works, that's when I'll believe that shit. Because you have to be able to amend the laws of physics to an extent for that to work, of known physics, not woo woo, actual physics. See, free energy is another one. That 0 point energy is what you're talking about, or a perpetual motion machine. A generator that generates enough power where it generates enough power to keep itself running and then throws out extra energy without you putting any kind of fuel to it. They There were people that have invented things like that, apparently. they seized the patents on them. Now, how true or not that is, I don't know, because the patents don't exist because the government seized them under some kind of code where it will alter, it will do too much damage to the world, something like this, like to industries in the world and things like this. How true or not any of that stuff is, I don't know. I give you my word, Duke. Just ex Ashton, right? I will look into it, and I'll give you my opinion on it. And I will look into it. Um, Matter of fact, that's how I found Billy Carson, because somebody said, "Oh, he's got the actual definitive proof on the Anunnaki story and everything else." Honestly, Anunnaki, the one that comes into our chat, he's giving me better information than fucking Billy Carson has, because he's actually citing things that I can put my hands on, I can look at, and I can read myself that aren't bullshit or aren't woo woo, like the actual scientific community accredits them and says, yes, that is actual. That's what it says and everything. We don't believe it, but that's what it says. Carson is a flake. He's full of shit. Billy Carson's biggest tell and biggest giveaway is when he starts citing the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Anybody who does that, you can tell they're bullshitting right off the rip, because the original guy who came up with the Emerald Tablets of Thoth first said, "Oh, I have a copy of them." Then magically the rubbing wasn't there, and then said, "Oh, no, well, they took the rubbing, but I heard it from a friend." Then it changed to, "I'd never had a rubbing," to, "I heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from another that you've been messing around." He's full of shit. I agree with that, Beans. But listen, you're not hearing me say to Duke, like, "You're full of shit, I don't believe you," and everything else. You heard me say to Duke, "Okay, cool. I need to see this guy's equations on how gravity works, how this is relevant to this, and how this interacts with this. And if you can show me and I can break that shit scientifically down, I can do the math on the equation, then you have what's known as a proof." They call it a proof because it proves it proves your entire theory correct. You can't argue with that. Like, the whole thing is, I would love to believe in woo woo. I would love to believe in, you don't understand, man. The aliens have been here for thousands of years and they've been guiding humanity and giving us all this technology. And there was a crash in Roswell, and that's where we got microwave ovens from. I would love to believe all that stuff. I'm one of those people that I've seen enough bullshit in my life, enough fake fuckery, that I need to see actual evidence, proof, mathematics, everything on it. So I can read through it, process it, and go, yes, there's 100% no denying this shit. Yeah, I absolutely will. I'm willing to look into it. 110%, Duke. Like, so here's one of those things that I've never told Beans that I'm about to tell her now. Beans presented the flat earth theory, and I've just, like, dismissed it out of hand or whatever. And the more I thought about it, I was like, what if she's right? What if I'm wrong? I just blew her off without ever looking into it. So I looked into it. And yeah, my mind didn't change on it because wasn't enough evidence to the contrary to prove that point. However, I at least looked into it. I'm not worried about it. Trust me, if he had mentioned UFOs in there, then I wouldn't completely dismiss it out of hand, but I would be even more skeptical. But if it's just somebody with a scientific mind that's producing something like this, it's the same way that they said the pyramids could be energy towers, like ancient hydroelectric converters. And when I look at the structure of it, and then I look at like the way some of these engines are for converting hydrogen into energy, the actual structure of the pyramid makes sense. It actually makes a lot of sense to me. I can process it, I can see it, and everything else. The one thing that screws me up on it is the quartz and the granite is wrong. It's the wrong type of granite, wrong type of quartz to produce a large amount of energy. So if there's some other kind of scientific solution that proves that, I might be siding with, yeah, those things were actually ancient power generators and never used as tombs. Very cool beans. But that's what I mean. Like, it's worth looking into. You should always look into stuff. As a matter of fact, dude on the Y files, AJ, he said it on a couple of his Y files where he's debunked shit, because he always debunks stuff. And he even said, he was like, the two things that I went into thinking they were complete bullshit. One was the hollow moon theory, and the other one was crop circles. He's like, it was a couple guys with boards, right? And he's like, the more I dove into it, the more I realized, no, there's actually something to both of these. Like the moon is a weird place, and crop circles, like a bunch of locals or yokels with boards can't make these advanced shapes while interweaving each piece of the wheat or whatever with each other. He's like, they're interwoven and not broken. They would have just cracked the stalks. He's like, it doesn't make sense. It's impossible to do. Not in the short amount of time that you have to do it. Yeah, and that's one of those things. There's never been a corpse recovered out of a pyramid, right, Duke? Like, it's shit like that where, I mean, I have my own theory on the pyramid. I think they were already there. The Egyptians found them and tried to add, and added stuff to them, and maybe used them as tombs. Maybe, but I don't think the early Egyptians, built the original pyramids. I think shit was added onto them. I think it's the same thing with the Sphinx's face. I think that whole face was a lion. They chiseled that shit down to look like a pharaoh or like a person, but it doesn't make sense. So, I mean, but that's my theory. I can't prove it. I'm not an archaeologist. I'm definitely not an Egyptologist. I can't prove or disprove it. I just have my own theory, and theories are fine to have. But when it comes to something that's important, like a teleportation device, that you want the actual science on. That's something that you want to read your actual science so you can say, yes, I can prove this shit works. Doesn't mean you can go in your backyard and build one yourself, but if you know the theory of it, and how it works, you can see with applied science. Same thing. They didn't know what the fuck was going to happen when they split the atom the first time, with the whole detonating the bomb at Bikini Atoll. For all they knew, it could have been the end of the world. I'm not going to lie. And the power output was way more than they realized. They had the theorem, they tested the theorem, and they got a bigger result than they were even expecting. Pyramids, well, hell, I mean, why don't we go one step further? They were built by the Nephilim. Like you can go and come up with all kinds of woo-woo, but it's proving the woo-woo. That's the hardest part. Did aliens visit Earth? Maybe. Who knows? We don't know. Was Mars actually a thriving planet that, slowly moved further in our solar system and wiped the life off of it? We've been here for legitimately 5 minutes out of 100 years. Like, human beings on this planet have been here for 5 minutes. The Earth has been here for, 200 years at that point. We don't know. Yes. And there you go, Duke. That's what it comes down to is, even in those ancient times, some chick was farting in a jar and selling it to people. There was probably a vendor somewhere. They had some clay pottery. Like, what's in this clay pot, ma'am? I would like to buy from you. And she was just like, oh, you can't have that. That is farting jar. It cost 5 yiknicks. But that's, I would love to give you guys answers like, and have definitive answers for you. Like, oh yeah, the pyramids are this shit. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I can tell you when there's woo woo theories. Um, it's the same way, like, but I approach everything through a skeptical eye because if I want it to be true, I will lose my objectiveness in proving it false. Like, I may want this to be true or that to be true, but if it's not right, then I'm lying to you. And I know it's not right, I'm lying to you, even if it's a lie by omission. That's pretty cool, Duke. You talk about okra. Yeah, well, that's just it, Beans. There's something to be said with salt water. You can get a decent electrical current through it. So it's weird. Science is weird. And ancient man is even weirder. But right now, we got people that can't even define man and woman in this society. You want to figure out the fucking secrets to teleportation? Man, we got a ways to go. Like we haven't even solved for not blowing each other to smithereens on a regular basis, let alone getting up in outer space and figuring shit out. I mean, it could be. Look, there's. I mean, you're talking ley lines and stuff like that, right? Is that possible? It is. It's definitely a possibility. Um, I look at geothermal vents that we could be harvesting for energy. Like there's all kinds of different things going on in this world that we could probably use to our advantage to advance society. Make sure everybody always has power. Um, perfect batteries, things like this. Yeah, and that's just it. Keep educating yourself. That's what I would tell you. Just keep educating yourself. Keep learning new and weird things because you never know when they come in handy. Like this one time, um, you know, I didn't realize like you could uh you could pop one of your eyeballs out and put it back in your skull. And then I watched that on wrestling and realized like, oh shit, you can actually pop your eyeball out and put it back in your face. That's pretty crazy. Not fun to do, but you can do it. Oh, we are at 3:41 a.m. on the East Coast, guys. Our Wolverine is painted. I think he's looking sexy. I don't know. What do you guys think? Does he look sexy? I think we are going to call it here, because it is late night. But you know what? Maybe we'll do that on the Sunday stream. What do you guys? You guys want a woo woo stream? We haven't done a woo woo stream in a while. Aw, thank you, Sheree. Don't let Rick James hear that. Yep. Yeah, you're not wrong. Or the old antennas on cars. You can stab somebody with one of those, allegedly. But shout out to the greatest mod on these interwebs, Sheree. Shout out to the guys who didn't make it, like Rebel or actually everybody else kind of made it, huh? I think Moki wasn't here, but I wasn't expecting her to be. She drops by infrequently. But shout out to everybody for watching and subbing, liking.
If my count's right, it looks like we got like 15 likes on this one. That's pretty good, guys. Pretty damn good. Yeah. But I appreciate every last one of you. And like I said, it, it's good that we can all get together, joke around, have fun, talk woo woo, talk war, talk about everything. Game stuff with Smurf. We got to do the game stuff with Smurf, please. Hey, Gam, help Smurf out here. I'm over here. I'm spanking one out, man. Come on, hurry up, brother. Thanks, Duke. You're the man. But thank you guys so much for watching, listening, all the love, and I appreciate every last one of you. And it wouldn't be a show without you guys. 6. We need a new drum video. Eugene got a new music video out. Get on that shit, brother. And I'll take Planet Motherfucker by White Zombie, please. Everybody, you guys have a great night. I will be back. I might stream tonight. I don't know what I'm going to play. I got a couple different games in mind. Maybe Valheim with Smurf. We'll see. We'll see if Smurf's able to stream or not, or play or not. But if not, then I've got a couple different games in mind. Then, of course, I'll be back Sunday painting something else. I'm not sure what yet. We'll go through the catalog. I'm shaking off this depression, so I'll get back to printing, working, jamming. Everybody hang in there. Have a pleasant couple days. And, well, I'll see you maybe tomorrow night. If not, I'll definitely see you Sunday. Hang in there. Thank you again. And just remember, until next time, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, everybody. Shout out to Sheree, greatest mods on these internets. Good night, guys.